If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
C41 No Stones. The next day, in the heart of the Jedi Temple, Peter stood before the council. Next to him, Gamera, her demeanor guarded, yet hopeful, recounted the harrowing tale of Thanos the Mad Titan. She spoke of his reign of terror across wild space, his noble, yet psychopathic war against overpopulation, how he decimated half of her planet's people, and how she was forcibly taken to be raised as his daughter, as well as a future member of the Black Order. Gamera gave them every bit of information that she had, feeling absolutely zero allegiance to the man who ripped her from her home, forcibly adopting her as a half-daughter, half-servant for his cause. Peter listened, though his thoughts occasionally wandered. He already knew this story, and while the details were grim, he could barely keep the smile off of his face, his focus elsewhere. Flashback. The night before, in the quiet solitude of the temple infirmary, Peter and Gamera had a long conversation, in which she explained everything she knew about Thanos and his army. Gamera had just finished her explanation, the air heavy with the weight of her words. Peter, however, had one more question, one that had been gnawing at him since they began talking. So, just curious, Peter started, trying to sound nonchalant. Since your dear old daddy may attack Coruscant, are there any exceptionally powerful weapons that we should worry about? He asked, fishing for information about the Infinity Stones, which she has yet to mention. Of course, Peter could always flat out ask about them, but he didn't want to give out too much information. After all, for all he knows, the stones could actually exist, yet no one knows about them, not even Thanos. And if that was the case, mentioning them now could possibly make him or others aware of their existence, which wouldn't be good, to say the least. First of all, you, don't ever call him my daddy again. Gamera cringed before thinking for a moment, shaking her head. And no, I can't think of any crazy weapons, just the normal army stuff, ships, plasma cannons, things like that. He has a lot of weapons, like swords and stuff too, but not anything too powerful. Why do you ask? Peter's heart soared at her answer, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, no reason, just making sure we're prepared. Flashback end. Back in the present, the Jedi Council murmured among themselves, digesting Gamera's testimony. Peter's mind, however, was light years away. He was elated, knowing that the Infinity Stones, at least to Gamera's knowledge, did not exist in this reality. This is the best-case scenario, Peter mused, the corners of his mouth fighting the urge to turn up into a smile. The knowledge that the Infinity Stones most likely didn't exist in this universe was more than just good news, it was a game-changer. After all, Thanos without the Infinity Stones is like a conductor missing the vital sections of his orchestra. He can attempt a performance with what he has, but without the key parts, his power is significantly reduced. Peter had seen firsthand the devastation wrought by those stones, he knew the sheer power they offered to whoever wielded them. A Thanos wielding even one of them was relentless, a force of nature that seemed almost impossible to stop. But here, Peter's relief was palpable. Here, Thanos is just another psychotic tyrant. An extremely powerful one, yes, but not omnipotent. Not unbeatable. Without the stones, he's got limits. And anything with limits can be outmaneuvered, outplayed. In conclusion, Thanos is a very scary threat, certainly, but without the Infinity Stones, he was a challenge that the Jedi and the Republic could feasibly face. Grave, this threat is. As the council deliberated, Yoda finally spoke, his gaze turning to his young Padawan. Your thoughts, Peter, here we would. Peter, who had been itching to jump into the conversation, straightened up, a spark of eagerness in his eyes. Well, Master Yoda, he began. I've actually been thinking about this all night, and there are 3 things we have to do. The council members leaned in, intrigued by Peter's perspective. First off, Peter continued, the Republic's gotta have a way to defend itself. I say we chat with the Chancellor about putting together some sort of standing army, whether it be droid or living, it doesn't matter. Gamera's testimony makes it clear Thanos is planning a galaxy-wide purge, and we can't just sit back and let that happen. A murmur ran through the council. The idea of building an army was met with visible discomfort from several members, their commitment to peace and diplomacy clashing with the harsh reality of the situation. An army, one of the council members repeated, skepticism evident in his tone. Is that a path we truly wish to tread? Peter, sensing the hesitation, pressed on. Do we want trillions and trillions of innocent lives on our conscience, or do we want to have a chance at protecting them? He paused for a moment, eyeing each member of the council one by one. Sadly, we don't live in an ideal utopia. Sometimes, to keep the peace, you have to prepare for war. The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Even the most pacifistic of the council members could not deny the logic in his argument. Yoda nodded slowly. Wisely spoken, it is. Encouraged, Peter moved on to his second point. Next up, we should reach out to our allies, like the Nova Empire for example. We're gonna need all the help we can get while the Senate spends the next century debating whether or not to actually take this seriously. Mace Windu, his features edged with thought, agreed. The Nova Empire will likely request something in return for their assistance. Peter shrugged, a half-smile on his face. As long as what they're asking isn't outlandish, we should consider it. Allies are priceless, especially when we have no way of protecting ourselves. Finally, Peter concluded with his third and possibly most crucial point. And lastly, we need intel, lots of it. We gotta know where Thanos is, what he's planning, and what his army's capabilities are. In war, information is as important as firepower. The council members exchanged nods of agreement, the strategic importance of intelligence gathering undisputed among them. Much to consider, we have, Yoda acknowledged, his voice somber yet resolute. Act we must, but wisely. Ensure, we will, that this is properly addressed. Peter's proposals, though met initially with skepticism, had sparked a crucial turning point in the discussion. The Jedi, guardians of peace and justice, found themselves at the precipice of a possible war, forced to balance their principles with the stark reality of the threat looming over the galaxy. As Yoda prepared to conclude the meeting, Peter interjected with a question. Master Yoda, he began, his tone a mixture of curiosity and seriousness, have you revealed what we learned about Count Dooku yet? The room, already thick with the residue of grave discussions, seemed to tighten further. Yoda's aged, but still sharp eyes glanced towards Peter, a flicker of concern passing through them. Mention it, I did not. Investigate further, I wished, before making accusations about a former Jedi. The mention of Count Dooku immediately piqued everyone's interest, drawing their attention back to Peter. Mace Windu, his voice carrying a note of urgency, asked, what have you learned? With much less hesitation than Yoda, thanks to his movie knowledge, Peter dove into the explanation. Well, it's like this. I might have goaded Dooku a bit when we met, he admitted with a slight shrug. And, he didn't exactly take it well. Let's just say he showed a side of him that felt, well, dark. Now, I've never seen a Sith before, so I can't say for sure, but it's a pretty solid bet that Dooku, at the very least, has begun to experiment with the dark side. Next to him, Gamera, who had been following the conversation with a mix of interest and confusion, asked, what's a Sith? Yoda, seizing the opportunity to educate her, replied smoothly, agents of the dark side of the Force, they are. Seek power, they do, at the expense of all that is good. Then, turning his attention back to the matter at hand, Yoda addressed the council with a gravity that matched the depth of their situation. Guard up, we must keep around Dooku. Trust him, we cannot, not until properly investigated we have. The revelation about Count Dooku cast a new shadow over the council, adding complexity to an already dire situation. The possibility that a former Jedi could fall so far from the light was a sobering thought, one that weighed heavily on everyone present. As the meeting adjourned, the members of the Jedi Council were left with much to ponder. The threat of Thanos, the necessary preparation for an unknown war, and now the troubling news about Count Dooku. It was a time of uncertainty and trepidation. As the Jedi Council's meeting disbanded, on the edge of the galaxy, a chilling calm pervades the flagship of Thanos, the Mad Titan. In a dimly lit chamber, vast and cold, Thanos sits enthroned, a figure of immense power and malevolence. Before him, Ebony Maw, the most loyal and capable of his children, bows before him. Above Maw, a holographic screen flickered with the Holonet news coverage of a recent battle on Coruscant, showcasing the prowess and determination of the Jedi. Thanos watches with an impassive gaze as a small fraction of his army falls, but his stoic demeanor masks a simmering rage not at the loss of his forces, but at the demise of his generals Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. But even worse, the absence of contact with Gamera, his favored child, adds a sharp sting to his growing frustration. Maw, Thanos' voice booms, echoing off the metallic walls, what is our next move? Moi, ever the astute observer, senses the depth of his master's ire. My lord, the Jedi have proven themselves formidable. It would be best to exterminate them as soon as possible. A shadow of contemplation crosses Thanos' features. His initial desire to obliterate Coruscant with his wrath lingered in the back of his mind, a craving for vengeance that would satiate the annoyance within him. However, wisdom or perhaps a strategic caution prevails. Attacking the heart of the Republic directly would be premature, Thanos muses aloud. Though they lack a standing army, the Republic still controls the majority of the galaxy, which would no doubt unite against us should we reveal our hand too soon. His decision made, Thanos fixes his gaze on Moi, a directive clear in his eyes. Send someone reliable and discreet to Coruscant. I want Gamera brought back to me, alive and well. He ordered before adding, and, if for some reason she can't be stealthily extracted, at the very least, I need to know her condition. Moi, understanding the importance of the task, nods, but then hesitates slightly. And what of Nebula, my lord? Thanos' response is swift, and dismissive with a wave of his hand. Nebula is of no consequence. She lacks the worth of her sister. Focus on Gamera. Moi bows, as you command, my lord, and turns to leave, already plotting the execution of this delicate mission. Left alone, Thanos stared up at the holographic screen, his eyes narrowing on both Peter and Yoda, the two Jedi who had dared to kill his children. C42 Starforge? As Peter and Gamera stepped out into the sunlit corridor of the Jedi Temple, their recent audience with the Council still weighing on their minds, they were met by an unexpected figure. Nebula, her few cybernetic enhancements glinting under the bright lighting, stood with a posture that was both rigid and poised for confrontation. Having left the infirmary with a clean bill of health, Nebula's search had led her directly to them, or more precisely, to Peter, though her eyes narrowed as she found her sister alongside him. Why are you still here? Nebula's voice was cold, each word laced with barely contained hostility. Her gaze, sharp and accusatory, was fixed on Gamera. Gamera's stance hardened, the tension between the sisters palpable. I'm not going anywhere, she stated firmly, her resolve clear. I meant what I said, Nebula, I'm sorry for everything. Nebula scoffed, finding it hard to believe after all this time. Whatever, if you're staying here, then you better keep away from me. She retorted sharply. Her next action took Peter by surprise. She reached out, gripping his arm tightly, and began to drag him away from Gamera. Peter cast a helpless look over his shoulder at Gamera, who met his gaze with an understanding, albeit saddened, nod. As they walked, Nebula's grip remained firm, her frustration evident in the way she moved. I can't stand her, she muttered under her breath, an endless stream of complaints about Gamera beginning to spill forth. Peter, caught in the middle of this familial strife, listened as Nebula vented her grievances, detailing years of neglect and rivalry that had soured their relationship beyond repair. She's only here because I'm happy, I know it. She's come to ruin my life like always. Letting out a sigh, Peter ventured cautiously into the conversation. You know, Nebula, he began, his tone gentle, maybe Gamera's not here to ruin anything. Maybe she's actually sorry for how things were between you two. The suggestion seemed to catch Nebula off guard. She paused, her stride slowing as she considered his words. For a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossed her features before she quickly masked it with a scoff. Yeah, right, she replied dismissively, yet the seed of doubt had been planted. Anyway, I have a Force Studies class to sit in on, so I'll see you later. Nebula quickly ended the conversation and walked off, and stay away from my sister. She can't be trusted. I wouldn't be surprised if she was here to spy for our father. As she left, Peter's words echoed in her mind, challenging her long-held beliefs about her sister. Could Gamera truly be sorry? The thought was both unsettling and, in a way, hopeful. Yet, as the distance between them grew, Nebula couldn't shake the feeling that it might be too late for apologies or amends. The rift between them had deepened over the years, fostered by a competition for approval from a figure neither of them should have sought to please. The idea of bridging that gap now seemed almost insurmountable. Peter, left in the aftermath of their exchange, could only hope that his words might someday lead to a path of healing for the two sisters. A few days later, Peter sat up in bed, his Walkman by his side, the music playing through his headphones, a comfort in the midst of a rather annoying day. The Senate's decision only a few hours ago rejecting the Jedi Council's plea for a standing army weighed heavily on him. The tracks from his mixtape played on, but his mind was far from at ease. Police Cars Revolving Light play Get Down on It by Kool and the Gang. Police Cars Revolving Light, A/N, I'm iffy on this song, but it's the best one I could find for the situation. What you gon' do? You wanna get down? Tell me, what you gon' do? Do you wanna get down? What you gon' do? You wanna get down? What you gon' do? You wanna get down? Tell me. Get down on it, get down on it. Get down on it, get down on it. Come on and get down on it, get down on it. Get down on it, get down on it. How you gonna do it if you really don't wanna dance? By standing on the wall. Get your back up off the wall. At the heart of the Senate's refusal to acknowledge the need for a standing army was none other than Count Dooku himself, the newly minted senator for his home planet. His rise to this position seemed to happen overnight, which alarmed many on the Jedi Council. Dooku had stood there, a pillar of calm and reason as he argued against the Jedi's plea, weaving his words with the skill of a seasoned politician. His argument that the Republic must not be driven by fear into militarization was persuasive to many, effectively blocking the Jedi's request for a much-needed army to protect the Republic. Peter remembered the smug look Dooku gave him as the Senate's vote came in against their plea. It was a look that said he knew exactly what he was doing and the power he wielded. We were invaded and attacked by a foreign, unknown army, yet they still refused to take it seriously. Peter thought with a mix of frustration and disbelief. God, I really hate that guy. The realization that Dooku was instrumental in denying the Republic the very means it might need to defend itself added another layer to Peter's growing list of concerns. First, the Republic needs an army, Peter mused. Luckily, the Nova Prime should be here by tomorrow, so hopefully they can lend us some support. But they couldn't rely on the Nova Empire forever. Suddenly, as the last song of his mixtape finished, the data pad on his bedside table began to beep. The message was clear: Darth Revan, his ghostly Sith master, awaited beneath the temple's sacred grounds. With a last, longing look at his Walkman, Peter turned his back on the comfort of his music and ventured out of his room and into the shadows. Hours passed, but Peter's mind wandered, his movements lacking their usual precision. Although he was physically here, dueling his master to finish off their nightly training as per usual, his mind was far, far away. I need to find some sort of workaround, Peter thought, knowing that the Senate's firm stance against a standing army was a significant hurdle, but not an insurmountable one. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Sifo-Dyas, the Jedi Master who would someday soon commission the creation of a clone army. He could work with him and find a way to utilize the clones earlier than canon. They can't be labeled as an army though. Maybe a security force instead. Such a force could serve as a pseudo-army for the Jedi, a necessary measure given recent attacks on the Temple and conflicts with external threats like Ronin and the Kree. The Jedi Defense Force. Peter already had the name picked out. The JDF. By branding this force as a wing of the Jedi dedicated to protection of Jedi ambassadors, temples, and whatever else, it would inherently remain under the Jedi's control. This separation was vital, especially in a climate where the Senate's decisions were increasingly influenced by undercurrents of corruption and self-interest. Keeping the army under the Jedi's control would be the best-case scenario, Peter thought, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. If the Jedi were to establish their own pseudo-army, independent of the Senate and the Republic, then the chances of an event like Order 66, or any other catastrophe aimed at the Jedi, occurring would be drastically reduced. However, there was one problem with this: should we really use the clones? The ethical implications of using clones, a legion of artificially created beings destined only for battle and death, cast a shadow over this solution. Instantly, Peter's initial enthusiasm faded, replaced by a deep frown. The thought of clones, their lives predetermined to be nothing more than fodder for war, was unsettling. They're slaves, he realized with a heavy heart, made to fight and die for others' causes, never to know a life of peace or happiness. The more he considered the reality of the clones' existence, the more the whole idea repulsed him. It wasn't just about having an army anymore, it was about the moral cost of such a force. To Peter, and he was sure to the Jedi as well, the idea of owning slaves was abhorrent. Despite the strategic advantage clones might provide, the ethical implications made the option impossible. With a heavy sigh, Peter discarded the idea altogether. There's got to be another way. Seeing that Peter wasn't paying attention, which had been a recurring problem throughout tonight's training session, Revan's patience finally wore thin. Appearing beside his distracted apprentice, he swung his training saber at full power, smashing it against Peter's head and sending him sprawling to the ground with a thud that echoed off the stone walls. "Hey! What the hell?" Peter yelled, cradling his aching skull. "Why are you so distracted tonight?" Ravan towered over him, his voice a mix of curiosity and disappointment. Peter sighed, the cold, hard floor against his back. "It's the Senate," he revealed, explaining his problems, some of which Ravan already knew about. Ravan listened as Peter shared his worries, the Sith's presence a silent invitation to continue. "I've also been thinking about a plan. You know, just in case we need to bolt from this place fast, especially to keep the younglings safe." Peter finished, a worried frown on his face. Ravan's interest visibly piqued. "I know all sorts of secret passages out of the temple," he assured him, a glint of something unrecognizable in his eyes. "I can map them out for you." "Thanks." Peter appreciated Ravan's help. "If only we had an army of our own though," he mused, the weight of their situation pressing down on him. Ravan's smirk was a sliver of moonlight in the darkness. "What if I told you there's a way to build your own army?" Peter's heart skipped a beat. "Really? How?" Ravan's gaze hardened. "Peter, if I am to share this with you, you must swear that none of this will reach the Jedi or the Republic. This army, it must belong to you and you alone." Peter nodded, his mind racing. "Yeah, I can do that. But, there's a bit of a snag. If this needs a ton of credits or materials, we might have a problem. I'm pretty much broke." A ghost of a smile flickered across Ravan's face. "Do not concern yourself with the cost. Money will not be an obstacle." "Well, it could be, but that depends on the forge's condition." Peter's brow furrowed in confusion. "The forge?" he pressed, growing impatient with the cryptic nature of his master. Ravan's nodded, the shadows around them seeming to lean in closer as he spoke. "When I was still alive there existed an ancient relic, known as the Star Forge. It's an automated shipyard unlike any other, capable of drawing energy and matter from a nearby star. And with the Force, it could create an endless supply of ships, droids, and other crucial war materials." Peter listened, his eyes widening with every word. "You're kidding. That sounds too good to be true." The solution felt so perfectly tailored to their desperate need that he just couldn't believe it. "Oh, it's very real," Ravan assures him. "I would know, I was its last owner." "Okay, where is it then?" Peter asked, his excitement building, images of his own droid army flashing through his mind. "I'm not sure exactly. It's been thousands of years since I last saw it." Ravan shrugged, crushing his apprentice's dreams in an instant. Peter flopped back down, staring at Ravan with a mix of frustration and disbelief. "Then why bother telling me?" Ravan chuckled. "Not knowing where it is now doesn't mean I didn't know where it used to be," he said with a shrug. "It all depends on whether or not someone found it, or maybe some anomaly destroyed it. I don't know." A flicker of hope brightened in Peter as he sat up once again. "Okay. So, where'd you park this thing?" "Well, that's the hard part." Ravan spoke, his smile morphing into a contemplative frown. "Have you ever heard of the Maw? C-43 Jedi go to war." The following day, an essential meeting convened in the luminous Jedi Council chamber, attended by all members of the Council. Though there were two people in the room, who weren't usually there, one of which wasn't even a Jedi. The Nova Prime, and Peter Quill, who was invited as he had suggested seeking the Nova Corps' help in the first place. Nova Prime's arrival brought hope for assistance in their dire situation, as no one knew if or when the Mad Titan would come knocking. Mace Windu took the lead, detailing the attack on the temple, as well as everything they'd learned from Gamera. Peter, though physically present as he was the one to offer the idea to ask the Nova Corps for assistance, found his mind wandering back to the shadowy depths of the temple, where his conversation with Darth Ravan had unfolded. The Star Forge, a beacon of untapped potential and a solution to their dire circumstances, beckoned Peter from the depths of his thoughts. However, its location within the fearsome expanse known as the Maw Cluster transformed hope into a formidable test of courage and resolve. More than just a collection of monstrous black holes, the Maw Cluster was a vortex of chaos, home to space anomalies that defied understanding. Temporal distortions, gravity wells that could crush a starship like a tin can, and spatial anomalies that made the fabric of reality seem like a twisted joke. These were the hallmarks of the Maw. Every moment within its bounds was a gamble against the very laws of nature. Why there? He questioned inwardly. Out of every conceivable hideaway in the galaxy, Ravager just had to park it in the most inhospitable, unforgiving place known to man. The thought alone was enough to chill the blood of even the boldest adventurer. The allure of the Star Forge with its promise of a droid army, ships, and an infinite cache of resources was a siren song too compelling to ignore. Yet, the Maw presented not just a physical barrier, but a haunting legend as well. The last known soul to have entered and returned from the Maw emerged a completely changed man. The accounts spoke of him as someone who had stared into the abyss and had the abyss stare back into him. His mind, once sharp and clear, was eroded by visions and horrors unseen, eventually driving him to madness. One day, unable to escape the call of the Maw that echoed ceaselessly in his fractured psyche, he piloted his ship back into its depths, vanishing forever. That was nearly 1,000 years ago, and since then, no one has dared to breach the Maw's boundaries and live to tell the tale. The Maw was not just a place, it was a living nightmare, a testament to just how frightening the universe could be. Every reported anomaly, every lost ship, every vanished explorer served as a grim reminder of its lethality. Yet, for Peter, the necessity of braving this cosmic horror became increasingly evident. The Star Forge represented their only hope against the looming shadow of Thanos. However, he wasn't willing to throw his life away, having been given a second chance already. He was not prepared to gamble this precious opportunity away, even for an artifact as special as the Star Forge, which held the capability to amass an army with the strength to dominate the galaxy. Not that conquering the galaxy appealed to him, as it seemed like an overwhelming responsibility. Too much work for my tastes, Peter thought, getting tired from just thinking about all of the paperwork. I never understood why Sidious, or any other Sith, would ever want to be Emperor. Ultimately, Peter resolved to find a safer approach to penetrate the Maw, one that wouldn't demand a reckless sacrifice of his life. He was determined to find a method to navigate its dangers without throwing away his second shot at existence. As Peter was thinking about all of this, suddenly, Yoda spoke, breaking him from his thoughts, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of urgency. Guarding Coruscant and the Republic, seeking help, we are. To you, Nova Prime, we turn for aid. All eyes turned to Nova Prime, awaiting her response. After a moment of reflection, she finally spoke, her voice carrying a mix of resolve and regret. The Nova Corps recognizes the severity of your situation and the threat posed by this mad titan, she began, her expression serious. In light of our shared goals, I'm prepared to lend a small portion of our forces to the Jedi. A sigh of relief was almost audible in the room, but Nova Prime was not finished. However, I must be frank. The Nova Empire is embroiled in a conflict with the Kree, as you're already aware, and diverting resources will significantly impact our war efforts. We will have to withdraw ships and personnel from critical battlefronts. The room's atmosphere shifted as the weight of her words settled. The Jedi Council members exchanged glances, their faces a mix of concern and dismay. Before any could respond, Nova Prime continued, despite these challenges, I am still willing to offer our support. But in exchange, I ask that the Jedi join us in our fight against the Kree. With your expertise and abilities, the setback of reallocating our forces would be easily mitigated. The proposal sparked immediate reactions. Several Jedi voiced their opposition, unwilling to involve themselves in conflict, as they were a peaceful people. The room buzzed with tension and disagreement. Amidst the chaos, Yoda raised his hand, calling for silence. His expression was one of deep thought, untouched by the surrounding dissent. Consider your proposal, we will, he said calmly. Request that you step outside, we do, while deliberate, we must. Nova Prime nodded, understanding the gravity of her request and the difficult decision the council faced. With a respectful bow, she exited the chamber, leaving the Jedi to their deliberation. The door closed behind her, and the room erupted into fervent discussion. Peter, caught in the middle, could only frown in thought as they argued. Until finally, Yondu turned to him. The Jedi Council chamber, once filled with the raised voices of arguing Jedi, fell silent as Yondu's voice cut through the noise. Peter, he said, turning the room's focus to his Padawan, you brought this idea to us. What do you think we should do? All eyes swiftly turned to Peter, who took a step towards the center of the room. He waited a moment, weighing his words carefully before breaking the silence. We should take the deal, Peter finally said, his voice steady, capturing the room's attention. As murmurs of disagreement rose, Peter stood his ground, we need clear terms. She's treating this as a transaction, so we should do the same. We need to know what we're getting, ships, soldiers, everything. And it has to be a significant force, not just some leftovers that they're pawning off on us. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. Also, the Nova Corps must cover all costs: food, gear, everything. The Senate won't pay for this. In fact, they'll probably whine and complain as soon as they find out, so we need to make sure they have no power over this. Looking at each council member, Peter emphasized, and finally, our help is voluntary. We'll send Jedi, but only those willing, and in proportion to the support we receive. If they send 100 ships, we send an appropriate number of volunteer Jedi. Yondu, his expression thoughtful, nodded slowly. And if no one volunteers? He asked, probing the practicality of Peter's plan. Peter shook his head, a wry smile crossing his lips. Unlikely. Between the Guard Corps, who would likely make up the majority of our volunteers, and those of us who see the bigger picture, we should have enough volunteers. Besides, the Kree haven't exactly been playing nice in this war, to say the least. I'm sure many Jedi will jump at the chance to put a stop to their atrocities. His words seemed to resonate, with many council members nodding in agreement. Yet, some remained visibly uneasy at the prospect of engaging in war, showcasing the deep-seated Jedi commitment to peace. After a lengthy discussion, marked by Peter's unyielding stance and the council's rigorous debate, the decision was made. Nova Prime was invited back into the chamber, where Yoda, embodying the collective will of the council, laid out their conditions, echoing Peter's points in his own jumbled wording. Nova Prime listened intently, her expression contemplative. After a moment of silence, she responded, "Your terms are acceptable. However, should the number of Jedi volunteers not meet our agreed threshold, we may need to reassess our arrangement." Yoda nodded, the wrinkles on his face deepening as if marking the gravity of their deal. "Agreed, we are." On the bustling streets of Coruscant, amidst the sea of diverse beings that flowed like a living river between the towering skyscrapers, a figure moved with purposeful grace. She was stunningly beautiful, her green skin catching the light of the sun in a way that made her stand out, even in this metropolis of infinite variety. Yet, none who passed her by could guess at the true depth of her beauty, for she was cloaked not just in the garments of a common traveler but in the anonymity that came with being far from home, far from the life of privilege and power she once knew. Insert picture of RKLLL/Skrull Empress here. This was RKLLL, a name that once commanded respect and fear across the galaxy, a former Skrull Empress from the house of TRYSS. The eldest daughter of the previous Emperor, she was a living testament to the devastating cost of the Skrull-Kree War. She had lost everything in the conflict, her home, her family, her friends, her status, and her wealth. Now, all that remained was her indomitable spirit, a ship, and the skills imparted by the many tutors and trainers of her former, lavish life. As she navigated the crowded streets, her eyes remained fixed on the Jedi Temple in the distance. It was a symbol of a power and order she once wielded but now sought for a different purpose. Without breaking stride, she mimicked the appearance of a passing Jedi, seamlessly adopting her features and garb with the innate skill of her kind. This disguise was her ticket inside the temple, a place she had to infiltrate for a job she found beneath her royal status but was compelled to undertake out of necessity. A girl's gotta eat. RKLLL's current mission was demeaning for someone of her former standing, yet she had no choice. The person who had hired her, Ebony Maw, inspired a terror in her that she just couldn't shake. The task was simple yet daunting: locate a young girl named Gamera and, if possible, bring her back. The payment for this job was substantial, enough to sustain her as she figured out her next move in a galaxy that had taken everything from her. Slipping through the temple's grand entrances unnoticed amidst the comings and goings of actual Jedi, RKLLL moved with caution. Her thoughts were a whirlwind of strategy and survival, focused entirely on her objective. Then, as fate would have it, Peter stepped out of the council chamber, deep in thought over the recent deliberations. Distracted by the weight of the decisions being made and the alliances being formed, he collided with RKLLL. The moment their skin touched, a jolt of unexpected connection sparked between them. Peter, taken aback, found himself plunged into a vision that was not his own, a vivid, wrenching glimpse into RKLLL's past. He saw the Skrull homeworld as it fell to the Kree, the chaos, the destruction, the loss. He felt the depth of RKLLL's despair, the day her life was irrevocably altered, the day her family was slaughtered, and she alone survived. The vision ended as quickly as it had begun, leaving Peter staggered, staring into the eyes of the woman before him. RKLLL, for her part, was equally shaken, having no idea what just happened, nor why this boy was staring at her so intensely. Did he see through my disguise? C44 Jedi Riz. Seeing as the meeting with Nova Prime was nearing its end, an alliance tentatively forged amidst the looming threat of Thanos and the persistent shadow of the Kree conflict, Peter quietly slipped out of the meeting, his presence no longer required. Stepping out into the hallway, the door closing behind him, Peter bumped into a figure in the hall. Turning swiftly, he found himself face to face with a familiar woman clad in the unassuming robes of a Jedi, her features plain yet momentarily sharpened by surprise. Their accidental bump sent a shiver through him, not from the collision but from something far more mystifying. Eyes glazing over, Peter found himself plunged into a vivid and harrowing vision of the past. He witnessed the catastrophic fall of the Skrull homeworld under a relentless Kree siege. Through the chaos and the blinding explosions, he saw the royal palace, a once majestic structure, now engulfed in flames. Amid the screams and the merciless advance of Kree soldiers, he saw RKLL's father, the Emperor, bravely defending the entryway, only to be cut down by a merciless barrage of energy blasts. Her mother, regal and defiant to the last, was cornered and executed without ceremony. The devastation was complete, and through it all, he felt the depth of RKLL's despair wash over him. Her world shattered, her family gone, leaving her the sole survivor amidst the ruins. The vision ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving Peter stunned for a moment, his heart pounding with the shared pain of loss. He stared into the eyes of the woman before him, understanding the immense burden of her past, as well as the fact that she was not who she appeared to be. Sorry about that, Peter recovered quickly, blinking in the bright light of the corridor, staring into the woman's wide, wary eyes. Are you okay? He asked, his voice more concerned than he intended, his heart pounding with the echoes of her memories. The woman RKLLL, though he didn't know her name yet, nodded slowly, masking her confusion. I'm fine. But I should be going. As RKLLL made to move past Peter, suddenly, another Jedi appeared down the hall, his stride purposeful, his eyes lighting up in recognition upon seeing the woman RKLLL was impersonating. Master Yelena, there you are. I was hoping to discuss the recent archive findings with you, he called out, his tone friendly yet insistent. RKLLL stiffened, the surprise evident in her posture as the Jedi approached, speaking to her as if he knew her well. Her eyes flickered around like a caged animal, a silent anxiety hidden beneath a veneer of calm. Peter noticed the slight panic behind her facade and realized her disguise was at risk of being uncovered. Quickly stepping in, he extended his arm, placing a friendly hand on her shoulder. Actually, Master Yelena was just about to help me find something in the archives, he interjected smoothly, his voice carrying enough confidence to pause the approaching Jedi. Do you mind if she catches up with you later? The Jedi paused, a look of confusion crossing his face, but he nodded. Of course. We can always talk another time, he replied, albeit reluctantly, before turning away and heading back down the corridor. Peter turned to RKLLL, his expression sympathetic. Let's find somewhere private to talk, he suggested quietly. Guiding her gently by the elbow, he led her to a secluded room down the hall, away from the prying eyes and ears of the temple. Confused, as she didn't know why Peter was helping her, RKLLL allowed him to take her away, albeit hesitantly. Did he really see through my disguise? Once inside the small, dimly lit room, Peter closed the door softly behind them, ensuring their privacy. Okay, we should be safe here for a moment, he said, turning to face her fully. Now, Master Yelena, his voice dripped with sarcasm. Out with it. Who are you really, and what are you doing here? I'm not sure what you're talking about, RKLLL replied, her voice steady but tinged with an undercurrent of tension. Her mind raced, weighing the risk of maintaining her disguise against the possibility that Peter had truly seen through it. Peter just looked at her, a slight smirk forming on his lips. His eyes, knowing and amused, didn't waver. Come on, I know you're not Master Yelena, because if you were, you'd have recognized me when we bumped into each other. Now stop wasting my time. Who are you? Seeing that denial was futile and knowing that her cover was blown, RKLLL did the only thing left for her to do. She went on the offensive. In a swift motion, she shed the Jedi disguise, her appearance morphing fluidly until her true form was revealed. Her skin turned a vivid green, and her features sharpened into the regal yet fierce lines of a Skrull. Without a word, she lunged at Peter, her movements quick and deadly, a stark contrast to her previously calm demeanor. Peter, however, seemed almost nonchalant as he effortlessly sidestepped her attacks. His eyes lingered on her, not just with caution but with a hint of admiration for the fierce beauty before him. Really? Is that how you treat all the guys who try to help you? Peter asked, ducking under a particularly aggressive swing. Or is this just because I'm so handsome? RKLLL, frustrated by his ease at avoiding her strikes, paused, breathing heavily. Why are you not fighting back? And why help me? She snapped, her stance defensive yet poised for more attacks. Peter shrugged, his expression turning playful. Maybe I'm just curious. Or maybe, he continued, his voice lowering slightly as he took a daring step closer to her, I'm considering asking you out on a date. You know, once you stop trying to kill me. He suggested, ogling her pointed ears, which reminded him of the elf hentai he read in his previous life. A/N, degenerate. RKLLL halted, taken aback by his audacity. The room grew quiet, save for the faint ambience of the temple outside the room. Her fists clenched, unclenched, a storm of conflict raging within her. Was he serious? Was this some kind of tactic? Yet, there was an earnestness in his tone that puzzled her. I don't date children, she finally said, her voice clear but still laced with defiance. Peter's grin widened. Well, there's a first time for everything, he said, wiggling his eyes bored suggestively. But before we get to that, maybe you can tell me why you're really here? And if you're truthful, I might not rat you out to the other Jedi. RKLLL weighed her options. With her cover blown and this strange young man standing before her, perhaps it was time to reconsider her strategy. Slowly, she lowered her guard, her posture relaxing as she decided to take a chance. Fine. First things first, RKLLL began, her voice steadying as she gathered her thoughts. I am RKLLL, former Empress of the Skrull Empire. She paused, expecting a reaction, a gasp, a look of awe, anything to indicate recognition of her former stature. Instead, Peter merely nodded, his expression unchanging, almost nonchalant. Nice to meet you, RKLLL. I'm Peter Quill. So, why is a former Empress skulking around the Jedi Temple? Her disappointment was palpable, she had expected her title to impress or at least stir some concern. But Peter's calm demeanor remained intact. He had seen her past, the weight of her loss, and the fall of her empire in his vision, but RKLLL was unaware of this. To her, it seemed her royal identity held little sway over him. Since you asked so directly, she continued, her voice a blend of resignation and a hint of respect for his straightforwardness, I was given a task by a man named Ebony Maw. RKLLL's tone dipped into something darker at the mention of Maw's name, hinting at the fear he inspired in her. As she spoke the name of her employer, Peter immediately recognized it, his demeanor shifting to a look of concern as he realized that this led back to Thanos. What is he up to? Peter wondered. Why send her when he could just come here himself? He tasked me with infiltrating the Jedi Temple to locate a girl named Gamera. I am to retrieve her and bring her to him, but if that's impossible, I have to confirm her condition before reporting back. RKLLL explained, her gaze shifting to gauge Peter's reaction. The pay is good and the guy was frightening, to say the least, so I took the job. That's all. Peter listened intently, his mind piecing together the implications of RKLLL's mission. Gamera, he thought, Thanos' favorite. If Thanos was opting for stealth rather than a direct assault to retrieve or check on Gamera, it suggested a strategy that was uncharacteristically cautious for the Mad Titan. It has to be because he doesn't have the Infinity Stones in this universe. This realization eased some of the tension that had been coiling within Peter since the threat of Thanos had surfaced. If Thanos was focused on extracting Gamera quietly, perhaps a full-scale attack wasn't as imminent as he thought it was. This possibility brought a subtle relief to Peter, allowing him to consider their next steps without the immediate pressure of impending doom on the horizon. Once RKLLL finished her explanation, she shifted uneasily, her eyes flicking toward the door. Can I leave now? I've told you everything. I need to find that girl before the real Master Yelena returns. Peter stepped in front of the door, blocking her path. Hold on a second. What happens when you meet up with Ma and he learns you failed your mission? His tone was serious, a stark contrast to the playful banter earlier. RKLLL frowned, her lips tightening. I'm not going to fail, she asserted, a hint of defiance in her voice. But you are, Peter countered calmly. Because I'm not letting you kidnap Gamera or even see her, for that matter. You can leave peacefully, like we agreed, but that's it. The realization of her predicament sank in, and RKLL's composure faltered. She knew returning to Ma empty-handed or worse, with no information at all was likely a death sentence. The tension in the room thickened as she processed her limited options. Seeing her distress, Peter offered a solution. Listen, I want to help you, really. So, how about this? I'll arrange it so that you can see Gamera from afar, maybe even snap a few pictures of her, but in return, I need information. What kind of information? RKLLL asked, her tone cautious. Peter leaned against the door, crossing his arms as he considered what would be most valuable. For starters, how did Ma contact you? Where did you two meet? And most importantly, where are you supposed to meet after you've completed your mission? That last question was by far the most crucial of them all. After all, if they knew where Ma would be, they might have an opportunity to strike a significant blow against Thanos' forces. With Corvus, Proxima, and finally, Ebony Maw gone, Thanos would have a much harder time in the future. Peter plotted his first murder, a wry smile flashing on his face. Ravan would be so proud of me. RKLLL frowned, digesting the potential dangers each option held. On one hand, failing her mission would certainly lead to her demise. On the other, betraying Ma to Peter, who was clearly an enemy to her employer, posed a different but equally lethal risk. Each piece of information shared could either be a lifeline or a noose around her neck. The thought of betraying Ma made her skin crawl with fear his retribution would be swift and merciless. Yet, she didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Either she returned empty-handed, or she played the role of a double agent. Finally, she nodded slowly, the decision firming up in her mind. Ma contacted me through a secure channel set up for people like me who are willing to do jobs such as these. We met on a nondescript ship orbiting Nal Hutta, where he personally gave me half of the payment. As for where we're supposed to meet, she paused, taking a deep breath. It's planned for a remote station in the Outer Rim, coordinates given only after I confirm the mission's completion. Peter nodded, processing the information. That's a good start. RKLLL looked at Peter, a trace of desperation in her gaze. Can I go now? Peter nodded, sure, but first. He said, his flirtatious smirk returning. How about that date? A/N, 2157 words, smiley face, time skip tomorrow. C45 time skip. After being turned down again by RKLLL for being too young, which annoyed Peter to no end, he set aside his teenage hormones to focus on the task at hand. He helped her capture the necessary photographs of Gamera from a distance, ensuring she could fulfill at least part of her obligation to Ma. Before she could leave, Peter insisted on knowing the details of her next meeting with Ebony Ma. Reluctantly, RKLLL stayed a bit longer as she sent the message that her mission was complete, which prompted Ma to send the coordinates, where she's supposed to meet him. Suddenly, a flicker of concern passed across her face, prompting her to pause for a moment. She turned to Peter, her eyes narrowing slightly with suspicion. You're not planning to do anything reckless with the information I've given you, are you? Like attacking Ma or something equally foolish that could put my life at risk. Peter met her gaze, his expression composed, and his response smooth. No, he assured her with an easy smile, lying like a pro. I'm just trying to gather information to help the Jedi understand the man Ma works for. No direct actions are planned. Well, technically that's not a lie. I still need to convince Yoda. He thought. RKLLL seemed surprised to hear that Ma had a boss, a detail she hadn't considered significant until now. However, she didn't press the matter further. Unlike Peter, she preferred not to delve too deeply into the affairs of others. Her goal was simple: complete the job, get paid, and move on with her life intact. All right, RKLLL said after a moment, her tone still carrying a hint of skepticism but accepting his answer. Just remember, any trouble that comes my way from this, we're going to have a problem. Understood, Peter replied, his tone sincere. You won't have any trouble from me. Satisfied with his assurance, RKLLL gave a curt nod and was about to leave, but before she could, Peter convinced her to hand over her contact info. And although she handed it over because of their agreement, she suspected he wanted it just so he could keep flirting with her. All right, RKLLL, I guess this is goodbye then. For now, Peter said, his tone a mix of professionalism tinged with his budding charm. RKLLL nodded, her expression a complex mix of relief and concern. Yes, Goodbye, Quill. And, thank you, I suppose, for helping me navigate this, less than ideal situation. Peter flashed a grin, anytime. And hey, if you ever reconsider about that date. Still no, RKLLL cut him off with a slight smile, softening the rejection. But maybe you can give me a call when you're older. Really? Peter almost didn't believe what he just heard. Holding back her laughter at how enthusiastic he suddenly became, RKLLL shrugged, maybe? Maybe not. She answered cryptically, enjoying the playful banter a little more than she expected. I'll hold you to it then. Peter smirked. With a final nod, RKLLL turned and left the temple, her steps quick and purposeful. Peter watched her go, feeling a mix of satisfaction and anticipation, especially as she rocked her backside back and forth, which she seemed to be shaking a bit more than usual. God damn! Peter's teenage brain made it hard for him to look away. After she left, and his hormones subsided, Peter stood there for a moment, pondering the weight of the information she had provided and the potential it held. Despite his assurances to RKLLL, part of him couldn't help but consider the strategic advantage of knowing Ma's location. He knew the importance of keeping his new ally safe, but the temptation to strike a decisive blow against Thanos' forces was just too good to pass up. Shaking off these thoughts for the moment, Peter headed off to find his masters, Mace Windu and Yoda, to report everything. As he walked, he rehearsed what he would say, preparing to outline not just the information about Ma, but also the potential risks and benefits of acting on it. But sadly, the decisions that lay ahead were not his alone to make. Hopefully, they agree with me. Peter stood before his Jedi Masters, his report just concluded. The silence that followed was heavy, reflective of the weight of his words. Both Mace Windu and Yoda had listened intently, their faces etched with deep contemplation. As the last echoes of his voice faded, it was Yoda who spoke first, his voice firm and unequivocal. No, Peter, Yoda said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Approve of this plan, we cannot. Mace Windu nodded in agreement, his expression stern. Engaging in an ambush and assassination goes against the very principles of the Jedi Order. We are keepers of the peace, not hitmen. Peter's frustration was palpable as he argued that they had a chance to strike a significant blow against Thanos by targeting one of his key generals. Yet, they didn't change their minds. Yoda acknowledged Peter's intentions but cautioned against actions that could lead them down a dark path, emphasizing the need for careful deliberation rather than hasty decisions. And just as he thought that it couldn't get any worse, Windu began to reprimand Peter for his decision to aid someone who had infiltrated the temple. Windu, his tone serious, addressed Peter, this was a serious lapse in judgment. Peter, feeling the weight of his master's disapproval yet unwilling to give up, pressed on, although I don't believe I was wrong, I understand your concerns, and apologize if I've broken your trust. He said before getting back on track, but, we need to use this information somehow, even if it's just to track Ma. No engagement, just surveillance. If we know where he goes, we might be able to discover Thanos' base of operations. We need critical information if we're to plan effectively against him. Windu and Yoda exchanged a glance, the former's brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, Yoda spoke, careful we must be, but agree with you, I do. Windu sighed, his stance softening slightly. Surveillance could be acceptable. Peter left the meeting with a mixture of feelings swirling inside him. Relief was there because they had agreed to try to track Ma, a decision that could provide them with critical intelligence about Thanos' operations. Yet, annoyance simmered just as potently, stemming from their strict adherence to Jedi principles which, in Peter's view, sometimes seemed overly cautious, especially given the looming threat of Thanos. Their unwillingness to eliminate Ma when they had the chance was most definitely a missed opportunity. However, Peter knew arguing further would be fruitless, the Jedi Masters were firm in their philosophy, and no amount of debate would sway them towards assassination, even if it's the most logical and good thing to do. But with a plan in place to at least keep an eye on Ma, Peter felt they were at least making some progress, even if it wasn't the leaps and bounds he had hoped for. Shrugging off the heavier thoughts, Peter decided not to let the situation bother him more than it should. They're right about one thing, he mused, acting in haste can lead to mistakes. And we can't afford mistakes, not with Thanos. This pragmatic acceptance helped him refocus on what they could do rather than dwelling on what they wouldn't. Time skip. 2 years had passed since Peter encountered the stunning Skrull Empress and the Jedi succeeded in planting a tracker on Ebony Maw's ship. This strategic move allowed them to locate the Mad Titan's base of operations in the uncharted expanses of wild space, though they haven't launched an attack, at least not yet. Meanwhile, Peter, now 14 and hardened by countless battles, fought alongside his master, Mace Windu, on the front lines of the war between the Nova Corps and the Kree. With his Walkman blasting his favorite tunes, Peter practically danced through the battlefield, his movements fluid and precise, a stark contrast to the grim task of war he had grown accustomed to. Police Cars Revolving Light Play War by Edwin Starr. Police Cars Revolving Light. War, hey, yet. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing, War, hey, yet. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again, y'all. War, hey, good God. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing, listen to me, oh. Both Master and Padawan volunteered themselves to assist in the war effort about a year ago. And in that time, Peter had grown into his role, his abilities and strategic thinking sharpened by real-world combat experience. The Senate had initially been furious upon learning of the Jedi's covert dealings with the Nova Empire. They had never sanctioned military aid to assist the Nova Corps, fearful of entangling the Republic in yet another protracted conflict. However, their disapproval mattered little. The Jedi had structured the arrangement so that participation was entirely voluntary, and the Senate could not prevent Jedi volunteers from joining the cause. Moreover, the Nova Empire had loaned a fleet of ships and a contingent of soldiers to the Jedi, all without cost to the Republic, a strategic move that further irked the Senate but left them impotent to intervene. The Jedi's tactics ensured that the Senate's hands were tied, allowing them to do little more than voice their displeasure. Amidst the chaos of war, Peter and Windu stood side by side on the battle-scarred plains, their figures illuminated by the relentless volley of blaster bolts streaking through the dark sky. As Kree forces advanced, Peter and Windu's lightsabers danced in tight, synchronized arcs, vivid streaks of black and purple that cut through the air, intercepting and deflecting the incoming fire with precision, the Nova army at their backs. Around them, the ground was littered with the scars of war, burnt earth, shattered rocks, and the remnants of fallen warriors. The two Jedi moved with deliberate, calculated steps, their focus absolute as they formed a wall against the onslaught. As blaster bolts zipped through the air, their sabers moved not just in defense, but in fierce, sweeping attacks that cut down enemy after enemy. The sound of clashing metal and the roar of explosions filled the surroundings. Peter had learned much from Windu in the past 2 years, not just about combat but about leadership and the weight of decisions made in the heat of battle. Each skirmish, each victory, and each loss added layers to his experience and ability. Soon enough, the heavy sound of blaster fire began to fade as the remaining Kree forces, seeing no chance of victory in sight, thanks to Peter and Windu's presence, started to withdraw, their retreat hastened by the arrival of Nova Corps reinforcements sweeping in from the sky above. As the dust settled and the last of the Kree disappeared into the distance, Windu deactivated his lightsaber, the purple blade retracting with a soft hiss. Beside him, Peter took off his headphones, the sudden silence marking the end of the skirmish. He turned to Peter, who was catching his breath, his lightsaber still humming gently in his grip. In his offhand, he held Ronan's hammer, which he had wielded throughout the war as well. Mainly because its appearance provoked the Kree. There was a brief moment of silence between them, filled only by the distant cries of victory and the soft moans of the wounded. "It seems our job here is done." Windu let out a long, measured sigh, his gaze studying the young man beside him. "Are you ready to head back to the temple and face the council?" he said out of nowhere. Peter, slightly startled by the question, extinguished his lightsaber and clipped it to his belt. His face, smeared with dirt and sweat, turned to him in confusion. "Why? I'm not in trouble, am I?" "On the contrary," Windu responded, a rare smile breaking through his usually stern demeanor. "I plan to recommend to the council that you be knighted as a Jedi. Your growth, especially under such dire circumstances, has not gone unnoticed." Peter's eyes widened, the gravity of Windu's words sinking in. "Really? You're not messing with me, are you?" It seemed like only yesterday that he and Yoda were scolding him for one reason or another. Windu shook his head, starting to walk back towards their temporary encampment, where their ship awaited. "Why would I lie?" Peter jogged slightly to catch up, his mind racing. "Holy sh*t, you're serious." "Language." Windu chided, a small smile gracing his lips. C46 Recap. In the quiet recesses of space, aboard their ship returning from the battlefield, Peter listened to music as his master meditated, quietly reflecting on their most recent battle. He knew Yondu and most Jedi hated the war, but they volunteered anyway, determined to put an end to it. I don't like it very much either. Peter thought, even though he was the one to advise the council to join in the first place. But sadly, some things have to be done. As thoughts of the war receded to the back of his mind, Peter began to stress over his upcoming evaluation. After all, he knew the council wouldn't make him a knight so easily, as a handful of their members aren't exactly big fans of his behavior. They can't really say no though. Peter told himself. After all, his training was second to none. Not a single Padawan could ever boast of being as skilled and capable as he was. Police Cars Revolving Light play Stayin' Alive by BG's Police Cars Revolving Light. Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. Music loud and women warm, I've been kicked around since I was born. And now it's all right, it's okay. And you may look the other way. We can try to understand. The New York Times effect on man. Peter's training under both the Jedi and Sith had expanded his abilities across various dimensions of the Force. His skill in energy absorption evolved significantly, allowing him to draw in energy from external attacks with ease, not only mitigating damage but also repurposing this power for himself, fueling him in battle. The art of self-healing, once a fairly quick process, had now become so swift that it bewildered most Jedi who witnessed it. Wounds that would have sidelined others for weeks merely slowed him momentarily, as he could mend his tissue and bone in a matter of seconds, depending on the severity of the wound, of course. And thanks to the war, his mental and physical focus sharpened remarkably. During fights, this heightened concentration allowed him to perceive and react to threats almost as if he could see into the future. Telekinesis, a cornerstone of his Force abilities, had grown from simple manipulation of objects to a formidable power that could steamroll dozens or even hundreds of enemies at a time. His strong affinity allowed him to wield his powers with both precision and devastating impact on the battlefield. While still relatively new to the Jedi mind trick, Peter had made great strides in exploring and mastering this aspect of Force manipulation. Especially during war, as information is everything, and all it takes is one weak-minded Kree for him to get all sorts of information, which has helped the Nova Empire greatly. Peter's journey into the dark practices of Sith lightning proved both powerful and perilous, as the emotional repercussions of using such force risked his mental balance. However, Force Light offered a way to mitigate the darkness, enabling Peter to wield his Sith powers without much worry anymore. The same goes for abilities like Deadly Sight as well. In terms of martial prowess, Peter had mastered both the Shi'ai Cho and Neiman forms of lightsaber combat, integrating them seamlessly into his unique fighting style. Alongside his lightsaber, he wielded Ronin's staff-like hammer, the universal weapon, which he used with increasing proficiency. Its presence not only augmented his combat effectiveness but also served as a psychological tool against the Kree. And that wasn't all. Peter didn't just enhance his abilities, he learned new ones as well. Among the newer abilities that Peter practiced was Electric Judgment, or Emerald Lightning. This power was akin to the Sith Lightning, yet he could use it in front of the Jedi without worrying about being burned at the stake, or whatever it is they do to a Sith these days. Under Yoda's tutelage, Peter learned to manifest this energy in bursts of green-hued bolts, a less lethal form that could incapacitate without causing too much lasting harm. Though it could still kill someone if he were to shock them for a prolonged period of time. One of the more simple yet profound abilities Peter had developed was psychometry, the ability to perceive the history of anything through touch. This skill had first manifested unintentionally during his first meeting with RKLLL, but now, after rigorous practice with Masters Yoda and Yondu, it had become a tool at his command. Each item that he touched whispered its past to him, from this very ship to the lightsaber on his hip, he could tap into their past, providing Peter with a deeper connection to the surrounding world. And although he's still mastering the delicate art of telepathic communication, Peter has made significant strides in the past 2 years. Previously, his attempts to forge mental links on the battlefield had faltered, but perseverance led to breakthroughs. Now, he could silently communicate with Yondu, coordinating their strategies without uttering a single word, which is why he felt so comfortable using his Walkman during battle. Another ability that helped on the battlefield was Force Track, a neutral ability that allowed him to follow the faintest trails left by others in the Force. Whether tracking a lost ally or a fleeing enemy, Peter could now sense the path his quarry had taken, a technique that he hoped would come in handy when he inevitably leaves the Jedi as well. Of course, Peter didn't only learn light side abilities. After all, the allure of the dark side was ever present. Under Darth Revan's tutelage, Peter delved into the perilous waters of Dark Aura. This dark side power allowed him to envelop himself in a cloak of dark energy, slowing and weakening any nearby opponents while shielding his own movements, a powerful yet dangerous tool that he was still mastering. Force Drain, another dark side ability, was still in its nascent stages for Peter. He could feel the life force of others, understand its flow, and on rare occasions, draw upon it, albeit hesitantly. But this ability was a double-edged sword, offering strength at the potential cost of his own humanity, which he wasn't willing to give up so easily. Yet, I'll just use this during emergencies. Perhaps the most exotic of his new skills was Mekodiru, a dark side technique that granted an intuitive understanding of mechanical systems. Initially, Peter could only bind his datapad to respond to his thoughts, but the potential was much greater. The power to control and manipulate mechanical constructs promised a new level of interaction with technology, something that Peter greatly needed, as he wasn't the most adept when it came to electronics. At most, he could build a lightsaber and fix a ship, if he had the manual and the parts, of course. But with Mekodiru, his technological idiocy could be fixed, or at the very least mitigated, which is why he's been putting so much effort into it over these past years. Suddenly, Peter perked up as the song changed. Police Cars Revolving Light, play You're My Best Friend by Queen. Police Cars Revolving Light. Ooh, you make me live. Whatever this world can give to me. It's you, you're all I see. Ooh, you make me live now, honey. Ooh, you make me live. Despite the ongoing conflict, and his absence from Coruscant, Peter has done his best to maintain his relationships with those back at the temple. His interactions with Ayla have boiled down to long-distance messages and calls via datapads, which saddened both of them, but they still met up at the temple when they could. They were both Padawans during a time of war, so it was hard, but they did their best. Meanwhile, at the temple, Gamera and Nebula's dynamic had undergone a significant transformation. The sisters had reached a new phase of their relationship. Through Peter's occasional mediation and their own efforts, they had learned to coexist peacefully, managing to engage in brief conversations without trying to kill each other. Of course, the progress was slow, extremely slow, but they seemed to be moving in the right direction. And of course, since they weren't kicked out of the temple, that means both Gamera and Nebula had become Jedi, overcoming initial skepticism about their age and backgrounds, though they aren't Padawans just yet. Surprisingly, Nebula's midichlorian count surpassed Gamera's, a fact that Nebula weaponized as often as she could, constantly reminding her sister of her superiority. After all, she was never the better sister, so this was a new and wonderful experience for her. Hopefully, they haven't relapsed while I was gone. Peter prayed, as the last time he left for a mission, both Gamera and Nebula had somehow turned against one another, leaving him to fix everything once again. Outside of his Jedi friends and family, Peter has also been keeping in touch with RKLLL, the beautiful Skrull Empress. Their communication, once flirty and superficial, had matured over time. Peter respected her wishes to keep things friendly for now, recognizing the importance of patience and timing in relationships, especially given their age difference, as Peter seemed to have a thing for mature women. A/N, MILFs. Speaking of RKLLL. Peter thought as he grabbed his datapad and sent her a message. The thrum of the ship's engines provided a rhythmic backdrop as it cut through the star-speckled darkness of space, its destination appearing on the horizon. Peter sat in silent contemplation, his mind racing at the prospect of becoming a Jedi Knight. If they make me a knight, I can finally leave whenever I want. He thought, his goal just in sight. As the temple came into view, a magnificent structure bathed in the light of Coruscant's suns, Peter's nerves tingled with anticipation. The journey from the battlefield to this moment seemed surreal, a path marked by both his achievements and the stark realities of war. Upon landing, Peter and Master Windu proceeded directly to the council chamber, a vast room with towering windows and a semicircle of seats that held the wise figures of the Jedi Council. The air was thick with tension as the council members' gazes fixed upon them, some not so welcoming as others. 1, 2, 3. Peter counted all of the council members who seemed to dislike him, making up around a quarter of the room. That's not horrible. Master Windu began the briefing with a detailed account of their strategic collaboration with the Nova Corps. He spoke of the fierce skirmishes all the way to the ultimate withdrawal of Kree forces, emphasizing the critical role Peter played in each phase of the battle. His bravery and skill have not only turned the tides of battle but have also saved countless lives, Windu stated, his voice resonant in the quiet of the chamber. As the council absorbed this information, Yoda's eyes, ever perceptive, rested on Peter. Grown much, you have. See it, We can. Peter smiled in return, but soon found himself shifting uncomfortably under the scrutiny of the rest of the council. The weight of their looks, filled with both judgment and expectation, was palpable. Master Yondu then took a deep breath before delivering his recommendation. It is for these reasons, and more, that I believe Peter Quill is ready to be knighted as a Jedi. A murmur rippled through the council, some members nodding in agreement, while others seemed to frown, their brows furrowed in disapproval. The decision to elevate a Padawan from the battlefield directly to knighthood was rare and not without its controversies. C47 Groat's very bad day. Master Yondu gestured for Peter to stand in the center of the room. As he stepped forward, Peter felt the weight of the council's gaze, each member's eyes seeming to probe his very essence. Peter Quill has shown exceptional bravery and strategic acumen, Yondu stated. His actions have directly contributed to saving countless lives and bringing us closer to a resolution in the Kree conflict. As Yondu spoke, Peter scanned the room, catching a mix of nods and skeptical frowns. He knew his journey had been unconventional, his methods sometimes unorthodox, which had earned him both admirers and detractors within these walls. Yoda's voice, clear yet gentle, filled the chamber next. See the potential in him, I do. A leader he has become, guided by the Force, yet aware of its dark corners. However, not all were convinced. A stern-looking Jedi, Master Ki-Adi-Mondi, raised a hand for attention. While no one doubts his courage, we must consider his impulsiveness and his direct role in escalating the Kree conflict. Is this the temperament we seek in a Jedi Knight? Voices of agreement hummed among some of the council members, their concerns palpable. Another council member added, and what of his attachments? His close bonds with Padawan Ayla, as well as initiates Gamera and Nebula. These relationships cloud his judgment. Another spoke, joining the criticism, let's not forget the deaths of Ronan the Accuser and the children of Thanos. His actions have brought us nothing but trouble. Peter felt a twinge of frustration as he silently endured their jabbing words. He had always acted in self-defense, so the snide remark about Ronan and the rest was completely baseless. And his friendships have yet to sway him in any harmful way, though they probably would at some point. Yet, he didn't really care. After all, he was a grey Jedi. He didn't believe all of the nonsense these people spouted on an hourly basis. It was then Peter decided to speak, his voice steady yet charged with a tinge of emotion. Masters, every action I've taken, though it may seem radical, was in defense of peace and life. The Kree-Nova conflict demanded tough decisions, ones I didn't make in the first place. I merely advised you. As for my friends, they are my strength, not my weakness. They remind me why we fight: to protect, to nurture, to preserve. If being connected to others is an error, then it's one I'll gladly bear. The chamber fell silent, his words hanging heavy in the air. Peter's eyes met Yoda's, seeking some sign of support. The old Jedi Master nodded slightly, a gesture of quiet approval. Master Yondu stepped forward again, placing a hand on Peter's shoulder. This war has changed us all, for better or worse. It's pushed us to reconsider what it means to be a Jedi. Peter embodies that change. A long pause followed, filled with whispered deliberations and contemplative glances. Finally, Mace Windu addressed the council once more. We've heard the arguments, seen the evidence of his growth. It's time we decide if that growth is enough to earn him the title of Jedi Knight. With that, Peter was asked to leave the room, the door sliding shut behind him with a hiss that seemed to echo his pounding heartbeat. Outside, he leaned against the cool wall, closing his eyes, the voices of his mentors and accusers mingling in his mind. The grand chamber of the Jedi Council was enveloped in a heavy silence, the stars outside casting a serene glow on the deliberating figures within. After the vote passed, allowing his Padawan to become a knight with a stipulation, Master Yondu took his seat among the council, his presence commanding yet thoughtful as he spoke. Before we call Padawan Quill back, he began, his voice echoing slightly off the high walls, there is another matter we must address. It's time we discussed whether Peter is ready to learn of his potential destiny as the Chosen One. Murmurs filled the room, some of surprise, others of concern. The concept of the Chosen One had always been shrouded in mystery and speculation, a prophecy that spoke of a figure destined to bring balance to the Force. That they might now be on the cusp of this moment was both thrilling and terrifying. Master Ki-Adi-Mondi was the first to break the silence. Are we certain he is the one the prophecy spoke of? His abilities are remarkable, yes, but his lack of a father and High Midichlorian Count alone isn't enough to confirm such a significant title. His words sparked a debate among the members. Some nodded in agreement, wary of bestowing such a heavy burden on someone who, despite his achievements, often skirted the edges of Jedi orthodoxy. Master Yaddle, however, spoke up in defense. While Peter's approach might be unorthodox, he has shown a balance within himself and an unparalleled resilience. These could indeed be signs of the Chosen One, as foretold. The room fell into contemplation once more, each member weighing the gravity of their potential decision. It was Master Yoda who finally shifted the tide. His small figure, seemingly frail yet imbued with immense wisdom, stood slowly, his voice firm yet reassuring. Sure, we cannot be, yet deny, we cannot, that Peter Quill may very well be the closest we have come to the Chosen One. Unprecedented times, these are, and perhaps, unprecedented measures they require. A respectful silence followed his words. It was clear that Yoda's opinion held great weight, his years of wisdom serving as a guiding light for so long. Master Yondu nodded, taking in the council's reactions. Then it's settled. We proceed with caution, but we must prepare Peter for the possibility of his destiny. He has earned the right to know, after the test we have planned for him. Agreement came slowly, but decisively. The council members understood the stakes, and while the decision carried risk, they couldn't stay silent forever. As the debate settled, Yondu gestured to an attendant, who quietly slipped out to fetch Peter. Minutes later, the doors hissed open, and Peter stepped back into the chamber, his expression one of cautious curiosity. Master Yondu didn't waste a moment. Peter Quill, the council has reached a decision. Your growth and dedication have not gone unnoticed, and we believe you are ready to take the next step. Which is why you will be given a final test. Tomorrow, you will undertake a mission, a test of your readiness to become a Jedi Knight. Peter smiled victoriously, absorbing the gravity of Yondu's words. Thank you for believing in me, he said, respectfully bowing to the council, even to the members that didn't like him very much. Master Yondu continued, unlike your previous missions, you will embark on this one alone. Without the guidance of your master or the support of your fellow Jedi. It is essential that you rely solely on your own resources and judgment. The room fell quiet, allowing the weight of this statement to settle over Peter. He had always had a companion by his side, a mentor to guide and protect him. The thought of stepping out alone was daunting yet thrilling. A thrill of excitement mingled with his nerves. This would be his chance to prove not just to the council, but to himself that he was capable of standing on his own. More so, it was an opportunity to wield his Sith abilities freely, without the watchful eyes of other Jedi to judge his methods. Grasping the challenge before him, Peter squared his shoulders and met Master Yondu's gaze with a newfound resolve. Whatever the mission, I'll complete it, he declared, his voice steady and sure. Master Yoda, observing the young Padawan's determination, gave a slight nod, his eyes twinkling with a mix of pride and concern. Ready, you may be. Yet remember, always an option, failure is. Happen, accidents do, wrong, things can go. Best it is to preserve your life and the lives of those around, than to complete the mission, Peter absorbed Yoda's words, understanding that this test was about more than just physical and force prowess, it was a test of his judgment. As the council members dismissed him, Peter left the chamber with a mixture of fear and excitement battling within him. The door slid shut behind him with a whisper, sealing him off from the council but opening the path to his destiny. He walked back to his quarters, his mind racing with thoughts of the upcoming challenge. For the first time, he would be truly alone, without any guidance but his own. It was a daunting prospect, but deep down, he knew it was the only way to prove he was ready to be a Jedi Knight, and someday leave the Jedi altogether. Approaching his quarters, the last thing Peter expected was a crowd. Yet, as he turned the corner, he saw Ayla, Gamera, and Nebula waiting for him. Before he could greet them, Peter's ears caught the tail end of an argument between Gamera and Nebula. Their voices, sharp and contentious, filled the hallway. Why are you even here, Gamera? You know Peter's my friend, so stop whatever it is you're doing, Nebula snapped, her tone defensive yet tinged with irritation. Gamera scoffed, her voice defensive. I have just as much right to be here as you. On the side, Ayla watched, arms crossed, her expression a blend of annoyance and resignation. It was clear she had hoped for a more peaceful reunion rather than stepping into a sibling rivalry. Peter sighed deeply as he approached. The last thing he needed before his mission was to mediate between his friends who seemed to have regressed to their old, combative ways. Hey, girls, Peter called out, his voice cutting through the tension. His presence immediately shifted the atmosphere. Gamera and Nebula's argument halted abruptly as they turned to face him, their expressions softening. Peter. Meanwhile, on the lush moon of Nerit, orbiting the desolate planet of Ossus in the outer rim, a small village of needy, a rare species of sentient, tree-like beings lived in tranquil isolation. But sadly, this serenity was abruptly shattered by the arrival of Cad Bane, a notorious blue-skinned bounty hunter known for his ruthlessness and efficiency. Hired by a mysterious figure known only as the Collector, Bane's mission was clear: to capture a needy for his employer's exotic collection. Insert picture of Cad Bane here. As Cad Bane approached the peaceful settlement, his orange eyes narrowed as all eyes turned to him, or more accurately, his weapons. Stepping forward, he attempted to persuade the needy village to willingly join the Collector's assemblage. "It's a simple transaction," he drawled, his voice smooth as he underestimated the resolve of these sentient beings. "I only need one of you, and my employer is willing to pay good money too. Think of it as a new beginning." Obviously, the needy refused to sell one of their own into slavery. Their leader, a towering figure with bark as rugged as a desert terrain, responded with a firmness that matched the ancient roots that anchored him to the ground. "We are not objects to be bought, sold, or displayed. We belong to this land, and here we shall stay." Frustration flickered across Cad Bane's features, his patience wearing thin. The negotiation swiftly devolved into conflict as the needy stood their ground. Bane, never one to shy away from violence, drew his weapons and opened fire. The air filled with the acrid smell of blaster fire as the peaceful grove turned into a battleground. One by one, the needy fell, their bodies thudding heavily onto the ground that had nourished them for centuries. Soon, only one remained, a young needy, his limbs trembling like the leaves in a storm. He kneeled beside the fallen forms of his parents, their branches wilted and lifeless. Cad Bane approached the last survivor, his boots crunching on the underbrush. "Sorry, kid," he muttered, though the tone bore no real sympathy. He aimed his stun blaster at the young needy, prepared to complete his mission by any means necessary. The young needy, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, looked up at the menacing figure of Cad Bane. In a burst of youthful desperation and strength, he shouted, "I am Groot." Insert picture of Groot here. With that declaration, he extended his roots in a swift, piercing strike, attempting to protect himself and avenge his family. But Cad Bane was quicker. The stun blaster fired, enveloping the young needy in a net of electric shock that rendered him unconscious. Cad Bane, with a grunt of satisfaction, hoisted the limp form of Groot over his shoulder. The bounty hunter had secured his prize, indifferent to the tragedy he had wrought upon the once peaceful grove. C48 The Collector. Morning dawned on the Jedi Temple with the soft glow of Coruscant's sun filtering through the towering windows. Peter Quill awoke with a start, the excitement for the day's challenge buzzing through his veins like electricity. He rose swiftly, methodically packing his essentials: a change of clothes, some rations, his Walkman, and a few personal items that reminded him of home. His fingers brushed against his lightsaber, the cool metal sending a shiver of anticipation up his spine. He clipped it to his belt with a definitive snap, then hefted Ronan's hammer from the corner, resting it on his shoulder. The previous night had been a flurry of farewells and quiet conversations. He had sat down with Ayla, Gamera, and Nebula, explaining the importance of his upcoming mission. Their expressions had shifted from sadness, as he would be leaving again, to pride as he spoke of his potential knighthood. Soon after he explained everything, Ayla firmly declared her intention to follow in his footsteps and become a Jedi Knight herself. "I won't be left behind for long," she said with conviction. Gamera and Nebula, though not yet Padawans, shared a look of mixed emotions left behind as they joined the Order far later than either Peter or Ayla. His conversation with Ravan had been particularly poignant. The Sith Master's spectral form had shimmered with pride as Peter recounted the Council's decision. "You're one step closer to your goal of leaving this Jedi hellhole for good," Ravan had said, his voice echoing in the quiet of the temple's ancient underground. "Which means it's time that I start upping your training. Since I'm tied to this place, I'll have to teach you everything before you inevitably set off on your own." He spoke somberly. Peter's eyes widened as he heard this. Never before has he heard his Sith Master sound so melancholy. Then and there, Peter realized that Ravan actually cared for him. He may not show it much, as he's a Sith ghost who takes great pleasure in beating his training into him, but he cared in his own Sith-like way. Before leaving for bed, as he had a mission in the morning, Peter promised himself that he'd find a way to bring Ravan with him when he eventually left the Jedi, a task, he hoped, wouldn't be as daunting as his upcoming mission. With everything in order, Peter strode from his quarters, his mind focused, his heart a mix of nerves and resolve. The halls of the temple were quiet, the usual hum of activity subdued by the early hour. Soon enough, he reached the council room, the door sliding open with a silent hiss to reveal Master Yondu and Yoda waiting for him. The chamber felt both imposing and familiar, especially since he'd spent so much time in it over the years. "Peter," Master Yondu began, his voice steady and commanding. "Today you embark on a test of your readiness to become a Jedi Knight. This mission you will undertake alone, without the guidance of your masters. You must rely solely on your judgment and abilities." Peter nodded, his expression set in determination. "I understand, Master. I'm ready." Master Yondu nodded as his hand hovered above the controls embedded in his chair, a serious expression marking his features. "Observe closely," Yondu said as he pressed a button, initiating a hologram, which sprung up in the center of the room. A medium-sized transport ship appeared, its two wings and rear adjustable thruster pillar distinctly visible as it soared into the cosmos and vanished into the distance. Peter stepped aside, his gaze fixed on the image, a knot of curiosity forming in his stomach. The image shimmered and began to repeat, drawing Peter's attention back to his masters, waiting for them to explain. Master Yondu's voice filled the room, steady yet tinged with urgency. This ship was the last known vessel to depart from the moon of Nerit in the Outer Rim. It's where the last of the endangered needy species resided in peace. "The tree species?" Peter asked, getting nods from both masters. Yoda's eyes, wise and solemn, met Peter's. "Many times, to move the needy to safety, we have tried. But, once roots they put down, hard it is to convince them to leave." Peter, his curiosity now mixed with concern, asked, "So, what do you need me to do?" "Convince the needy to relocate." Yondu shook his head, his hand returning to the control panel. With another press, the holographic scene changed dramatically. What appeared to be footage from a droid's camera now displayed the aftermath of a devastated needy village. Blaster marks scorched the ground, parts of the forest smoldered with fire, and the lifeless forms of the needy, tree-like humanoids, were scattered tragically across the landscape. Despite the grim scene, Peter's expression hardened. War had shown him far worse than this. "So, you need me to find those responsible and bring them to justice? That ship is it our only lead?" "Yes," Yondu replied, his voice deep and commanding. "The planet's rather lax security systems managed to lock onto its transponder, capturing its identification code, visual identifiers, and even recorded the ship's next destination. All relevant information has been sent to your datapad," he said, leaving it to Peter to piece the rest together. "After all, this is a test for him." Peter nodded, his mind already racing with plans. "Should I head out now?" Yoda raised a hand, pausing him. "One more thing, there is. Likely it is not just malice that brought this destruction, but the rarity of the needy. They are nearly extinct. Your mission, it is, to bring those involved to justice and find any survivors. The needy must be preserved." Resolute, Peter bowed. "It will be done, Masters. I won't fail them or you." With a final nod from both Yoda and Yondu, Peter turned and left the council room. The door hissed shut behind him, sealing off the solemn chamber. He walked briskly through the quiet halls of the temple, his resolve firming with each step. Outside, the early Coruscant sun cast long shadows across the temple grounds. Peter paused, letting the light wash over him a moment of peace before the storm. Then, with a deep breath, he headed towards the hangar. There, waiting alongside his ship, a sleek Jedi vessel, stood Gamera, Nebula, and Ayla. And surprisingly, there seemed to me a rare moment of peace between Gamera and Nebula, who were usually at odds. "Hey, you three," Peter greeted them with a warm smile. "Didn't expect a send-off party." Ayla stepped forward, her expression serious yet soft. "We couldn't let you go without saying goodbye," she said, pulling him into a brief, tight hug. As they stepped apart, Peter turned to Gamera and Nebula, noting the slight awkwardness as they hesitated. "Come here, you two," he said, opening his arms. The sisters exchanged a glance, a silent agreement passing between them before they both stepped forward, joining in a somewhat clumsy but heartfelt group hug. "We'll be here when you get back, Peter," Nebula said, her voice carrying a rare tone of affection and sincerity. "So don't go and get yourself killed, or else," she warned, her sister nodding beside her. Peter laughed, stepping back and adjusting Ronan's hammer on his shoulder. "I'll do my best. After all, who else is going to make sure you two don't murder each other?" he teased, winking at them. With a final nod to each of them, Peter turned and walked towards his ship, eager to launch into the stars. He paused at the ramp, turning back to wave at his friends who stood side by side, watching him. "See you soon," he called out before disappearing into the ship. Inside, Peter moved with practiced ease, prepping the ship for departure. As he initiated the launch sequence, his mind replayed the Council's briefing. After a silent moment, he pulled out his datapad and used the information given to plot his course, setting the coordinates with practiced ease. The engines hummed to life, a comforting sound that filled the cockpit. Peter settled into the pilot's seat, strapping himself in as the hangar doors began to open, revealing the sprawling cityscape of Coruscant below. He took a deep breath, feeling the familiar thrill of adventure mingled with a bit of anxiety. As the ship shot out of the hangar, Peter navigated over the towering buildings of Coruscant before ascending toward the stars, his hands beginning to shake with exhilaration. "I'm finally on my own." Nohir Space Station, at the far edge of the Outer Rim. Orbiting a crumbling, devastated planet, a monstrous space station thrums with the constant buzz of activity, its sprawling structures illuminated by both the stars and the flickering lights of its many mining facilities. It was a floating city, a kingdom unto itself, ruled by Tanelir Tavan the Collector. Here, in the far corner of the galaxy, he reigned supreme, his palace at the heart of the station serving as both his residence and the grand gallery where he safeguarded an array of cosmic rarities and artifacts. Cad Bane's ship, the Justifier, touched down on one of the many landing pads scattered around the station. The notorious blue-skinned bounty hunter had just secured his latest acquisition, a young needy named Grote, whose tragic capture had not come without resistance. Inside the hold, Cad Bane regarded his captive with a mix of satisfaction and annoyance. Grote, still dazed from the many stun blasts he's endured along the way, was barely moving, his wooden features expressing silent defiance. Cad adjusted his hat and smirked as he approached the holding cell. "You got spunk, kid," Cad began, his voice gruff. "But you're playing in the big leagues now. The Collector's not one to be trifled with. Behave, and maybe he'll treat you like a prized flower rather than a bothersome weed." The doors of the ship opened with a hiss, revealing the bustling interior of the space station. As they stepped out, Grote seized the moment of distraction and bolted. His roots pounded the metal flooring as he made a desperate dash for freedom. Cad Bane was quick to react, pulling out his blaster and firing a stunning shot that sent bolts of electricity coursing through Grote's body. The young needy crumpled to the ground, his efforts to escape thwarted within seconds. "For a minute there, you thought you were clever, hey?" Cad drawled, holstering his weapon as he looked down at Grote, whose twitches were slowly subsiding. "Let's not make this any harder than it needs to be." He hoisted the stunned Grote over his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the station. The Collector's palace was visible in the distance, its ornate architecture a stark contrast to the makeshift, poverty-ridden structures that dominated the rest of the station. The path there was lined with workers and lowlifes, each one too absorbed in their own survival to pay much heed to another one of the Collector's acquisitions. The station itself was a mix of advanced technology and crumbling decay. Advanced mining facilities reached like tentacles towards the planet below, extracting coaxium, a highly volatile hyperfuel that powered the station and filled the Collector's coffers. Known for its energy-rich properties, coaxium is essential for fueling hyperdrives and other advanced machinery. Most of the station's populace consisted of poor workers, bound to their labor as if shackled by invisible chains. Others were criminals and outcasts, seeking refuge in the shadows of the Collector's power. It was a place of stark contrasts, wealth and poverty, freedom and oppression, all orbiting a dead planet that fed the Collector's ever-growing ambition. As Cad Bane trudged toward the palace, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the young needy over his shoulder. "Any final words, kid?" Grote silently hung over his shoulder, either unwilling or unable to speak to his captor. The bounty hunter shrugged, approaching the grand entrance of the palace. The imposing doors stood as a barrier between the known and the vast unknown of Tavan's collection. The thought of what lay beyond those doors, enslaved creatures and curiosities from across the galaxy, sent a chill even down Cad Bane's spine. Shaking it off, he adjusted his grip on Grote, preparing to deliver him into a life of captivity. Soon enough, the doors opened slowly, their creak echoing ominously as they revealed the bright interior of the palace. There, awaiting them, stood the Collector. A tall, slender figure with pale skin stretched taut over sharp cheekbones, the Collector's presence was both imposing and unnerving. His eyes, a striking shade of icy blue, surveyed his new acquisition with a discerning gaze. Insert picture of the collector here. With a thin smile playing on his lips, the collector extended a hand in greeting, his voice smooth and deep as he spoke. Welcome back. I trust the journey was not too troublesome. C-49 Holocron. After a long flight to the outer rim of the galaxy, Peter's ship exited hyperspace with a jolt, the stars realigning into distinct points as the dark void of space stretched endlessly before him. He had expected a planet, a hidden base, or a stealth ship, but instead, he was greeted by vast, unoccupied space. The coordinates he had been given led to nothing but the quiet emptiness of the galaxy. This can't be right, Peter muttered to himself, scanning the area with growing frustration. The ship he was tracking, the last link to the attackers of the needy, was nowhere to be found. A thought nagged at him, growing louder with each passing second. Could the information they left behind have been a decoy? He wondered aloud, his suspicion mounting. The mission had only just begun, yet it already felt like it was slipping through his fingers. With his fingers drumming against the console, Peter considered his options. The emptiness of space before him seemed to mock his efforts, telling him to head back home. Just as he was about to reluctantly set a course back to Coruscant, as he had nothing to go by if the information was fake, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Hold on a second, Peter muttered once again, pulling out his day top hat and setting it on his lap. He closed his eyes, letting the force flow through him, and reached out with his mind to touch the circuits within the device. Hopefully this works. Using his novice skills in Mechadiru, a grey technique that allowed interaction with machines through the force, Peter delved into the false ship data stored on the day top hat. Each line of encrypted code whispered secrets, slowly unraveling under his focused attention. After what felt like an eternity compressed into half an hour, Peter's eyes snapped open, a triumphant smile playing across his face. Gotcha, he whispered, as the real identification code and navigation coordinates blinked into existence on the screen. Without wasting a moment, Peter punched the new coordinates into the navigation computer. The ship hummed to life as it prepared to jump into hyperspace once again. Let's see where you really went, he said to himself, feeling a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation. The stars turned to streaks as Peter's ship shot through hyperspace, racing towards the true location of the mysterious ship, which thankfully, wasn't very far away either. With the ship underway, Peter put his headphones back on and pressed play, smiling at how truly fitting the next song was. Police Cars Revolving Light. Play Rocket Man by Elton John. Police Cars Revolving Light. She packed my bags last night, pre-flight. 0 hour, 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the Earth so much, I miss my wife. It's lonely out in space. On such a timeless flight. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh, no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. Burning out his fuse up here alone. After another hour of travel, the dull roar of the hyperspace engines tapered off into an eerie silence as Peter's ship emerged into the normal expanse of space yet again. But this time he wasn't greeted by emptiness. Before him lay a dead planet, half-excavated, orbited by a massive space station that clawed at the planet's resources with relentless mechanical efficiency. Peter watched in awe and sadness, the force pulsing a somber reminder of the planet's long demise, its carcass still plundered in death. The Sith would like it here, Peter muttered, feeling a cold resonance with the desolate scene. Shaking off his melancholy, Peter guided his ship towards the space station, lining up to land on one of the designated pads. As he disembarked, his lightsaber at his hip and his hammer resting on his shoulder, Peter locked up behind him just in time for two rough-looking aliens to approach. One brandished a blaster, waving it menacingly at Peter's ship. You gotta pay a fee for landing here, the armed alien grunted, his eyes darting around, checking for any signs of trouble. Peter raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Are you guys guards? Police? He asked, his tone dripping with skepticism. Are you gonna pay up or what? I ain't got all day, the alien retorted, taking a step forward and pressing his blaster against Peter's chin. Peter surveyed the gathering crowd, sensing their anticipation of a spectacle. With a subtle wave of his hand, he spoke in a low voice so they couldn't hear him. I've already paid you, he suggested calmly. The two aliens repeated his words back, their expressions turning dull and subdued. The blaster lowered. Now, run along, Peter directed, his voice still calm and authoritative. As they turned to leave, as if recalling something, he called out, "Wait!" They stopped, still under the influence of the mind trick. Peter closed the distance, whispering so only they could hear. "Why don't you two find a nice secluded alleyway and think about your lives? If you objectively think that you deserve it, then go ahead and blow your brains out, okay?" Nodding dumbly, the pair shuffled off towards an alley, leaving behind a disappointed crowd murmuring about the anticlimactic resolution. Walking off, Peter started checking all of the landing pads one by one, searching for the ship detailed in his briefing. As he distanced himself from the scene, suddenly, 2 blaster shots echoed faintly near his landing pad, followed quickly by a rush of footsteps and then screams as the bodies were discovered. I guess they judged themselves guilty. Ignoring the commotion, Peter focused on the mission at hand. It didn't take long for Peter to find the ship he was looking for. "The Justifier, found you," he muttered. With a deep breath, Peter reached out with his senses, a technique Master Yoda had honed with him over many sessions. He felt for the residue of life, for any lingering signatures that might guide him, but the force was strangely silent around the ship. "No one's home," he thought, as he could sense that the vessel was empty, void of life except for a single maintenance droid sweeping the cargo bay. The lack of a living presence was a minor setback, but not a deterrent. Opening his eyes, Peter activated one of his newer abilities, force tracking, which Master Yondu had insisted would be crucial for his missions. Almost immediately, glowing footprints appeared on the metallic floor, starting from the ship's loading bay and weaving through the station's throng of residents. At first, there were 2 distinct sets of prints, one markedly less humanoid than the other, suggesting the presence of something or someone unusual. Possibly a needy. Peter wondered. Curious, Peter was about to follow the glowing trail, but before proceeding, he glanced back at the Justifier, a contemplative frown etching his face. Extending his hand, Peter focused his energy, and with a forceful gesture, unleashed a powerful burst of telekinesis directed at the ship's engines. The air crackled with energy as invisible forces tore into the machinery, rendering the engines inoperable with a series of sparks and smoky hisses. Satisfied that his foes wouldn't easily escape, Peter turned his attention back to the task at hand, his eyes narrowing as he navigated through the dense crowd. The less humanoid prints veered off abruptly, stopping short as if the creature had been picked up and carried. After that, the remaining set of footprints continued alone, growing fainter as they approached the heart of the station. The trail led Peter all the way from the outer reaches of the city to its very center, and along the way, Peter got a good feel for the space station as a whole. On one hand, there were areas of advanced technology and relative opulence, and on the other, zones that teemed with poverty and desperation. It was a place of survival, where the daily grind left little room for compassion or justice. Ugh! I don't like this place. He frowned as he passed yet another group of homeless people, their bodies nothing but skin and bones. Finally, after a few minutes of tracking, the footprints led Peter to a grand structure in the center of the station, the palace. It stood out like a sore thumb among the surrounding decay, its elaborate architecture and ornate decorations a clear display of wealth and power in a place that knew too much poverty. Standing before the palace's massive gates, Peter paused, taking in the opulent sight with a mix of awe and disgust. Should I just knock? He wondered, but quickly decided against it. Avoiding the grand front entrance, which would be heavily guarded and locked, Peter circled around the palace, where he found a less conspicuous service entrance. It was subtly tucked away behind the shadow of a towering statue, used primarily by palace staff for quiet deliveries and discreet exits. The door was secured with a digital keypad, a challenge Peter was prepared to meet. Placing his hand near the keypad, he felt the internal circuits as if they were extensions of his own nerves. He whispered softly under his breath, coaxing the circuits to rewire themselves, to bypass the security protocol that barred his entry. A moment passed in silent communion with the machine, then, with a satisfying click, the lock disengaged. Peter opened the door just enough to slip through and found himself in a dimly lit corridor. Using the darkness as his ally, he moved with quiet determination, melding into the shadows as he navigated the lesser-known pathways of the palace. The place was like a labyrinth of strange opulence. Luxurious tapestries, paintings, and other expensive-looking decorations hung beside cages that imprisoned rare species of animals. Peter moved cautiously, using the shadows to his advantage, his steps silent on the plush carpet. Why does this place seem oddly familiar? As he crept deeper into the palace, the muted sounds of a transaction in progress reached his ears. Ducking behind a towering statue of some ancient alien being, Peter peered into the main gallery where the Collector and Cad Bane were concluding their dealings. Instantly, a wave of recognition hit him as he spotted the two figures. The Collector, a figure Peter knew well from the Marvel movies of his past life, was as eerie and meticulously groomed as ever. His presence was marked by an unsettling calm, his every movement precise and calculated. Beside him, Cad Bane stood out with his distinctive blue skin and red eyes, a notorious bounty hunter whose reputation extended even to the Jedi back on Coruscant. Peter watched, hidden in the shadows, as the Collector handed over a case filled with golden credits to Cad Bane. 200,000, as agreed, the Collector's smooth voice floated across the room, laden with a menacing undercurrent. Cad Bane nodded, his face expressionless. "Pleasure doing business with you, as always," he said, his voice gruff. "The pleasure is all mine," the Collector said, smiling as he gestured toward the door. "Let me show you out." But before doing so, he turned to the side and ordered, "Karina, take my newest showpiece to its display case. I'll join you in just a moment." Karina nodded, her voice soft yet clear, "Yes, master." Following her voice, Peter's eyes drifted to a sight that tightened his chest with a mix of shock and recognition, Groot. The tree-like creature was restrained and being wheeled away by Karina, the Collector's pink-skinned slave girl. Insert picture of Karina here. Didn't she try to steal the Power Stone to escape the Collector, but accidentally kill herself in the process? Peter recalled her movie counterpart's fate. As the two men exited, Peter seized the moment, his decision made. He would not only attempt to rescue Groot but perhaps Karina as well, if fate allowed. He darted quietly from his hiding spot and followed Karina's path, blending into the shadows like a ghost. As Peter hurried after them, suddenly, a glint from one of the many shelves lining the room caught his eye, an object distinctly out of place among the bizarre and exotic collections. A grey-colored holocron, its angular, illuminated design unmistakably calling to him. "It's actually a holocron." Peter was shocked, as he'd only heard about them in legends. Despite the urgency of the situation, the sight of it made him pause. Glancing briefly at Karina and Groot moving further out of the room, Peter made a swift decision. He reached out, grabbed the holocron, and rushed to catch up to them, his actions smooth and practiced. But as he stepped out of the room, an alarm abruptly pierced the silence. Immediately, the room was sealed shut with a heavy thud of thick metal doors locking automatically. Peter froze in place, the holocron now a burning weight in his hand. Soon enough, he found himself face to face with Karina and Groot, who had stopped at the sound of the alarm and were now staring back at him in confusion and fear. Karina's eyes widened as she took in Peter, standing awkwardly with the stolen holocron in hand. Groot, who could only express himself so much, muttered a hopeful, "I am Groot." Peter, caught in the act, managed a sheepish grin. "Oops," he offered, his voice a mix of embarrassment and resignation. "C50 a good dog." The grand doors of the palace opened with a soft thud before Cad Bane as the Collector escorted him to the exit. The dimly lit hallways of the palace were lined with ancient artifacts and oddities, each telling stories of civilizations long forgotten. The Collector smiled cordially as they paused at the door. "I might have another job for you soon, something delicate, requiring your particular set of skills." Bane raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "I'm listening." "Let's just say it involves retrieving an item of significant value from a rather well-guarded location," the Collector explained, his voice lowering to ensure privacy. "I'll send the details to your communicator within the week." "Sounds interesting," Bane replied, his tone unreadable behind his usual cool demeanor. "Send the details, and I'll consider it as long as the pay is good." "Isn't it always?" The Collector smirked, extending his hand. "Until then, Mr. Bane." With a firm shake, Cad Bane turned to leave but froze as the piercing scream of alarm filled the air. The grand doors of the palace slammed shut with a resounding clank, the security systems engaging and locking them both inside abruptly. The Collector paused, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he turned to face Bane. Clearly, an intruder had penetrated the palace, even triggering his collection's security system. "This isn't your doing, is it?" he inquired, his voice cold and calm, despite the chaos that was beginning to ensue around them. Composed, Bane flicked his wide-brimmed hat back with a finger and smirked. "Now, why would I ruin a perfectly good business relationship?" he retorted. His hand subtly drifted towards the blaster holstered at his side. The Collector's gaze followed Bane's movement, his eyes sharp. "Perhaps my generous payment wasn't enough?" he suggested, his tone dripping with suspicion. Around them, the sounds of security measures activating echoed through the opulent corridors. "I've got what I came for," Bane replied coolly, lifting his case full of credits, his other hand now firmly on the grip of his blaster. "But if you'd like some help with your sudden, lockdown situation, then I might be willing to assist, for a price, of course." The collector's eyes gleamed with a mixture of irritation and opportunity. "What do you want, bounty hunter?" he asked, stepping backward, his own hand inching towards a concealed weapon beneath his jacket. Bane's blue lips curled into a grin. "Triple the usual fee," he declared, his eyes never leaving the collector. "And I'll take care of whatever rats might be skulking around your prized collection." "Triple?" The collector scoffed, then sighed as he looked around at the sealed doors and flashing lights. "Fine. But this better be worth it." Without missing a beat, Cad Bane drew his blaster and spun around, his movements fluid and practiced. "Come on. Let's find your little thieves," he said, walking off back the way they came. The collector followed after him, his footsteps echoing on the marble floor, a mixture of urgency and irritation in his stride. Meanwhile, Peter stood in the dimly lit room, alarm bells ringing in his ears, while his eyes darted between Karina and Grote. The heavy metal doors had slammed shut behind him, sealing their fates together at least for the moment. Grote's hopeful gaze was fixed on Peter, the soft whisper of "I am Grote," seeming like a hopeful plea for rescue. Karina, however, trembled slightly, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. She glanced nervously at the hollow cron in Peter's hand, then at the sealed doors, as if expecting her master to burst through at any moment. Hi," Peter started awkwardly, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I'm Peter." "Look, I know this looks bad," he said, giving a nervous chuckle. "But I'm here to help. I can get both of you out of here, but we have to move quickly." Grote perked up, his eyes brightening at the prospect of freedom. He nodded eagerly and chimed in with enthusiasm, "I am Grote." Karina, on the other hand, backed away, her gaze flickering between Peter, the exit, and the hollow cron in his grasp. "You shouldn't have taken that," she whispered, her voice shaky. "If you're caught, he'll kill you. And if I help you, he'll kill me too." Peter's expression softened. "I get it, I do. But staying here isn't going to end well for you either." He took a cautious step toward her, trying to bridge the gap not just in distance but in trust. "I can get you out of here. You just have to trust me." Grote mumbled again, "I am Grote," his tone slightly more insistent as he strained against his bindings. Ignoring Grote's interruption, Karina shook her head vigorously. "No, you don't understand. He's merciless. I can't." Her eyes suddenly fixed on an antique blaster displayed on a nearby pedestal. In a swift, desperate motion, she grabbed it, pointing the shaky weapon at Peter. Peter raised his eyebrows, his stance calm despite the threat. "Karina, you don't want to do this," he said gently, his voice a soothing contrast to the piercing alarms. Karina's hands trembled, tears brimming in her eyes as she struggled with her fear and the weight of the blaster. I have to try," she whispered. "I have no choice." Just as she pulled the trigger, Peter used the force to nudge the blaster upward as it fired. The shot echoed harmlessly against the ceiling, scattering dust and fragments of stone. And in a fluid motion, Peter closed the distance, his hand reaching out to gently push her wrist, directing the weapon away as he maneuvered her into a gentle but firm hold, easing her to the ground. As Karina collapsed, the weapon clattered to the floor. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs, the fight draining out of her as the reality of her helplessness washed over. Peter turned his attention to Grote, who was still watching him with that same hopeful expression. "Let's get you out of these," he murmured, moving to unlock Grote's restraints. The high-tech metal chains fell away, clinking softly against the floor. "I am Grote," Grote said, a note of gratitude in his voice as he stretched his limbs, free at last. Peter looked back at Karina, who was now watching him, her expression a mix of awe and fear. "We're going to get out of here, Karina. And you can come with us. Wouldn't you like to leave this hellhole and be free?" He extended his hand to her, an offer of hope and a promise of a new start. Karina stared at it, her fear slowly giving way to a hesitant resolve. But before she could decide, the distinct sound of approaching footsteps echoed down the corridor, signaling the imminent arrival of her master. Karina's eyes darted between Peter and the sealed doors. The pounding of her heart matched the distant thuds of her master's approaching steps. Panic flickered across her face, and with a sudden burst of fear-driven energy, she pushed Peter's hand away. "Just go," she urged, her voice cracking. "You need to run now." Peter sighed, his expression softening as he saw the depth of her despair. "I'm not leaving without you," he said firmly. Initially, he had been prepared to escape with Groot alone if necessary, but not now. Not after seeing her this broken and terrified. Turning to Groot, who stood ready at his side, Peter clutched his hammer in one hand and the hollow crown in the other. "You ready to fight?" he asked, his tone light but serious. Groot's response was immediate and fierce. "I am Groot," he bellowed, branches bristling with the readiness for battle. He longed for a confrontation with Cad Bane, the hunter who had slaughtered his people and captured him. Karina, now on her knees, began pleading. "Please, just leave me and go." Her voice was desperate, tears streaking down her pink face. But before Peter could reply, the heavy doors flew open with a resounding clang, revealing Cad Bane, his blaster already drawn, and the Collector, his eyes narrowing at the sight before him. The Collector's gaze locked onto the hollow crown in Peter's hand, then flicked to Ronan's hammer and the lightsaber hanging off his waist, recognition dawning in his eyes. Cad Bane, too, recognized Peter, a flicker of recognition crossing his features as he recalled the video of Peter and Master Windu's battle with Ronan. "Padawan Quill," Cad muttered, his tone unreadable but laced with a hint of anticipation, his grip on his pistol tightening. The Collector, having caught the tail end of Karina's desperate plea to Peter, hissed venomously, "You're helping thieves now, Karina." His voice, sharp and cold, cut through the rising tension, his anger pointedly directed at her. "After everything I've done for you." Karina's voice was barely a whisper as she begged for mercy, her body trembling. "Please, no." Without a hint of hesitation, the Collector pulled out a small remote and pressed a button. The thin metal collar around Karina's neck beeped ominously before unleashing a cruel shock. "Ah!" she screamed, her body convulsing as the electric current coursed through her. Peter stood over her, his eyes blazing with fury as he witnessed Karina's torment. The sight of her convulsing on the floor, her body racked with electric shocks, ignited a fire within him. With a firm grip, he raised Ronan's hammer, the artifact glowing an eerie purple. The air hummed with energy as he aimed at the Collector, the hammer suddenly discharging a powerful, invisible blast. Suddenly, the Collector cried out in agony as the concussive force hit his hand, snapping it backward. The remote clattered to the ground, its casing broken under the stress, instantly ceasing its cruel punishment on Karina. Heavy breathing, she gasped for air, the residual pain still echoing through her body as she lay trembling on the cold floor. "Arg!" Screaming in pain, the Collector clutched his mangled hand, now dangling uselessly by his side. His eyes, filled with rage and shock, locked on Peter. "Kill him, Bane! Kill him now!" he bellowed, voice echoing ominously through the high-ceilinged chamber. Without hesitation, Cad Bane aimed his blaster and opened fire. Peter, anticipating the attack, swiftly positioned himself in front of Karina, swatting the bolts away with his hammer. "I am Groot." Groot, his eyes flaring with rage at the sight of his parents' killer, transformed his arms into sharp spears and lunged toward Bane, who narrowly rolled away, evading the wooden barrage. Amidst the chaos, Peter quickly stashed the hollow crown into his pocket and knelt beside Karina. With a gentle touch, he caressed the metal collar. His fingers glowed faintly for just a moment, deactivating the device. With a soft clink, the collar detached and fell to the ground, signifying Karina's newfound freedom. Karina looked up at Peter, her eyes wide with disbelief and gratitude. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, thank you so much." On the other side, the Collector, despite his excruciating pain, scrambled for a gun-shaped syringe from his pocket, jabbing it into his mangled hand. A sharp hiss followed as the liquid inside worked miraculously, knitting the bones and tissues back together until his hand was as good as new. Fueled by a mix of adrenaline and synthetic healing agents, the Collector drew a hidden blaster and fired at Peter. Sensing the imminent danger, Peter leaned back smoothly, dodging the blaster bolt that whizzed past his face. "Find somewhere to hide," he instructed Karina softly, his eyes turning to her former master. "I'll handle this, and then we're out of here together, okay?" Overwhelmed but trusting, Karina nodded and scrambled to find cover in the chaos. The Collector, now healed, sneered as he fired again. But Peter, with a confident smirk, drew his lightsaber from his hip and ignited the glowing black blade, swatting the blaster bolt away. "That's not all you've got, Right. He taunted, the light from his saber casting eerie shadows on the walls. Meanwhile, as their standoff intensified, a curious whining and scratching sound could be heard from the corner of the room. There, in a sealed glass cage, a Labrador dog dressed in a Soviet Union spacesuit clawed desperately at the enclosure, its eyes pleading for freedom. Insert picture of Cosmo here. C51 gotta pee. The piercing sound of blaster fire echoed through the palace's ornate halls as Groot and Cad Bane faced off. Groot's thirst for vengeance and Bane's cold professional resolve set the stage for a fierce confrontation. Bane eyed the tree before him. Kid, you really don't want to do this. Just sit back and enjoy the rest of your time here. It's better than dying, I can assure you. Groot's bark-like skin bristled, his stance widening as he prepared for the attack. I am Groot. He bellowed, the intensity of his voice reflecting his deep-seated anger and sorrow. Bane, undeterred, smirked beneath his wide-brimmed hat, his hands gripping the twin blasters that had brought so much grief to Groot's life. I'll take that as a refusal. With a sudden burst, Bane activated his rocket boots, propelling himself upward. The whirring sound filled the room as he aimed down, squeezing the triggers. The twin blasts of blue energy shot towards Groot, who responded by thickening his limbs, his arms morphing into a shield of interlocking twigs. The blaster bolts struck the shield, creating a shower of sparks that sizzled against Groot's natural armor. Unscathed but angered, Groot extended his arms, transforming them into long, whip-like tendrils that shot out and snaked toward his opponent. The bounty hunter dodged nimbly, his boots allowing him to dance in the air, though he couldn't stay in the air for too long as they needed to recharge between each use. Bane landed smoothly, his boots kicking up a cloud of dust. I gave you a chance, kid, but I can't waste time with you anymore. I got a job to do. From his left gauntlet, which he pointed in Groot's direction, he deployed a cloud of knockout gas. Groot's eyes widened as he retracted his tendrils and held his breath, an instinctive response despite not requiring air in the conventional sense. Through blurred vision, Groot charged forward, his massive form barreling towards Bane and out of the cloud of gas. Cad Bane, quick on his draw, fired a whipcord from his right gauntlet. The cord wrapped around Groot's arm. With a sharp tug, Bane hoped to topple him. However, Groot's strength was formidable. Instead of falling, he yanked back, pulling Bane towards him. As Bane flew forward, he managed a controlled roll, coming up with blasters aimed. He fired, the bolts striking Groot in the shoulder and thigh. The wood splintered and smoked under the assault, and Groot roared in pain. But with resilience born of his nature, the damaged areas began to slowly regrow, bark knitting together before the bounty hunter's eyes. I am Groot. He roared, pain and resolve mingling in his tone. With a sudden surge, he enlarged his right arm, swinging it with all his might at Bane. The hit connected, sending the bounty hunter crashing against the wall. His armor clattered, but Bane was not down yet. Using his jet boots, Bane soared upwards again, but this time Groot was ready. With precision, Groot morphed his left arm, thinning and sharpening it into a long spear. As Bane hovered within distance, Groot thrust forward, impaling his limb through Bane's left arm. Arg! Bane screamed, a rare loss of composure, as a wide spearhead severed his arm from the elbow. Blood spurted wildly, painting the walls in stark red. Clutching his stump, Bane's face contorted with rage and agony as he used his remaining arm to take aim and fire at Groot, hitting his spear-like arm in retaliation. I am Groot, Groot said solemnly, looking at the fallen limbs his enemies and his own, which had also been severed from a precise blaster shot. With Bane weakened and reeling, he wasn't able to stay in the air for long, so Groot didn't hesitate. He advanced, towering over the injured bounty hunter. Bane, defiant to the end, raised his remaining hand, his blaster shaking. I am Groot. Groot proclaimed as his severed limb regrew in an instant and shot out, fast and unstoppable, piercing through Bane's chest. The bounty hunter gasped, his eyes wide with shock and pain as he looked down at the wooden spear arm protruding from his torso. I am Groot, Groot whispered, this time his voice carrying a note of finality and sorrow for all of his loved ones who were taken from him, his neighbors, his family, his friends, everyone. As Bane slumped to the ground, his life fading, Groot retracted his blood-covered arm. The room fell silent but for the distant sounds of chaos. Bane coughed, struggling to speak, his voice barely a rasp as he muttered, guess I wasn't quick enough this time. Watch your back, kid. With those final words, his eyes dimmed, and the notorious bounty hunter was no more. Standing over Bane, Groot let out a deep, mournful sound. His duty was complete, his family avenged, but the victory felt hollow, as he had no one left to celebrate it with. Meanwhile, as Groot was avenging his people, Peter Quill and the Collector faced each other, ready for the impending conflict. Alarms echoed through the hallways, adding a shrill backdrop to the already intense atmosphere. Peter, gripping Ronan's hammer in his left hand and his black lightsaber in his right, eyed his surroundings warily, unsure what his opponent had hidden up his sleeve. The Collector stood confidently, his hand gripping his blaster while the other went into his pocket. "Last chance to give up peacefully," Peter called out, his voice echoing slightly in the expansive room. The Collector merely smirked, pulling out yet another remote from his pocket. "You think you can just walk into my home and do whatever you want? I've prepared for far worse than you, Jedi." As the words left his mouth, a series of turrets emerged from the ceiling and walls, their barrels glinting ominously in the dim light. Peter reacted instantly, leaping to the side as a barrage of laser fire stitched the space where he had just stood. Rolling to his feet, he used the force to hurl a nearby statue toward the turrets, smashing several into sparks and twisted metal. The Collector, not to be outdone, activated the bracelet on his wrist, sending a shockwave of energy toward Peter, who braced himself, channeling the force to enhance his agility. He flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the blast, which shattered an ancient-looking vase in his place. Landing gracefully, Peter thrust his hammer-wielding hand forward, sending a bolt of Sith lightning towards the Collector. The older man laughed maniacally. "You'll have to do better," he taunted, as he tapped another button, releasing energy shields around himself, which blocked the attack. Peter charged, swinging Ronan's electrified hammer with a powerful arc, which emitted a lightning-fueled concussive blast toward the Collector. The energy shields flickered for a moment but held firm under the assault, negating it completely. The Collector retaliated by deploying a drone from his collection, which fired an energized net designed to entangle Peter. But with a swift slice of his lightsaber, he cut through the net, yet the distraction allowed the Collector to close in, an ancient-looking sword seemingly appearing in his hand out of nowhere. The two clashed fiercely, the sound of metal against lightsaber filling the room as sparks flew. The Collector, surprisingly adept in combat, managed a few close swipes that Peter narrowly parried, his lightsaber unable to slice through the Collector's weapon. "Why does everyone I face have a sword or spear that I can't cut through?" Peter thought, an annoyed look on his face. Soon enough, the fight grew more brutal and desperate. The Collector used his knowledge of his lair to his advantage, continually forcing Peter into defensive positions with cleverly hidden traps and ambushes from his automated systems. Despite Peter's force abilities and combat skills, the onslaught began to wear him down. As Peter stumbled back from a particularly aggressive exchange, the Collector seized the opportunity to activate a powerful gravitational field around him, pinning his opponent to the ground. Struggling against the overwhelming force, Peter's muscles screamed in protest. It was then that Karina, who was hidden in the shadows up until now, found her resolve. She stepped out, her hands shaking but determined, and aimed a stolen blaster at her former master. "Let him go!" she screamed, her voice cracking in fear. The Collector simply turned, activating an energy shield just as she fired. The blaster bolts harmlessly splattered against the shield, missing its target. "You fool! Do you think you're a hero now, Karina? Might I remind you that you are a slave, my slave, an object I purchased to serve me, nothing more, nothing less." He sneered, his words cutting through the chaos. "And when this is all over, I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me. The depths of my collection hold tortures you can't even imagine." Karina's resolve wavered under the weight of his threats, but she held the blaster steady, her eyes hardening with determination. "I'm not afraid of you anymore," she shouted back, her voice gaining strength. The Collector laughed, a hollow, menacing sound that echoed off the walls. "Brave words for someone so utterly powerless. You'll learn, my dear, that betrayal comes with a price, one far costlier than you can pay." Just then, Peter, fueled by the Collector's cruelty, seized the moment thanks to Karina's distraction. Summoning the depths of his power, he employed one of his newer abilities, Dark Aura, and suddenly, he was enveloped in a swirling, shadowy, lightning-charged mist. This not only shielded him from view but also amplified his strength, allowing him to break free from the gravitational pull with a surge of dark energy. Cloaked in the eerie aura, Peter moved unseen across the room, his approach silent and swift. He reappeared just behind the Collector, lightsaber ignited and pulsing in his hand. With a precise and powerful thrust, he drove the glowing black blade through the collector's energy shield and into his exposed back. The shield flickered and failed as the collector gasped, his insides cooking at a rapid pace, the realization of his defeat and inevitable death etched across his face. As he fell, his threats turned to bloody gurgles, his plans for revenge unfulfilled. "You!" he choked out, his eyes widening in shock. Peter withdrew his lightsaber, watching as the collector collapsed to the ground before turning to Karina, who was staring in stunned silence. "It's over," he said softly, his voice filled with fatigue and relief. Karina nodded slowly, her gaze flickering between the fallen collector and Peter. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a mixture of gratitude and disbelief. Peter looked over at her, nodding with a tired smile, the weight of their ordeal momentarily lifting. But before he could respond, the heavy, rhythmic thumps of Groot's approach echoed through the chamber. Peter turned, raising an eyebrow as he took in Groot's appearance, his bark stained dark with Cad Bane's blood. "That doesn't look like just a scratch. Bane didn't make it, hey?" he asked, his tone a mix of concern and curiosity. Groot shook his head, branches rustling softly. "I am Groot," he replied solemnly, the depth of his voice conveying a sense of finality. Peter nodded in understanding, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. "You avenged your people. That's what counts." Meanwhile, Karina stepped closer to Groot, pulling out a small handkerchief. She began gently wiping the blood from his wooden body. Groot's expression shifted, an almost bashful look crossing his features as he endured her fussing, unable to look Karina in the eyes. Peter chuckled at the sight, but otherwise remained silent. "Looks like someone has a crush." Sadly, their light, happy moment was cut short when a robotic voice suddenly blared through the palace's speaker system. "Self-destruct sequence initiated. T-60 seconds." As the countdown started, the collector's strained, raspy laugh filled the room. Turning, they saw him barely alive, the remote still clutched in his trembling hand. "You think you've won?" he wheezed. "We'll all go down together." Peter's face hardened as he lifted Ronan's hammer and, with a swift motion, unleashed a concussive blast that snapped the collector's neck instantly. The villain's lifeless body slumped, the controller slipping from his grasp. While Groot and Karina began to panic, Peter walked over coolly and picked up the remote. He closed his eyes, focusing as he channeled Mechadiru, allowing him to manipulate the device. The room fell silent, every second stretching endlessly as the countdown ominously continued. 10. 9. 8. Peter's brow furrowed in concentration, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he worked against the clock. 3. 2. Just as one was about to escape the speakers, Peter exhaled sharply and opened his eyes. "Got it. Self-destruct sequence deactivated. All systems returning to standby mode." The countdown halted, the digital display frozen just before disaster. Sighs of relief filled the room, the tension dissipating instantly. But once again, their moment of peace was short-lived. A sudden bark echoed through the now quiet room, drawing their curious glances towards a glass case. Inside, a Labrador in a Russian spacesuit wagged its tail excitedly. Peter squinted, his face a mask of disbelief and amusement as he stepped closer. "Cosmo." The dog looked up with intelligent eyes as the collar around its neck spoke in a female voice with a distinctly Russian accent, "Please, comrade, could you let me out? I really need to pee. C52 new king in town." The sound of a Russian accented plea filled the quiet that had just settled over the room, turning heads towards the glass case where Cosmo the dog, still clad in her quaint Soviet space suit, was bouncing eagerly. "Please, comrade, could you let me out? I really need to pee." Peter Quill glanced at the Labrador with a bemused expression, feigning confusion. "A talking dog? Are you from Earth?" he asked, stepping closer to inspect the space-suited canine more closely. Cosmo nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, are you from Earth as well?" She tilted her head, a curious glint in her eyes. "From your accent, I'd guess you're a capitalist American scum? My owners used to talk about you people all the time." Peter held back a laugh, detecting no malice in her tone, just a parroting of past conversations. "Yet," he replied, trying to keep the mood light. "And based on your accent, I'd guess you're a communist Russian dog," he teased, a playful smirk playing on his lips. "Yes, I am Cosmo," she declared with a wag of her tail, completely missing the irony in Peter's response. "I see," Peter chuckled, charmed by her oblivious nature. It's nice to meet another Earthling here. He smiled down at her. I'm Peter, by the way. Before they could continue, Karina stepped forward, her tone informative as she explained. The collector found Cosmo in a primitive rocket, in the middle of space, and decided to add her to his collection. She underwent enhancements here: increased intelligence, telekinesis, durability, and a prolonged lifespan. Her collar translates her thoughts into speech, which is how we're able to communicate with her. Peter turned back to Cosmo. Did the Russians just shoot you up into space alone? Yes, Cosmo nodded her cute little head, a somber whine escaping her throat. They put me on a rocket, knowing full well I never could return and I would either starve out in space, or die in a fiery ball of death. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Peter frowned. I am Groot. Groot seemed saddened by her admission as well. Cosmo pawed at the glass again, her voice taking on a whining tone that tugged at the heartstrings. Please, can I come out now? Nodding, Peter placed his hand on the control panel beside the case. Focusing for a moment, his hand took on a dull glow, and seconds later, the glass slid open. Cosmo didn't waste a second, she darted out like a bullet, nose to the ground, sniffing around urgently for a suitable spot. The room was silent except for the soft ticking of her claws on the stone floor until she halted in front of another display case. With no further ado, she lifted her leg and relieved herself. As the sound of trickling echoed off the walls, a deep, raspy voice with a thick New York accent cut through the silence. Hey! What did I tell you about pissing on my case? Bad dog. Very bad dog. Walking over, Peter, Karina, and Groot found an anthropomorphic duck, martini in hand, clad in a silk robe, glaring out from his own enclosure at the disrespect being shown to his residents. Insert picture of Howard the Duck here. Cosmo, taken aback by the reprimand, never before having been called a bad dog, lowered her ears, looking guiltily at the puddle she'd made. Yet, her voice conveyed a touch of indignation as she retorted, I'm not a bad dog. I just really had to go. Walking up to Howard's case, avoiding the puddle of dog pee, Peter couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of the situation. First a talking dog and now a talking duck. My life just got even weirder than it already was. He crouched down to meet Howard's eye level, finding the duck visibly peeved. What are you looking at? Howard asked, his voice gruff, the annoyance palpable even through the glass. A talking duck. Peter replied simply. Damn right. Howard nodded, sipping his martini as he turned to Karina. Hey, baby. Do you want to see what this beak can do? You know, once you go duck, you'll always get a good foo. I am Groot. Groot interrupted with a glare, taking a protective step in front of Karina, who seemed confused. Whoa, let's all just calm down, okay? Ignoring Howard's disgruntled remarks from his display case, Peter rested a hand on Groot's shoulder, calming him down. He really does have a crush on her, doesn't he? Suddenly, as Groot calmed, an idea began to crystallize in Peter's mind, an audacious plan that sparked a mischievous gleam in his eye. Hey, Karina, he called over his shoulder, do we have, like, a list of everything here? Karina, who had been watching him with a measured curiosity, nodded and retrieved a sleek data pad from her robe. Everything is catalogued here, she said, handing it to him. Taking the data pad, Peter thumbed through the digital files, his expression a mix of wonder and calculation. Groot peered over his shoulder, his eyes widening at the images of strange and powerful artifacts flashing across the screen. Peter's thoughts raced. The Guardians had bought their own space station from the Collector in another life, another story. Why not here? Why not him? We could actually run this place, he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. Of course, Peter had no intention of keeping any of the living beings from the Collector's collection. In fact, he planned to set them free, unless they posed a significant danger if released. I'll have to carefully go over all of the files. As Peter turned to leave, planning to explore the palace and fully piece together his plans, Howard's voice carried across the room, tinged with indignation. Hey! You let the mangy dog out, but what about me? What, are you racist or something? Ducks are people too, you know. Peter paused, half turning to look back at the irate duck. I'll be back to check on you in a bit, he called back, a hint of amusement in his tone. Gotta see what we're working with first. And as Peter strode off, Groot and Karina followed closely behind, eager to see what he was up to. Cosmo, tail wagging, shot Howard a smug look before trotting after Peter. Her nose was held high, elated to be free from her cage and equally pleased to see Howard still confined. After all, no one gets away with calling her a bad dog. Shortly after his tour of the palace concluded, inside the late collector's study, Peter perused the digital files on the sleek datapad Karina had given him. There's so much junk on this list, like what the hell is a Crylopian trash bundle? He thought, Cosmo snuggling up at his feet, her tongue hanging out as she panted contentedly. Peter's eyes flicked across the screen, meticulously categorizing the living beings in the collection. Fomalhautes, Papupians, Zeronians, Herctarians, Kylorians, Frost Giants, Chitauri, Dark Elves, and even a sovereign cocoon, whatever the hell that is. He was determined to release those that weren't dangerous, a promise to himself and to his newfound sense of responsibility as the new owner of this odd assortment of galactic treasures. Grote, exhausted from his recent ordeal, was sprawled out on a nearby couch, snoring softly, his wooden fingers twitching occasionally in sleep. As he slept, suddenly, the door slid open with a soft whoosh, and Karina entered, her steps soft against the marble floor. In her hands, she carried a steaming mug and another datapad, which she offered to Peter. "Thought you might need a boost," she said, handing him the drink before presenting the second datapad with a slightly hesitant gesture. Peter accepted the mug, sipping cautiously, then looked at the new datapad with a raised eyebrow. "What's this for?" "If you're planning to take over the collector's role," Karina explained, "you should be aware of everything that it entails. This contains information about the Tavan Group." Peter scrolled through the new files, his brow furrowing as he read about the numerous shady dealings, smuggling, black market auctions, and worse, much worse. The Tavan Group is basically the collector's criminal empire, which is deeply entrenched in the galaxy's underworld, a fact that makes Peter uneasy. He quickly made up his mind, stashing the datapad away. "Sorry, but I'm not interested in running a crime syndicate," he declared firmly. "I just want the station. That's all." Karina nodded, clearly relieved by his decision. "Understandable, but you should know others might come looking to claim what the collector left behind. Not just the Tavan Group, but the Hutts have been interested in his collection and the coaxium mining operation for a very long time." Peter's response was a nonchalant shrug. "That's certainly worrying, but have you seen the kind of security and artifacts we've got here? Just the security system alone should be enough to scare away any potential invaders." Though visibly apprehensive, Karina nodded. "Just be cautious, Peter." He saw the worry etched on her face and softened his tone. "Hey, Karina, if you want to leave, you can. I'm not about keeping people against their will here." No, to his surprise, Karina shook her head emphatically. "I want to stay. I want to help you make this place something good. And I want to repay your kindness." "All right then," Peter said, allowing himself a small smile. He paused, then asked another question that had been nagging at him, "Does this place have a deed of ownership or something?" Karina chuckled, a sound that echoed slightly in the vast room. "This is the farthest end of the outer rim, Peter. There are no Republic laws here, no documents. The strong take what they want. The collector was strong, so he owned no here. Now, he's gone, and you're here. So, I just take over? Just like that?" Peter's voice was a mix of amusement and incredulity. "Exactly like that," Karina confirmed with a nod. Peter stood, stretching his legs and glancing around the opulent study. "Well then, since we're the strong ones now, why don't we start cleaning this place up, shall we?" Minutes later, Peter stood on the front balcony of the collector's grand palace, surveying the bustling landscape of Nohir. The view before him revealed a stark contrast of dingy buildings and vibrant marketplaces, vividly displaying the city's gritty vitality and evident poverty. In his hand, Peter clutched a microphone scavenged from the collector's assortment of oddities. It was a powerful device, capable of amplifying his voice across the entire city. But before he could activate it, Karina approached him, her steps echoing slightly on the metallic floor. She held out a metallic face mask, its surface sleek and eyes glowing an intimidating red. "What's this for?" Peter asked, eyeing the mask curiously. Karina's voice was serious, a rare tone for her. "Since you're a Jedi, you could get in trouble for what you're doing. It's best if you keep your identity hidden, just in case the news reaches the Republic." Peter nodded, understanding the gravity of her advice. Slipping the mask over his head, he felt it adjust snugly around his features, leaving his tousled hair free. He activated the microphone and turned to face the city, his voice now distorted thanks to the mask. "People of Nohir," he began, his amplified voice echoing off the metal structures, grabbing the attention of everyone from the career criminals to the downtrodden homeless. "This city is under new management, better management. As of today, Nohir no longer condones crime, nor will it harbor any criminals. So, that leaves many of you with two choices, leave or reform and stay. And believe me, once you see the wages I'm offering, you'll definitely want to stay." After all, he didn't plan to stop mining the planet below. The coaxium trade is just too lucrative to stop. The crowd murmured, a blend of skepticism and curiosity in their eyes. Peter cleared his throat, signaling for quiet, his voice steady and commanding. "But be clear, any act of crime or rebellion will be met with a swift and painful death. Of course, not all crimes would result in death, the consequences would vary depending on the severity, but he would explain that later. And if anyone has a problem with that, then feel free to lodge a complaint with our Sentient Relations Department." At his cue, highly advanced turrets emerged from every street corner and rooftop, their barrels swiveling ominously. The display of firepower was met with a mixture of awe and fear. Peter paused, allowing the gravity of the moment to settle over the crowd, before retracting the turrets back into concealment. Then, with a firm nod, he concluded, "Thank you for your attention. And stay tuned for more details, as there will be other announcements like this coming soon." With that, he stepped back from the balcony, leaving the frightened, angered, and confused populace of Nohir behind. C53 Jabba the Hutt. A week had passed since Peter unceremoniously declared himself the new overlord of Nohir. The once lawless space station mining city, a hub for the galaxy's most nefarious activities, was now under his unexpected and increasingly firm rule. After his initial declaration, the reactions were mixed, some were hopeful, while others were skeptical or fearful. But Peter didn't care. His message was clear: crime would no longer be tolerated. Enforcement came via the automated turrets and drones, remnants of the Collector's extensive security system, which Peter had repurposed and deployed under his command. The following days were a test of resolve. An armed uprising broke out almost immediately, a violent backlash from those who thrived under the lawless regime. But, of course, the rebellion was quashed not by troops or fierce battles but by the cold, impartial automation of turret fire. By morning, the bloody, mangled bodies lay as grim reminders outside the palace walls for all to see. Peter, observing from above, felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight but dismissed it with a pragmatic shrug. The message had to be clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. It was a harsh lesson, and it resonated. Each subsequent uprising diminished in fervor and size until they stopped altogether. "You think they finally gave up?" Peter asked over his shoulder. Karina nodded, walking over to serve Peter some tea. "I think so. There hasn't been an attack in 2 days, after all." "I am Groot," Groot interjected, his tone suggesting skepticism. Peter sighed, meeting Groot's gaze, seemingly understanding what he said. "Yeah, I think so too." Cosmo wagged her tail slightly. "It doesn't smell like blood anymore, I like it." Peter smiled down at Cosmo, grateful for her positive outlook, even if it was kinda creepy. "Hopefully it stays that way." Free from his cage, Howard the Duck scoffed loudly, drawing their attention. "I hope they come at us again, I've been meaning to try out my Tommy gun. It's been gathering dust for too long." Upon hearing this, all eyes shifted to Howard, who was meticulously polishing his machine gun. Their gazes lingered curiously, taken aback by his unsettling eagerness for violence. "What?" Howard queried, his expression a mix of confusion and amusement. "You've never seen a handsome duck like me before." The room shared a collective eye roll, especially Cosmo, who had grown resentful toward her animal counterpart. Even now, she couldn't forget his harsh words. "I'm not a bad dog," she thought to herself. By week's end, just as they had hoped, the rebellions had not resurfaced. But, half the station's population had either fled or died, leaving a vacuum that Peter was quick to fill with new rules and opportunities. Among the remnants were hardened criminals, wary yet subdued, miners thankful for improved safety and better wages, small-time merchants optimistic about stability and profits, and lastly, the ordinary citizens, penniless and without the means to leave, many of whom were born on the station. Peter's leadership style in Nohir was unique, blending compassion with authority, which quickly began to transform the community. From the start, he understood that providing incentives such as living wages and employment opportunities was crucial to maintaining peace and building loyalty among the inhabitants. One of his first actions was to establish a fair wage system. He raised the pay for all workers, ensuring that it was not only sufficient to live on but generous enough to stimulate the local economy. "I never thought my economics classes back at the temple would come in handy," he thought. This initiative was funded by the vast wealth he had inherited from the collector, which he redirected from hoarding precious artifacts to improving lives. Peter remembered the moment he first laid eyes on the immense mountain of credits inside the collector's vault. "I'm rich," he murmured, a dazed smile spreading across his face as he took in the staggering amount of wealth piled before him. And with it, he hired local residents to repair and rebuild essential facilities such as water purification systems, waste management, and the electrical grid. Additionally, housing was upgraded and expanded, with an emphasis on making homes safer and more comfortable. This new economic plan included miners, market vendors, maintenance crews, and other workers, making sure that it would benefit everyone and reduce the incentive to engage in criminal activities. Peter also launched several infrastructure projects designed to upgrade the living conditions in Nohir. These projects were not only about improving aesthetics but were crucial for creating a healthier and safer environment. To further these efforts, Peter invested in public spaces to enhance community well-being. Parks, public plazas, and recreational facilities were constructed or renovated, providing residents with places to gather, relax, and engage in community activities. These spaces were designed to foster a sense of community and civic pride, which Peter believed was essential for long-term peace and stability. Of course, these initiatives were still underway, as it had only been a week, but it wouldn't be long before Nohir transformed from a notorious hideout for criminals into a thriving, prosperous city. A/N, just to be clear, this won't be a kingdom-building story. There may be moments like this where that's mentioned, but it will never be the focus. Amid these sweeping changes, Peter hadn't forgotten about the living beings held captive in his new collection. He systematically released those who were harmless or could fend for themselves, ensuring that Nowhere's transformation included an ethical overhaul. However, he exercised caution with beings like the Dark Elves, Chitauri, Frost Giants, and others with notably malevolent pasts. Understanding the potential threat they could pose, Peter opted to keep them securely contained until he could devise a safe and responsible plan for dealing with such dangerous entities. Peter briefly considered simply killing them, to prevent any future threats, which he did do for a few of the more dubious individuals, as they deserved it. But, upon reviewing all of the files, he found that most of the captives had fairly clean records. This is why he chose a more ethical path, focusing on keeping them contained like a prison. Among the creatures and beings that Peter had released from the collector's captivity, many found themselves bound to Nohir despite their newfound freedom. Stripped of resources and lacking both funds and transport, they had nowhere else to go. The collector had not only confined them physically but had also left them destitute, without a home to return to. As a result, these individuals remained at the station, becoming residents as Peter gave them homes and some starting money for food and other necessities. With the city's situation calming, Peter could finally turn his attention to what he truly wanted to do all this time, unearthing treasures from his sizable inheritance. Stood in the vast expanse of one of the late collector's many storerooms, his gaze swept over countless artifacts and relics. "All right," he muttered to himself, flipping through the holographic inventory that Karina had updated. "Let's see which of these shiny things are fun and which are just galaxy-ending disasters waiting to happen." As he perused the catalogue, his finger paused on an entry marked Crate Dragon Pearl. Intrigued, he navigated the storeroom's labyrinthine shelves until he found the artifact, a shimmering, faintly pulsing yellow orb that seemed to shine like a large, luminescent marble. "Hey, looks cool," Peter mused, pocketing the pearl, intending to look it up later. Next, his attention was drawn to a darker section of the room where a relic known as the Dyson Sphere Miniaturizer was stored. This device, rumored to condense whole stars into palm-sized spheres, was obviously too dangerous to be left on display, as it already has a small sun trapped inside. After a moment of consideration, Peter decided it needed to stay locked away. He logged its coordinates in his datapad for relocation to the deeper vaults within the palace. The day wore on, with Peter finding a mix of useful gadgets and perilously powerful weapons. Each item required a decision: use, destroy, or secure. Like the Buck Cub, a sinister-looking tome that immediately gave Peter a bad feeling. "Oh, no you don't," he muttered, wary of even touching it as it seemed straight out of a nightmare. His instincts were confirmed when he read its description on his datapad, a magical book that devours memories. Yet, No thanks. Next, Peter came across the Bluedicker, another sinister-looking book, this one with an eye embedded in its cover as well. What's with all these evil books? Deciding against opening it once again, he instead pulled up its details on his datapad. As he read about the ancient, ominous scripts calling for the sacrifice of spirits and other dark incantations, Peter decided it was best to steer clear of this one too. Maybe I should destroy them, he pondered. However, when he later tried to destroy the tomes, they magically remained intact, compelling him to securely store them away from anyone foolish enough to use them. His attention then shifted to the day's most dangerous discovery, the Casket of Darkness. Similar to the Casket of Ancient Winters, this ominous casket is said to contain all dark, a pitch-black, shapeless entity that extinguishes all life. The moment he read its description on his datapad, a shiver of dread ran through him. Nope, 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 Peter chanted, quickly logging its coordinates for deep storage. The fire of Mala was less intimidating but shrouded in mystery. A beautiful, solitary blue flame danced on a pedestal, serene and inviting. Pretty and probably deadly, Peter remarked, deciding against any interaction. He documented its location and moved on. A lighter moment came when he found a large black marble known as the Black Sphere. Its surface, speckled like a starry night, was mesmerizing. Finally, something that doesn't want to kill me, he said with relief, leaving it on display. Finally, Peter paused, his eyes fixed on a mask displayed prominently on a pedestal in the center of the room. The Mask of Darth Nihilus. He read from his datapad, nearly overwhelmed by its dark aura. The malevolent energy pulsing from the mask made his decision swift. Into the vault you go, no arguments, he said firmly, locking away the mask and feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Exhausted yet exhilarated, Peter stepped back, surveying the room. Not a bad day's work, he declared, wiping his brow. Later, as Peter sat cross-legged amidst the relics he had set aside to examine more closely, he pulled out the Krayt Dragon Pearl again. Its surface seemed to ripple with an inner light, mesmerizing him. Curious about its properties, Peter flipped open his datapad, scanning for more information. The datapad beeped, displaying a detailed entry, Krayt Dragon Pearl extremely rare and powerful, often used to enhance energy-based weapons, particularly lightsabers, by amplifying their power and altering their properties. Peter's eyes widened with realization and excitement. Enhance a lightsaber, hey! He muttered to himself, glancing over at his own lightsaber on his waist. An idea sparked in his mind. Why not combine the pearl with his lightsaber? The thought of wielding something even more unique and powerful was too tempting to resist. He retrieved the lightsaber, carefully opening its compartment housing the kyber crystal. With a gentle, precise touch, he placed the pearl next to the lightsaber's crystal before closing it back up and turning it on. The effect was immediate and dramatic. When the blade ignited, the energy that emerged was still black, consistent with his original kyber crystal. However, with the addition of the pearl, it now radiated a striking yellow glow, enhancing its appearance and intensity. It was now a vibrant, crackling energy blade, pulsing with power that filled the room with a howling sound, reminiscent of a Krayt dragon's roar. The blade seemed almost alive, its power visibly greater, and the howl it emitted was both thrilling and slightly terrifying. Whoa! Peter exclaimed, almost dropping the saber as the sound echoed off the walls. He steadied his grip, marveling at the transformation. The lightsaber felt stronger in his hand, and the pearl had integrated perfectly, as if it had always been meant to be part of this weapon. As he switched off the saber, after giving it a few practice swings, the sound faded. Hanging the saber back on his hip, Peter's thoughts drifted from his current arsenal to another mystery he had tucked away, the holocron he'd found upon his arrival. Taking the small, cube-like device from his pocket, Peter turned it over in his hands, intrigued. All right, how does this thing work? He muttered to himself, pressing his palm against it, channeling a slight push of force power. The holocron responded immediately, its surfaces glowing a bright, almost blinding gray. Light filled the small space, and Peter squinted, stepping back as the device projected an array of holographic images and cryptic texts swirling in the air. Cool and confusing, Peter remarked, scratching his head as he attempted to make sense of the symbols and diagrams that floated before him. Meanwhile, not too far from Nohir and unbeknownst to Peter, danger was brewing in the vastness of Hutt space. Jabba the Hutt, a name that inspired fear and respect across the galaxy, sat in his opulent throne room surrounded by his minions and henchmen. Insert picture of Jabba the Hutt here. News of the collector's demise had traveled fast, bringing with it opportunities for those quick enough to seize them. "No here mo makachisa, no here is ripe for the taking," Jabba rumbled in his deep, guttural voice, his eyes gleaming with greed. "P-Dunky na collector, hutun kuna me exploit. Yuba 2 fleet. Me wanawanga 2 Dorito, with the collector gone, there's a power vacuum we can exploit. Prepare the fleet. It's time to expand our territory." His underlings nodded, a mix of excitement and fear coursing through the room as they anticipated the coming battle. Plans were drawn up, routes mapped out, and soon Jabba's forces were poised to strike at the Tavan group, and ultimately, no here, eager to claim it for themselves. C-54 hint toward Earth. Shortly after activating the holocron, Peter stood in the center of his new quarters in the palace, surrounded by holographic images and cryptic texts. Its light bathed the room in a soft, ethereal glow, casting intricate patterns on the walls. He rubbed his temples, his gaze locked on the floating symbols, frustration knitting his brow. "This shouldn't be so difficult," Peter muttered under his breath. He'd been struggling for days to decipher the language of the holocron, a device reputed to hold ancient Jedi secrets. Yet, the script didn't match any known galactic languages, leaving him stumped and frustrated. He tried various commands, his voice steady but tinged with impatience. "Change language." Each attempt was met with the same indifferent shimmer of light from the device. "Settings." He tried again, hoping for a menu to appear. The holocron flickered briefly in response, igniting a spark of hope in him, but it quickly faded as nothing happened. No menu appeared, and the language stayed resolutely foreign. Frustrated, he paused, collecting himself before giving it another go. This time, he closed his eyes and stretched out with his feelings, reaching out with the force. "Come on," he murmured, his voice soft but firm, willing the holocron to connect with his intent. The device emitted a low hum, the light pulsing more brightly for a moment, yet the script displayed did not alter. It was clear that the holocron was active and responsive in some way, but not in the way Peter needed. He opened his eyes and exhaled sharply, the realization sinking in that the force might not be the quick solution he had hoped for. The holocron, while sensitive to his touch and power, wasn't going to easily be deciphered. "Okay, what now?" Peter mused aloud, rubbing the back of his neck. Days passed, each one adding to Peter's frustration. His mind raced with possibilities. Was it broken? Was he simply not the right kind of force sensitive to access it? He paced back and forth, throwing occasional glances at the glowing cube. On the fourth day, as Peter slumped into his chair, ready to give up, the door to his quarters swooshed open. Cosmo trotted in, her tail wagging as she approached Peter. Her nose twitched, picking up on his distress. "Why have you locked yourself away, Peter?" Cosmo asked, her voice filled with concern. "It's been days since I've seen you." Peter forced a smile and reached out to pat her head, which immediately set her tail into a happy wag. "I'm just trying to figure out this Jedi puzzle box," he explained, gesturing toward the still active holocron. "It's written in some language I can't crack." Cosmo tilted her head, eyes focusing on the hologram. She squinted for a moment before the characters began to make sense to her. "Oh, I can read that for you. It mentions someone called Jedi Master Vadim Zaitsev." "Wait, you can read that?" Peter interrupted, his voice a mix of disbelief and excitement. "Yes, why wouldn't I be able to read it? It's in Russian, after all," Cosmo responded matter-of-factly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Russian? How on earth literally does a Jedi holocron end up in Russian?" Peter's mind raced with the implications. Could the Jedi who made this have come from Earth? After a moment of silent thought, Peter asked, his voice tinged with disbelief, "So, it's really in Russian? Are you sure?" Cosmo, seated attentively at his feet, nodded. "Absolutely. It appears that this comrade Vadim Zaitsev hailed from my motherland." "Okay, let's dig deeper then. Translate everything it says," Peter instructed, his curiosity now fueled by the prospect of learning about a Jedi from Earth. As Cosmo narrated, the words from the holocron painted the picture of a memoir of sorts left behind by Vadim Zaitsev, a grey Jedi who had apparently been abducted by another Jedi as a child following a crash landing on Earth. He was taken as an apprentice? Just like that? Peter murmured, his eyes scanning the glowing scripts. Cosmo's voice was somber as she translated the text. "It mentions here that he really didn't have a choice. As soon as the Jedi's ship was operational, he was taken and launched into space. Peter's brow furrowed as he absorbed the stark reality. Kidnapped, just like that. He murmured, his tone blending frustration with empathy. I can relate. Me too, Cosmo added softly. Moving on, the holocron revealed that Vadim Zaitsev had mastered every technique taught by his Jedi mentor, which he recorded in the holocron, including a particularly interesting one named Ionize. This technique had the capability to disable and destroy machinery. Upon learning this, Peter's interest was immediately piqued, realizing the potential usefulness of Ionize in combating droid forces. Just then, as Cosmo continued translating, her snout accidentally brushed against one of the holograms, which seemed to activate something. Suddenly, the holocron pulsed brightly and projected a video. A man appeared, dressed in the robes of a Jedi, his expression solemn. He began speaking in fluent Russian. Cosmo immediately sprang into action, translating his words. He's describing his lifelong search for his home planet, she explained. After being abducted, his master never logged the coordinates of Earth, leaving Vadim without any idea of where his home planet was located. He knew only that it was somewhere in wild space. She continued, detailing his determined but challenging journey. Over the years, he managed to narrow down his search to 3 potential solar systems within wild space, based on ancient star charts and other information. Cosmo paused to check the data on the holocron and then added the specifics. The coordinates he identified are, the first at 28.3, -81.4 in the system designated as Zalaria, the second at 46.1, 11.9 in the Aquiri sector, and the third at -22.9, -43.2 on the fringes of the known charted space, referred to as Marnox. Peter listened intently, hanging on every word. And as the image of Vadim Zaitsev faded, a wave of excitement surged through him. This is perfect! He exclaimed, his heart racing with the possibility of finally finding his way back home. Before, he had been without a clear path, but now, with these 3 coordinates in hand, he had tangible leads that could guide him home. Cosmo, however, looked thoughtful. Do you think he ever made it back? She asked softly. Peter paused, considering the lonely fate of the Jedi who had spent his life yearning for a home he might never have found. He might have, he shrugged, but if he really did find Earth, why would he leave this holocron here, and not on Earth? It doesn't seem likely, but who knows? The room fell silent for a moment, as Peter glanced from the holocron to Cosmo. Either way, we've got a solid lead back to Earth. Let's start planning a trip to wild space. Cosmo tilted her head, a puzzled look crossing her face. We? She asked cautiously. Peter nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I just assumed you'd want to come along. You're from Earth too, right? Don't you want to go home? Cosmo considered this for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the holocron's dimming light. I don't really have any desire to return to Russia, she finally said. They'd probably just dissect me or something, but visiting, that I can do. It might be nice to see the place again. She nodded firmly, making up her mind. Let's do it. Let's go home. Just as Peter's smile widened, his data pad suddenly started to buzz insistently on the metallic surface of the desk. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his Jedi Master, Mace Windu. Stay there and keep quiet, he whispered to Cosmo as he rushed to deactivate the holocron, its light winking out and returning the room to its usual lighting. He tapped the answer button and adjusted the data pad so they could see each other, quickly schooling his features into a welcoming smile. Master Windu, what a surprise! Peter, Mace Windu's voice came through, calm yet edged with authority. Where are you? How is your mission proceeding? Peter could see the slight worry creasing his master's brow. Peter shifted uncomfortably, a lie forming swiftly in his mind. After all, he wasn't ready to return to the temple just yet. I'm tracking a bounty hunter. I believe he's linked to the attack on the needy village. A bounty hunter? Do you have a name? Windu's question came quick, expectant. Cad Bane, Peter answered almost too quickly, the name of the infamous, albeit deceased, bounty hunter slipping out. There was a moment of silence as Windu furrowed his brow in thought. Cad Bane, you say? He's well known, even to us Jedi. Do you require assistance? He asked, clearly worried for his Padawan. I could fly out and... No, Master. Peter interrupted with a shake of his head. I need to handle this one on my own. It's part of my path to becoming a Jedi Knight, he added, hoping to reinforce his need for autonomy. I understand. Just be careful, Peter, and remember, it's all right to call for help. I'd much prefer you fail and live to try another day, then, well, you know. He cautioned. Of course, I have no plans to die anytime soon, Peter reassured him, grateful for his master's concern. They continued their conversation for a few more minutes before exchanging goodbyes. May the Force be with you, Yondu said, a council meeting calling him away. May the Force be with you too. Peter ended the call and exhaled deeply, running a hand through his hair. Turning back to Cosmo, who had been watching the exchange with curious eyes, Peter's expression softened. Looks like we might have to put our trip on hold, Cosmo. I'll have to return to the temple soon. Cosmo nodded, her demeanor understanding. I'm not in a rush. After all, Earth isn't going anywhere. Peter chuckled, his mood brightening despite the delay. That's the spirit. For now, let's keep digging into this holocron. I want to translate everything about that ionizability. Just as Cosmo's attention returned to the holocron, a harsh siren ripped through the quiet of Nohir, startling them both. The room's lights flickered as the blaring alarm echoed off the metal walls, causing Peter to jump to his feet. What the? He exclaimed, his eyes wide. Cosmo's ears perked up, pacing back and forth. What's happening? Are we under attack? Without a word, Peter picked up his day top hat. His fingers danced across its surface, smoothly navigating Nowhere's security system, a task made easier by his newfound ownership of the station. As he navigated the security feeds, a visual popped up, showing a tactical display of the space around Nohir. His eyes narrowed as he spotted the cause of the alarm, a fleet of small, rugged warships maneuvering towards the station. Looks like Karina was right, Peter muttered, zooming in. The warships, patched together with mismatched plates of armor and bristling with weaponry, bore the unmistakable symbol of a Hutt clan. C-55 Nowhere's defenses. Peter stood at the heart of Nowhere's control center, his gaze fixed on the large monitor wall. The room was tense with the anticipation of war. Alongside him were his allies, Karina, who operated the consoles with swift precision, Grote, his wooden form eerily calm, Cosmo, her eyes sharp and alert, and Howard the Duck, gripping a Tommy gun with an excited look on his face. The atmosphere was thick with tension and the low hum of the station's systems. Peter reached up and placed his mask securely on his face, his identity now hidden behind the reflective visor. He tapped a button on the console, hailing the incoming fleet. Let's greet our guests, he muttered under his breath. Seconds ticked by like hours. Then, the monitor flickered and changed, revealing a gigantic slug-like form lounging on a lavish pedestal. Jabba the Hutt was flanked by slaves, including a green-skinned Twi'lek girl, whom Peter recognized from the Star Wars P*RN videos he once watched in his past life. Peter was the first to break the silence. Hello, I'm Star-Lord, he declared, prompting a mix of curious and skeptical looks from his companions, especially Howard. What the hell kind of name is that? Howard asked, barely suppressing a chuckle. One moment, please. Peter said, quickly muting the microphone. He turned to face his crew or friends, or whatever they had become to him now. Look, I can't use my real name, or the Jedi might catch on. Howard raised an eyebrow, his beak curving into a smirk. Whatever you say, Starboy. His tone dripped with sarcasm as he leaned back, arms crossed. Peter rolled his eyes, a hint of amusement flickering despite the tension. Come on, it's a cool name. It's mysterious. Grote interjected with a low, rumbling chuckle. I am Grote, he said, which only made Cosmo's tail wag as she stifled a snicker, seemingly understanding him. Karina shook her head, smiling slightly. Just focus, everyone. We have bigger problems than Peter's poor choice of aliases. Not you too, Karina. He grumbled, glancing around at his team, hoping for a bit of support or at least a break in the teasing. My dead mother gave me that name, you know. He revealed, guilt-tripping them. At Peter's words, the air in the room shifted. The smiles faded from most faces, replaced by a collective pang of sympathy. Grote's expression seemed to soften, and even Cosmo's playful demeanor turned more subdued. Karina's features softened immediately, her voice gentle. I didn't know, Peter. I'm sorry. Howard, completely indifferent to the somber mood, scoffed, no wonder she croaked. I bet she offed herself to avoid the embarrassment of having named you Star Prince. Howard's flippant remark hit a nerve. Anger flared within Peter, and without a word, his hand shot up, fingers splayed. Howard's body lifted from the ground, hovering a few feet in the air as he frantically waved his arms, trying to regain some semblance of control. What the let me down? Howard squawked, his eyes wide with shock as he tried to aim his gun at Peter. But with a flick of his wrist, Peter telekinetically yanked the weapon from Howard's grip, sending it clattering across the room. Howard floated helplessly as Peter drew him closer, his eyes burning with fury. What did you just say? Repeat that, I dare you, Peter growled, his voice low and dangerous. Just as Howard opened his beak to retort, Peter's grip tightened around his neck, albeit unseen, constricting his airflow. The room fell deathly silent, the others watching with wide eyes, stunned by the sudden display of force. Choking and gasping for air, Howard's bravado vanished, replaced by fear. I said, your mother must have been a very kind and beautiful woman, he managed to croak out, his voice barely a whisper. Satisfied, Peter released his telekinetic hold, and Howard plummeted to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. He lay there for a moment, coughing and rubbing his throat, struggling to catch his breath. The rest of the crew was silent, taken aback by the intensity of the altercation. Groot's branches rustled uncomfortably, and Cosmo shifted her stance, her eyes fixed on Peter with a mix of concern and confusion. Karina bit her lip, her eyes darting between Peter and Howard, unsure of what to say or do next. The tension lingered, a stark reminder of the power and emotions swirling within their leader. Howard, now sitting up and still catching his breath, looked up at Peter with a new understanding, perhaps even respect mixed with a hint of fear. Peter, his anger subsiding into a small bit of regret, sighed deeply. Look, I'm sorry about that man, he began, his tone calmer but still carrying a hint of the emotions that had just boiled over. I can take a lot jokes about me, my name, my looks, whatever. But I draw the line when it comes to my mom. That's off limits. Howard, still rubbing his throat and visibly shaken, grumbled out a reluctant apology. All right, sorry about the mom crack. That was out of line, he muttered, avoiding Peter's gaze. His tone was gruff, and while not entirely sincere, it was clear he recognized the need to make amends. Karina, sensing the lingering tension, stepped forward to redirect everyone's focus. Okay, can we settle this later, she said, gesturing to the monitor, where Jabba was watching them with an amused look on his face. When we don't have an audience watching. Ah, my apologies. Peter said as he unmuted the microphone. Where was I again? Oh, yeah, as I was saying, I'm Star-Lord, the current ruler of Nohir. And I suggest you turn your fleet around before I turn it into a floating scrapyard, he declared, his voice steady and authoritative through the mask's modulator. Jabba's laughter boomed through the speakers, a deep, menacing sound. The interpreter, a nervous-looking humanoid, quickly translated as his master spoke. You stand before the great and powerful Jabba the Hutt. He sees not a ruler, but a child playing at games. The city and its treasures will be his. Peter clenched his fists, frustration simmering. This isn't a game, Jabba. Pull back now, or you and your fleet will become nothing but space dust. The Hutt's response was a dismissive snort, his massive form shifting with amusement. The magnificent Jabba will not be threatened by the likes of you. Nohir and everything in it is his for the taking, the interpreter relayed, a hint of fear in his voice. Realizing that negotiations were futile, Peter sighed heavily and cut the transmission, Jabba's laughter still echoing in the room. Karina, watching the screen go dark, turned to Peter with a look of concern. What are we supposed to do now? Her voice carried the weight of their dire situation. Groot stood silently beside her, his posture tense and ready for battle, conveying his readiness without a word. Meanwhile, Cosmo began to pace anxiously around the room, her ears twitching at every small sound, reflecting her worry. Howard, slightly less tense after his earlier confrontation with Peter, walked over to where his gun had landed. He picked it up and cocked it with a decisive click, his actions signaling his readiness to fight. Peter, noticing the apprehension in Karina's question, smirked slightly and replied, "Why are you so worried? Haven't you seen the Collector's security system? You mean the turrets in the city?" Karina asked in confusion. No, Peter shook his head. When he referred to the Collector's security system, he meant more than just the typical defenses of the palace or the city. Nohir, as a central hub of interstellar trade and information, was equipped with an exceptionally advanced anti-invasion security system, specifically designed to repel any unauthorized fleets attempting to seize control. Peter gestured to the holographic display that flickered to life, illuminating the dim room with blueprints and data streams of Nowhere's intricate security measures. The collector wasn't just amassing treasures, he was protecting thee as well, fortifying against any conceivable threat, he said, his voice carrying through the control center with a mix of awe and respect. As the diagrams shifted and zoomed, highlighting various components, Peter continued, this station is rigged with automated defense plasma cannons, but that's just the first layer. They're programmed to engage at the first sign of an unauthorized approach, using precision targeting to take out enemy crafts with high-energy plasma. But there's more to it than just brute force. He tapped the display, causing it to shift to a schematic of the station's core. Deep inside Nowhere, there's a network of sensors and AI-operated defense mechanisms. If a fleet like Jabba's thinks they can simply waltz in and take what they want, they're in for a rude awakening. These systems are designed to deploy countermeasures that can disable a ship's navigation and weapons systems, effectively blinding and binding them before they even get close. Peter continued, his smirk widening. And while the ships are stuck, drones armed with explosives and EMPs launch in a coordinated strike, targeting anything that moves without the correct IFF codes. Groot's eyes followed the moving parts of the diagram, his low rumble filling the room as if to say he approved of such thorough preparedness. Howard, having checked his gun, looked up with newfound interest. And what if they just say F***ck it and fire at us from a distance? Peter grinned at Howard's blunt inquiry, tapping on the holographic display to bring up a new set of diagrams. That's where the next piece of the puzzle comes in, he explained. Nowhere is equipped with a powerful deflector shield that automatically activates when it detects incoming fire. This shield isn't average either, it's powered by a miniaturized sun housed within the station's core. He pointed to a glowing orb at the center of the station's schematic. This microsun provides an immense amount of energy, enabling the shield to deflect all attacks with incredible efficiency. It would take a monumental force to even make a dent in it. So, if they decide to just fire from a distance, they'll find themselves wasting ammo against an unyielding barrier. As Peter finished his explanation, a hush fell over the room. The team looked from the schematics back to Peter, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. It seemed like they were worried for no reason at all. Peter's understanding and control over these complex systems were all thanks to his Mechadiru ability, which allowed him to take command of the station with remarkable ease. Without it, he might still be struggling to grasp the full extent of the controls, and many of the advanced security measures installed by his predecessor would likely have remained undiscovered. Enough talk, Peter declared, his voice firm and resonant through the mask's modulator. How about we see what this stuff can really do? Jabba made his choice, and now, we make ours. Placing his shining hand on the control panel, Peter seamlessly melded his consciousness with the station's intricate network of defenses, initiating the deployment sequence. From the station's periphery, hundreds of large, highly advanced plasma cannons unfolded with mechanical precision, their formidable barrels aiming into the cold void of space. The residents of Nowhere, who moments ago were going about their daily routines, now stood frozen, gazing up in awe and fear. A collective gasp swept through the crowd as they noticed the incoming fleet in the distance. Back in the control center, Peter turned to Cosmo, who was watching the fleet's approach with intense focus. All right, Cosmo, since you've been such a good dog lately, I'll let you pick. Which ship should we shoot first? He asked, a sly grin spreading under his helmet as he gestured towards the looming figures on the screen. Cosmo craned her head upward, her sharp eyes fixating on a large cruiser on the left. She nodded firmly, and Peter echoed the nod with approval. Good choice, he smirked. Outside, the cannons aligned in unison, locking onto their target. The command was given, and a deafening boom resonated through Nowhere as the cannons discharged simultaneously. Brilliant streaks of plasma shot across space, tracing a fiery path toward the chosen ship. Civilians watched, hearts in their throats, as the plasma connected with the cruiser. The impact was catastrophic within seconds. The ship was engulfed in a bright explosion, fragments scattering across the dark canvas of space. The ship, along with all its occupants, was obliterated, leaving nothing but wreckage where it once stood. Inside the control center, a hushed awe settled over the crew, stunned by the display of their own firepower. See? Peter looked smug, his tone light but underlined with seriousness. You guys have nothing to worry about. As the initial shock faded, murmurs of agreement filled the room. Howard, now standing by the window, gun in hand, muttered. I was hoping to shoot some guys myself though. Karina, ignoring Howard's bloodthirstiness, gave Peter a curious glance. What's the next step? She asked, her voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through her veins. Peter surveyed the monitors, his gaze sharp. Next, we take out the remaining 10 or so ships and wrap this up. We might even scavenge them for useful bits later, but that all depends on how much is left. Peter continued his assault on Jabba the Hutt's fleet from the heart of Nowhere's control center. With precision and a touch of enjoyment, he fired the station's plasma cannons, successfully destroying 2 more enemy ships that had begun to retaliate. The spectacle was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Outside, the citizens of Nowhere watched the sky light up with explosions. Artillery fire from the remaining ships streaked toward them, a deadly light show that threatened their very existence. But just as panic began to grip the crowd, Nowhere's shields activated, glowing a vibrant blue as they absorbed and deflected the incoming attacks. The artillery exploded harmlessly against the shield, eliciting cheers of relief and jubilation from the onlookers. They celebrated their survival with each burst of enemy fire that failed to penetrate their sanctuary. Inside the control room, the mood was equally triumphant but focused. Peter and his crew were locked in a battle of attrition, picking off the enemy ships one by one. With each ship's destruction, a sense of victory grew. Until finally, only the flagship remained, looming large on the main screen, its guns silent as if contemplating its next move. And just as Peter prepared to deliver the final blow, the communication console beeped insistently. Jabba the Hutt was calling for a parley. With a confident smirk, Peter tapped the console to accept the transmission. The image of Jabba that appeared was remarkably different from before. The smugness had drained from his face, replaced by a scowl of frustration and defeat. Even his throne room was in disarray, showing the chaos he was enduring. Hello, there. Peter greeted, a ruthless smirk curled beneath his mask. Ready to die, you fat ugly slug. C-56 Hutt captured. Ready to die, you fat ugly slug. Peter, donned in his Star-Lord mask, squared off against the holographic image of Jabba the Hutt. Any pretense of civility quickly faded as Jabba reclined before him, encircled by his anxious minions. Despite his vanished smugness, his denial of the dire situation was evident. For some inexplicable reason, he seemed convinced that Peter wouldn't dare kill him. Jabba's chuckle resonated through the speakers, his massive form shifting as he spoke. Your threats are empty, starling, his translator relayed crisply. The great Jabba warns that killing him will provoke the wrath of the entire Hutt clan upon you. He highly doubts you could withstand such an onslaught. Is that it? That's where your confidence comes from. Peter taunted, a grin evident in his voice as he prepared to shatter Jabba's preconceptions. With a swift motion, Peter directed the holographic display to zoom in on Jabba's flagship. Let's wake you up to reality, shall we? He muttered, and fired 2 plasma cannons aimed directly at the engines of Jabba's ship. The monitor displayed the instant chaos that ensued on the flagship. The engines erupted in flames, the ship shaking violently, casting Jabba and his crew into turmoil. Jabba's voice boomed with rage and fear as he yelled at his subordinates, struggling to maintain his composure. Peter's voice was calm, almost mocking. Still in denial, Jabba? Or did that jolt you back to reality? He paused, but Jabba remained silent, his face contorted with both fear and anger as he gnashed his teeth. Seeing this, Peter's tone shifting slightly as he continued, dismissively waving a hand. And as for the Hutt clan, which you so cowardly threatened me with, sadly, they mean absolutely nothing to me. You're not dealing with some scared slave here. To me, you Hutts are just a bunch of oversized worms, and I would gladly exterminate any more of your kind who are stupid enough to come looking for trouble. As the reality of his dire situation set in, Jabba's face contorted with frustration and anger. He screamed at his crew and then turned his fury towards Peter, his words a garbled mess of Huttus. Peter leaned back, his smirk almost audible. Come on, Jabba. Why don't you speak basic with me? I know you can, you've understood me this whole time without your interpreter. Or do I need to target the heart of your ship to get you talking? He frowned thoughtfully, adding, though I doubt you'd survive if I did that. Jabba responded with a guttural snarl, stubbornly refusing to switch languages, viewing any language other than his own as inferior. Unfazed, Peter signaled for another shot. This time, the plasma cannon's fire streaked across the void and struck the tail end of Jabba's flagship, causing another violent shake. The impact was felt even through the holographic link, Jabba's eyes wide with shock and fear. How about now? Reconsidered speaking basic yet? Peter's tone was teasing, almost playful, despite the seriousness of their standoff. Grinding his teeth in visible frustration, Jabba finally spat out his reply in basic, his voice dripping with contempt. You are nothing. A child playing at war. His fury built as he continued, his tone menacing. Mark my words, Star-Lord, I will end you myself. And should I fall, the Hutts will rain down upon you and everyone you hold dear. The room fell silent for a moment, the crew of Nohir exchanging looks of disbelief and quiet satisfaction. Jabba speaking basic was not just a concession, it was a clear sign of his desperation. Peter smiled, satisfied and smug, as even in the movies, Jabba never lowered himself to speak another language. Well, now that we can understand each other, let's talk about what happens next. Jabba's fleshy face twitched with a mix of anger and anxiety. The realization of his dire situation was dawning on him, the dominance he was so accustomed to wielding was now just a memory. Then what do you want from me? He glanced at the green Twi'lek standing demurely at his side, her eyes downcast. Look, Jabba gestured towards her with a heavy, begrudging motion. Take Ola, the finest dancer from Relith, and a hoard of credits, enough to buy a moon or two. Let me go, and all this is yours. Peter crossed his arms, his expression hidden behind his mask yet clearly dismissive. You really don't get it, do you? I'm not some scoundrel out for loot or slaves, he added pointedly, his voice firm and resolute. Nowhere's got me covered on the money front, and I'm not in the business of owning people, well, at least not innocent people. The Hutt's eyes widened in disbelief, his usual tactics crumbling before him. You refuse even this? What more could you possibly want? Jabba's voice was a mix of incredulity and fear, his authority slipping further with each word. Well, since you asked, Peter said, tapping his fingers on the control panel thoughtfully. Your engines are toast, and even if I wanted to let you go, which, spoiler alert, I don't, you're not going anywhere fast. So, here's the deal. He paused for effect, enjoying the tension. You can either become a very explosive Hutt firework, or come quietly and be part of my new collection. Maybe being on display in a glass box will give you some perspective. Peter revealed his plan, a mischievous grin spreading beneath his mask. Peter's decision to keep Jabba alive was calculated. He was aware of the strategic advantage Jabba could offer alive rather than dead. The Hutt's influence was vast in the Outer Rim, and he was still uncertain about the full extent of the Hutt family's power and how they might retaliate if Jabba was killed. Keeping Jabba as a captive not only neutralized him as a threat but also provided Peter with a valuable bargaining chip. If the Hutts came seeking vengeance, and he wasn't able to fend them off, Jabba would be his leverage to negotiate peace or, at the very least, buy time to prepare for any future conflict. Besides, I can always just kill him later. Peter thought with a shrug. Peter felt a certain grim satisfaction in deciding to keep Jabba as a collector's item. Unlike the innocents Jabba had trafficked and enslaved, Jabba himself was no victim. He was a ruthless cartel boss, whose empire was built on the suffering of countless beings across the galaxy. Moreover, Peter saw this outcome as karma. Jabba was receiving exactly what he had dealt out into the universe. The very fear and control he had wielded were now his to endure, encapsulated within the confines of Nohir. Jabba, a being who thrived on the suffering and subjugation of countless lives, was now forced to become a display piece, if he agreed of course. After all, Peter didn't mind just blowing him up and calling it a day. Jabba's eyes widened, his mind racing through the options presented. Each was as unpalatable as the other, but the survival instinct of the Hutt was strong. This is humiliation. Think of it more as retirement, Peter quipped, his smile only growing. You're not in a position to negotiate, you know? I'm offering to spare your insignificant little life, so the least you can do is accept and be grateful. And who knows? Maybe being part of my collection will be fun? I mean, I doubt it, but you won't know till you try. Jabba, seeing no other viable options and with the cold emptiness of space looming as a stark alternative, finally nodded in reluctant agreement. Defeat, thick and bitter, settled over Jabba like a shroud. With a low, guttural grumble, he conceded. I accept your terms, Star-Lord. I will become your prisoner. He gave up, muttering curses in Huttus under his breath. Peter's grin was triumphant, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Smart choice. And don't worry, I'll make sure you're comfortable. Maybe I'll even add a viewing window and let people pay to see the magnificent Jabba the Hutt. As the transmission cut off, Peter watched with glee as Jabba's face flushed with fury and embarrassment, savoring every moment of his discomfort. Man, I love karma. Minutes later, the silver streaks of Nowhere's drones glinted against the backdrop of the cosmos as they surrounded Jabba's battered flagship. With mechanical precision they efficiently destroyed all of the ship's weapons before towing the massive vessel towards the docking bay of the space station city. On the docking platform, Peter stood with his allies Groot, Howard the Duck, and Cosmo the space dog. Karina was back at the palace, preparing what was soon to be Jabba's new residence. Howard, reloading his trusty Tommy gun, glanced at Peter with a sly smirk. So, how much you wanna bet that slug isn't gonna stick to the deal? Peter scoffed, a playful twinkle in his eye behind his mask. That's a sucker's bet. No way Jabba's not gonna pull something. The group's collective gaze hardened, each preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Cosmo's eyes narrowed as she levitated a cluster of metal scraps, her psychic energy crackling with anticipation. Howard's smirk widened as he aimed his weapon, and Groot's bark-like skin bristled, his stature growing as if drawing strength from the tension in the air. Their wait was short-lived. As soon as Jabba's flagship's doors hissed open, a horde of Hutt soldiers spilled out, blasters firing wildly. Instantly, the platform erupted into chaos. Howard burst into laughter amidst the gunfire, a gleeful sound barely masking the Tommy gun's rat-tat-tat. Just what I was hoping for, a little action. He yelled over the noise, mowing down the attackers with disturbing efficiency. Groot extended his arms, sprouting a thick wall of branches that shielded the team from incoming blasts. Meanwhile, Cosmo unleashed her telekinetic fury, hurling objects with lethal precision. Soldiers were flung backward, crashing into their ship like ragdolls. Amidst the turmoil, Peter stood calm and collected. Only once his crew had cleared most of the grunts did he motion them forward, stepping into the flagship with the air of a king entering a conquered castle. Inside the throne room at the heart of the ship, Jabba waited, his anxiety palpable as the sounds of battle drew closer and closer. Until suddenly, the room's opulent doors swung open violently, propelled by a telekinetic shove. His soldiers, who had been ordered to ambush Peter's crew outside, were now being hurled through the air, smashing into the walls with sickening cracks. Jabba's eyes widened in panic. In a desperate, clumsy move, he pulled a blaster hidden within the folds of his fat. He fired at Peter, hoping to catch him off guard. But Peter was ready. With an effortless flick of his wrist, he absorbed the energy from the blaster bolts before they could even reach him. And with another gesture, the blaster ripped away from Jabba's grip, turning to aim directly at the Hutt's forehead. Peter's voice was cool, almost casual as he spoke. So, Jabba, do you want to surrender, or would you rather take a deep breath through your F***ing forehead? A/N, I stole that one from the new Deadpool trailer. Defeated and cornered, Jabba's eyes darted around the room, seeking an escape he knew wasn't there. With a low, resigned grumble, he nodded. I surrender, he spat, the bitterness of his defeat coating every syllable. C57 Late Night Visitor. Not long after he was paraded through the streets of Nohir and subsequently locked up in the palace, the news of Jabba the Hutt's capture spread like wildfire across the Outer Rim. In dingy cantinas, bustling marketplaces, and secluded hideouts, whispers turned into heated debates about the audacious act of a man calling himself Star-Lord, who seized control of Nohir and dared to capture a Hutt. The reactions varied as wildly as the planets they originated from. Some hailed Star-Lord as a hero, a liberator of sorts, while others condemned him as a foolhardy renegade whose actions could ignite a war with the powerful Hutt clans. On Tatooine, the sun set in a blaze of orange and crimson, casting long shadows over the dusty, wind-swept plains of Mos Espa. Amidst the small hovels and crowded streets, the news reached a young Anakin Skywalker and his mother, Shmi, still toiling under the harsh rule of their owner, Watto. Anakin, a curious and bright, blue-eyed child, overheard snippets of conversation while he helped Watto in his junk shop. Insert picture of young Anakin Skywalker here. His Toydarian master was animatedly discussing the event with a customer, his wings buzzing with excitement. Jabba caught by some nobody? Ha! That's not possible. Though if it's true, it's definitely bad for business. Who knows what the Hutts will do? Insert picture of Watto here. Shmi, on the other hand, heard the news from a group of fellow slaves as she made a delivery for Watto. The women shared cautious hope, their voices a mix of fear and optimism. Perhaps things will change now, one murmured. Jabba was cruel. His absence might spur the Republic to come and clean things up around here. Sure, as if that would ever happen. Another slave muttered skeptically, well aware how unlikely that truly was. Anakin, unable to keep his questions to himself any longer, tugged at Shmai's sleeve later that evening as they sat down for their meager dinner. Mama, who's Star-Lord? And why did he capture Jabba? Is he a hero? Shmai, smoothing his hair back, pondered how to explain the complicated dynamics of the Outer Rim to her son. Ultimately, she chose to fabricate a comforting story to offer him some hope. After all, it's not like they'll ever meet Star-Lord, especially if the Hutts decide to retaliate. Star-Lord comes from a place way beyond the twinkly stars we see when we look up at the night sky. He did something very brave and very bold. He's a hero who fights for freedom and justice. He went after Jabba because he knew how cruelly the Hutts treat people, keeping them as slaves and spreading fear. He wanted to stop him, to make sure that no one else would suffer under Jabba's rule. Shmai spun a tale that any child, especially a slave child, would be captivated by. Will he come here and save us too? Anakin's eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and excitement. Shmai sighed, her face lined with the weight of years of servitude. I don't know, my little star. But people like us, we can only watch and hope. We must be careful, though. Powerful beings fight above us, and too often, we are caught in the middle. As night deepened, Anakin lay in his bed, the stars twinkling through the small window beside him. The tales of heroes and villains whirled in his mind, intertwining with his dreams of freedom and adventure, far beyond the harsh deserts of Tatooine. I hope Star-Lord comes to save us soon. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, in the shadowy corners of Nal Hutta, the news of Jabba's capture reached his kin. The mood was somber and charged with a volatile energy. Clan leaders gathered, their heavy bodies shifting restlessly as they discussed the implications of Jabba's disgrace. We must respond, a massive Hutt growled in Huttus, his voice echoing in the dimly lit chamber. This insult cannot go unanswered. The audacity of this Star-Lord capturing one of our own. It's a declaration of war. Another older Hutt, his eyes narrowing, added, yes, but we must be cautious. This outsider seems even more daring than the Collector, and even he gave us problems. We need a plan, not just brute force. The decision was heavy with consequences. Retaliation was inevitable, but the approach was yet to be determined. As the meeting disbanded, messengers were sent out into the night. Orders were given. The gears of war began to turn, slowly and steadily. Amidst the chaos of Jabba the Hutt's capture and the following uproar across the Outer Rim, Peter, now known far and wide as Star-Lord, faced the former slaves of Jabba, led by Ola, the Twi'lek dancer. Ola stepped forward, her voice a soft murmur, the tension clear in her poised stance. We greet our new master, she began, bowing respectfully, an action mirrored by the others. We wish to express our gratitude for the kindness you have shown thus far. Few masters would provide their slaves with 3 meals a day, homes of their own, and even credits to spend. We're lucky to have come into your possession. Peter's expression softened, his response immediate and firm, dismissing her offer with a gentle shake of his head. Listen, I know this may be hard to believe, but I'm not here to take Jabba's place. You're free now. Really free. Murmurs rippled through the group, a blend of skepticism and budding hope. Ola, her green skin even more striking against the dim lighting, spoke hesitantly, freedom. Peter's nod was firm, his gaze sweeping over the faces turned toward him. Absolutely. I have no use for slaves. You can go and live your lives however you please. It was then that one of the braver souls stepped forward, revealing the grim reality of their situation. Even if you mean that, we can't truly be free. These chips. He trailed off, angling his neck to show a small, almost imperceptible bump under his skin. They're rigged to explode if we attempt to escape. Peter's brow furrowed as he listened, a flash of recognition crossing his features. He recalled a scene from one of the Star Wars movies he'd watched in his past life. Anakin Skywalker, a young slave on Tatooine, explaining the grim function of a similar device implanted in him and his mother. If you try to run away, Anakin had said, they'll blow you up, boom. Transmitter chips, as Peter now understood them to be, were cruel devices surgically embedded under the skin of slaves, designed to ensure absolute obedience. Each chip could be activated remotely, triggering a lethal explosion if the slave attempted to flee or if deemed necessary by their master. This barbaric practice was one of the many ways slaveholders maintained control, instilling fear and submission through the ever-present threat of an explosive death. Peter's eyes darkened with disgust as he scanned the sea of similar marks on the others. "Show me," he directed Ola, his voice carrying a gentle command. With visible trepidation, Ola stepped forward. Her hands trembled slightly as she exposed the side of her neck, the lump of the transmitter chip starkly visible. Peter extended his hand, his fingertips glowing faintly with the power of Mekodiru. A hush fell over the room as everyone watched, holding their collective breath. The glow intensified, and a soft vibration crept up her neck. Ola winced, a sharp gasp escaping her as she instinctively recoiled. For a harrowing second, she expected the worst. But then, the feeling disappeared. Ola's eyes were wide, disbelieving, as she felt her neck. Instead of an explosion, there was a tiny trickle of blood where the chip had been. Peter stood holding the deactivated chip, now harmless, between his fingers. "Now you're truly free," Peter said, his voice a mix of relief and satisfaction. "Who's next?" What followed was a flurry of activity, with former slaves lining up, each face edged with a mixture of fear and hope. Ola watched, still clutching her neck, as Peter deactivated one chip after another. The expressions of those freed were transforming from terror and disbelief to joy and relief, tears flooding down their cheeks. As the last person stepped away, chip-free and stunned, a palpable sense of liberation filled the room. Ola, now at the front of the group, turned to Peter. Her eyes, luminous and teary, spoke volumes of the gratitude she couldn't articulate. Peter, feeling a rare solemnity amidst his usual light-hearted demeanor, met her gaze. "See," he said simply. "I told you I'd set you all free." Turning to Karina, Peter instructed her to guide the newly freed individuals through their next steps. "Show them out please. And make sure they have everything they need," he told her, his tone firm yet kind. Clutching the deactivated slave chip, a new plan sparked in Peter's mind. With determined steps, he left the room and made his way through the labyrinthine corridors of the palace, heading towards a more secluded section. Here, behind reinforced glass casings, were the creatures and beings he had chosen not to free, the infamous Dark Elves, the battle-hardened Chitauri, and various other beings known for their ruthlessness and violent histories. His gaze lingered on each, acknowledging the threat they posed even behind barriers. And then there was Jabba the Hutt, the most recent addition. As Peter entered, Jabba's large, bulbous eyes fixed on him, and a stream of angry Huttas spilled out. The Hutt's voice was guttural, filled with threats and curses, but Peter merely glanced at him with an unimpressed air. Walking over to a nearby control panel, Peter's fingers hovered above a series of buttons. He pressed one, and instantly, purple gas hissed into the enclosures. Chaos erupted within the cases as their occupants panicked, their fears palpable even through the glass. Jabba thrashed wildly, his massive body shaking the small enclosure, his eyes bulging with terror. The gas quickly did its work, and as silence fell, Peter began the next phase of his plan. He opened each case methodically, stepping inside with a chip in hand. These chips were similar to those he had just removed from the slaves, but designed with a deadly edge. One by one, he implanted them into his captives. The chips would hopefully remain undetected by them, programmed to end their lives if they ever attempted to leave Nohir without his explicit permission. Jabba's case required special attention. Peter implanted not one but 5 chips into the massive hut, ensuring multiple fail-safes. Once done, Peter sealed the cases once more, stepping back to survey his work. This wasn't something he enjoyed, but it was necessary. "Can't risk you guys causing any trouble," he muttered to himself. As he left the room, the silence was a stark contrast to the grateful cheers of the freed slaves that still echoed in his mind. This mix of freedom and captivity was a small burden for Peter, but one he was willing to bear, knowing the dangerous nature of those he held captive. As the galaxy outside his floor-to-ceiling windows sparkled under the blanket of night, Peter lay awake, listening to music as his thoughts drifted through the recent events. "There's so much I need to do, but I have to return to the Jedi soon." Police Cars Revolving Light Play Run Around Sue by Dion. Police Cars Revolving Light. Here's my story, it's sad but true. It's about a girl that I once knew. She took my love then ran around with every single guy in town. Yeah, I should have known it from the very start. This girl would leave me with a broken heart. Now listen people what I'm telling you. Keep away from runaround Sue, yeah. I miss her lips and the smile on her face. the touch of her hand and this girl's warm embrace. So if you don't wanna cry like I do, keep away from runaround Sue. As Peter's mind was racing with thoughts of plans, possible Hutt attacks, and his coming Jedi knighthood, suddenly, a faint rustle broke the silence of his quarters. His senses, honed by his Jedi training, immediately alerted him to another presence in the room. Turning swiftly, he pulled off his headphones and caught sight of Ola, the Twi'lek dancer he had freed earlier, as she stealthily entered the room, her curvaceous body on full display. "Why are you here, Ola? How did you even get into the palace?" Peter's voice was calm but firm, cutting through the quiet of the room. Ola, caught off guard and visibly embarrassed, hesitated before answering. Karina agreed to hire me to help around the palace, so I live here now," she explained, her eyes widening as she saw his face for the first time. "I'll have to discuss this with Karina later," Peter frowned in thought. While he appreciated Ola's presence and understood Karina likely needed assistance with maintaining the palace, she can't just let anyone she pleased inside without at least telling him first. Sensing there was more to her presence, Peter pressed further. "And why are you here in my room, at this hour?" he asked, his gaze wandering along her exposed skin. "And naked, not that I mind though." Ola's eyes flitted away for a moment before she met his gaze again, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I wanted to thank you," she began awkwardly, "for freeing me. I thought maybe I could show my gratitude." Her voice trailed off suggestively. But a second later, she paused, conflicted by Peter's youth beneath his mask. "I didn't realize you were so young though," she said, her voice tinged with surprise yet carrying a resigned willingness born from her past experiences pleasing Jabba's guests. Instantly, Peter felt a stir of temptation. Ola was undeniably beautiful, and she reminded him of the Star Wars P***RN he'd seen in the past. Yet, he knew her gratitude was driving her actions, not genuine desire. He couldn't, in good conscience, accept what she offered, even if he really wanted to. "Ola, I appreciate it, but it's probably best we don't," Peter said gently, his tone resolute yet kind. "You don't owe me anything. You're free now, truly free, and that means making choices for yourself, not because you feel indebted." Ola nodded, a mix of relief and shocked respect in her eyes, understanding his refusal as yet another act of kindness she would have to find a way to repay. "Thank you," she said softly, a genuine smile replacing her earlier embarrassment as she turned to leave, her spirit a little lighter. Ola paused at the threshold, turning to glance back at Peter. Her voice was hesitant but warm. Good night." Peter smiled, a gentle acknowledgement flickering across his features. "Good night, Ola. Rest well," he replied. As the door clicked shut behind her, Peter reclined again, his mind somewhat soothed by his decision, yet now he was faced with a rather pressing issue. Glancing at his right hand, Peter mumbled, "Looks like it's just you and me again, old friend." C58 Hutt Retaliation. A week had passed since the night Ola came to sneak into his bedroom, and the next day, Peter had a serious talk with Karina about letting people into the palace without his knowledge. She understood the importance of keeping him informed and agreed to be more cautious in the future. Yet, Peter knew the palace was bustling with other inhabitants as well, including Groot, Cosmo, Howard the Duck, and now Ola, who moved in as a sort of live-in maid. Seeing the need for better security, Peter decided to enhance the palace's defenses. Using his Mechadiru, he delved into the security systems, setting up a new notification system directly linked to his datapad. This system was programmed to alert him whenever anyone entered or left the palace, complete with camera snapshots of the individuals as well. As a notification popped up on his datapad showing Ola and Karina returning with groceries, Peter smirked. "Now, if anyone slips past security or they let someone in without informing me, I'll be the first to know." Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as he looked over his work. In the past, setting up something like this would have required significant help from Ayla and a lot of time, given his lack of prowess with technology. But now, thanks to Mechadiru, he could compensate for his technical shortcomings with ease. Peter smiled, thinking to himself, "Now, all I need is a force technique that can help me create technology, and my tech disability will be completely fixed." Of course, Peter didn't only work on the security. During this time, he delved deeply into the mysteries held within the Russian Grey Jeti's holocron. With Cosmo translating, Peter managed to transfer every shred of knowledge from the ancient device into his datapad. This included numerous force techniques, interesting locations, such as Earth's possible coordinates, and even the life story of the Jedi who crafted it. Among the treasures of knowledge, Iron Eyes particularly captivated Peter. He had already started practicing it, though so far, he had managed only to blow up small pieces of technology. For the time being, anything larger than a datapad was out of his league. I'll keep practicing until I can destroy entire armies, Peter's mind wandered, as he envisioned obliterating legions of droids on the battlefield with a simple thought. But Iron Eyes was not the only technique that drew his attention. The concept of unity battle meditation also intrigued him, promising enhanced physical and mental abilities during combat by balancing the light and dark sides of the Force. However, Peter's immediate focus was on mastering Iron Eyes. The potential to cripple enemy machinery with a thought was too advantageous to ignore, particularly given the presence of droid armies in the Star Wars movies. Peter mused, who knows if the Trade Federation will cause problems like the movies. It's best to be prepared for anything they might do. Meanwhile, far from the relative safety and bustle of Nohir, in the dimly lit command center of a colossal warship, the mood was tense and expectant. Hutt overlords, their features grim and determined, congregated around a massive holographic display that depicted an overwhelming fleet of warships. The largest of the Hutts, a particularly ruthless leader known as Gorba the Hutt, hissed orders in his guttural Huttist tongue. His voice was a low rumble that resonated through the cold metal of the warship. Set course for Nohir. Ensure every ship is battle-ready and armed to the teeth. No mistakes. One by one, the commanders confirmed their readiness, their voices a mixture of eagerness and wariness. The fleet, a menacing array of heavy cruisers, battleships, and support vessels, began to move as one formidable unit. Engines ignited, casting a fierce glow against the backdrop of deep space, and the ships advanced, cutting through the cosmos with lethal intent. On the bridge of the flagship, Gorba watched with a predatory gleam in his eyes. The screen in front of him displayed the coordinates of Nohir, now not just a destination but a target. Let the galaxy witness the power of the Hutt clans. Soon, Nohir will be ours and Star-Lord will kneel before us, he declared, his voice echoing ominously through the command center. As a massive fleet headed towards Nohir, Peter sat on the floor in the center of his Grand Master bedroom, the remnants of destroyed tech scattered around him. His focus was intense as he maneuvered his hands, practicing the Force technique Iron Eyes. Sparks danced from his fingertips, occasionally igniting small fires that he hastily extinguished with a frustrated grunt. Just as he was about to try again, across the room, his datapad buzzed with an incoming message. Summoning it with a wave of his hand, he found that it was from Master Yondu, and the text on the screen made Peter's brow furrow. Yondu, how is the mission proceeding? These check-ins had become more frequent, a constant reminder of the life awaiting him back at the Jedi Temple. With a sigh, Peter tapped out a reply, crafting his words carefully. Peter, getting close to the target. Might need another week. It wasn't exactly the truth. His mission had been completed weeks ago, but Nohir, with its endless challenges and new responsibilities, had claimed more of his time than he had anticipated. Resolving that it was time to prepare his companions for his departure, Peter sent out a call for a meeting. He chose one of the palace's grand chambers, adorned like a museum with artifacts from across the galaxies, for their gathering. As everyone assembled, Grote, Howard the Duck, Karina, Cosmo, and even Ola, who was now dressed in a maid's outfit, bringing in trays of snacks and drinks, serving the group one by one. Thanks, Ola, Cosmo said, as Ola set down a bowl of cooked meat for her, wagging her tail appreciatively. With everyone settled, Peter cleared his throat. I'll need to head back to the Jedi soon. They'll come looking if I stay away too long, and we can't have them poking around Nohir. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over the group. Grote's wooden features drooped slightly, and even Howard, who muttered a dry good riddance, couldn't mask the somber flicker in his eyes. But what about the Hutts? Karina's voice broke the silence. They could attack at any time. Peter nodded. The defenses are set. If a fleet appears, the system will handle it automatically. Swallowing a mouthful of meat, Cosmo chimed in with a skeptical growl. But what if they get past the defenses? Shaking his head, Peter reassured them. It's unlikely. And even if they do, the secondary measures will kick in. We're prepared for everything. Though uncertainty lingered, Peter's confidence seemed to bolster the group's spirits. He added, I'll be here for another week. So if the Hutts aren't dragging their feet, I'll be here to help. He said before adding, but remember, if they don't show up while I'm here, you're all free to leave alongside me. You don't have to stay here, everything is fully automated after all. Karina frowned, her loyalty to her new home and Peter's vision was evident in her resolve. And abandon all the people here? I'm not going anywhere. I am Groot, declared Groot, who had nearly been turned into a display in this very palace. Yet, he was willing to stay, this was his home now. After all, he had nothing else to return to. No home, no family, no people. Actually Groot, Peter began. When I leave for the Jedi Temple, you'll need to come with me. Groot tilted his head. I am Groot, he rumbled, a hint of wariness in his tone. Peter nodded, his expression understanding. I know you probably don't want to. But it's part of the mission they gave me. As you already know, I was sent to rescue you, and they won't believe that I've actually done that unless you come with me. You can return here right after they verify everything. With a slow nod, Groot replied, I am Groot. His voice was low, filled with a reluctant acceptance. Peter's gaze swept across the room, catching the curious looks from Howard, Ola, and Cosmo. He cleared his throat, ready to address something that's been bothering him. Before we end this little meeting, there's something we need to clear up. And I know I'm about to sound like a clingy girlfriend, but I have to ask. What are we? He asked, his question hanging in the air. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Howard especially, what the F*** case that's supposed to mean? The duck asked. Peter laughed softly. I mean, what are we to each other? He paused, allowing his question to sink in. We barely know each other for more than 2 weeks, yet we live together, and even fought together. I just want to know if that's going to continue, or if any of you plan to go your separate ways at some point. Silence settled over the group, each member reflecting on the unexpected depth of the question. Encouraged by their silence, Peter continued, I'll let you know now, that although I'm leaving soon, I plan on coming back. I'll be leaving the Jedi. And when I do, I want to start something new, a crew of friends and allies. We'll explore the galaxy, help people, take on missions, collect bounties, maybe even commit some crime, whatever feels right. His voice grew more animated as he spoke, outlining a vision of freedom and adventure. The idea sparked a visible interest among the group. Groot shifted excitedly, and even Howard's usual cynicism seemed tempered by curiosity. I'd like you all to be a part of that crew, Peter urged. You don't have to decide now, or anytime soon since I haven't left the Jedi yet. But just think about it. Because I'd like us to be more than just a bunch of strangers who were forced to work together out of convenience. Groot was the first to speak, his voice deep and resonant. I am Groot. His simple affirmation carried a weight of commitment. Groot was in. Cosmo perked up beside Groot. She trotted over to Peter, her tail wagging. Her voice, though electronically translated, conveyed unmistakable enthusiasm. I'm in too, Captain. Her eyes glowed with loyalty that only a dog could have. Next, one by one, nods and murmurs of agreement filled the room. The rest of them may not have been as sure as Groot and Cosmo, but they agreed to think about it nonetheless. Karina, deeply loyal to Peter as he saved her life, felt an immediate urge to agree just like Groot and Cosmo. However, she was torn. As the room cleared out, the lingering buzz of conversation faded, leaving Peter and Karina alone. The quiet gave Karina the moment she needed to gather her thoughts and address her concerns. Peter, she began, her voice steady yet filled with a mix of emotions, I want to be a part of your crew, but I need to be honest. My heart is here, in no here. This is where I feel I make a difference. Peter listened intently, his expression understanding. Karina, I get it, he reassured her with a gentle smile. You've helped me build something special here. I'd never ask you to abandon that. Her eyes searched his, looking for any sign of disappointment, but finding none, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Really? I can stay here then? Absolutely, Peter affirmed, his voice warm. We'll need a base, a home to return to. No, here can be that home base, and you could be the one that takes care of it. When we're out there, it'd give us all peace of mind knowing you're keeping things running. How does that sound? A relieved smile spread across Karina's face. It sounds perfect, Peter. I'm in, she said, her decision now firm. Her loyalty to Peter had never wavered, and now she could support him without leaving the place that had become her calling. Days later, Peter was filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The prospect of forming his own Guardians of the Galaxy was daunting yet thrilling. Ola had already made her decision, opting to join the crew while remaining with Karina to help oversee their home base, leaving only Howard undecided. That damn duck is going to keep me waiting until the last second. Peter shook his head, familiar with Howard's prickly, sarcastic exterior by now. Meanwhile, outside the space station, the black expanse of space was pierced by the gleaming lights of a fleet. The ominous silhouette of Hutt ships drew closer, their intent clear and dangerous. Nowhere's sensors, freshly enhanced by Peter's diligent work, promptly detected the threat. Alarms blared throughout the palace and the city beyond, a stark contrast to the calm that had just settled in recent days. The citizens of Nohir, though startled by the sudden intrusion, were less panicked than one might expect. Just a week prior, they had faced a similar situation, and their survival had bolstered their confidence. Whispers of reassurance spread among the populace as they prepared for another siege, their overwhelming trust in their new leader evident. Inside the palace, the sharp sound of the alarm sliced through the serenity of the grand chamber. Peter, who had been meditating quietly by his packed bags ready for departure the next day, opened his eyes, a knowing smirk playing across his lips. Looks like they decided not to drag their feet after all, he mused aloud, his voice echoing slightly in the now empty room. Rising to his feet, he checked the status on his day top pad. The live feeds showed the advancing fleet, every ship marked by the distinctive banners of the Hutt clans. C-59 Hutt destruction. In the security room of the palace, Peter, adorned in his new, iconic mask, gathered with Groot, Cosmo, Howard the Duck, Karina and Ola. The atmosphere was tense, much more tense than the last invasion they dealt with. On the large screen before them, an unnerving sight could be seen, over 500 Hutt warships moving ominously towards their small but spirited space station city. Howard, leaning against a console, quipped dryly, "Well, I guess we're dead. It's been horrible knowing each and every one of you." Peter, standing confidently by the main console, rolled his eyes at Howard's attempt to lighten the mood but kept his eyes fixed on the screen. Most of the group shifted uncomfortably, the last skirmish with Jabba's meager 12 ships was still fresh in their minds, and now, they faced an armada. Before Peter could initiate contact, the console beeped loudly an incoming hail from the Hutt fleet. He pressed the answer button, and the screen shifted to display a grand throne room filled with Hutts of varying sizes and ages, their slimy skin glistening under the dim light. In the center, an especially large, ancient-looking Hutt began to speak in a guttural tone. The interpreter's voice came through the speakers, "Star-Lord, you dare to take my nephew captive. You will surrender immediately, return Jabba, and relinquish Nohir or be obliterated." Peter listened, his face unreadable behind his mask. He glanced at his friends, noting their anxious stances. This was a repeat of last week's encounter with Jabba, and he felt a surge of defiance alongside a small bit of boredom. With a deliberate slowness, Peter raised his middle finger to the screen and, with his other hand, he used his Mechadira to take full control of Nowhere's defenses. "Look, we've danced this dance before with your nephew, and I'm not in the mood to drag it out again," he declared. Instantly, the space around Nohir erupted into chaos. Hundreds of huge plasma cannons unfolded from the station's structure, targeting the Hutt ships with ruthless precision. Explosions lit up the space like a deadly fireworks show, each blast a hammer of judgment against the invading fleet. On the screen, chaos reigned in the Hutt throne room. The ancient Hutt leader barked orders in a panic as their ship rocked violently from the impacts. Their angry shouts filled the room, but Peter simply watched with a smirk. "Save your breath. You fat, ugly slugs should have thought twice before coming here," Peter retorted with a dismissive snort. He abruptly cut the transmission and turned to his team with a grin. "Well, that's that. Let's make sure none of them escapes. But first, Ola." "Yes." She responded promptly. "Could you grab us some drinks and snacks? I want to enjoy the show." Peter smirked, gesturing towards the screen where another dozen Hutt warships were erupting in flames. After getting their snacks, the group watched the Hutt fleet disintegrate live on the screen, an unspoken bond of victory and relief beginning to knit between them. Peter leaned back against the control panel, his iconic mask set on his lap revealing a mischievous grin. The fireworks display of exploding warships provided a spectacular, albeit dangerous, backdrop. "Ah, there goes half of their fleet." He chuckled, enjoying this far more than he should. Groot responded with his usual, "I am Groot," which everyone in the room now understood as an expression of agreement, or sometimes just a plain old affirmation of his presence. Outside, many Hutt warships managed a desperate barrage of fire, their cannons blazing in retaliation towards Nohir. But sadly, for them, the station's reflector shield shimmered to life, an iridescent barrier that repelled the onslaught effortlessly. The blasts bounced off, dissipating into the cold void of space without causing any harm. "They think that's gonna work?" Howard asked, shaking his head as he sipped from a glass of wine Ola had brought him. The drink seemed to have an odd, neon glow, likely something strong enough to knock out a lesser creature. Karina, standing behind Peter, watched the chaos unfold with a critical eye. "I guess I was worried for nothing. Even 1,000 ships might not be able to withstand our defenses." Peter nodded. "Yeah, their efforts are pointless. Our shields can withstand much more than this, and even our plasma cannons aren't firing at full speed." As the battle raged on, the last remnants of the Hutt fleet began to scatter, their formations breaking as panic set in. Amidst the disarray, the Hutt flagship, a monstrous vessel adorned with garish symbols of opulence, made a slow, cumbersome attempt to flee. Peter watched intently, a playful yet calculating look in his eyes. "Where do you think you're going?" He tapped a few commands into the console, deploying a swarm of drones into the fray. The small, agile machines darted through the debris and chaos with precision, converging on the fleeing flagship. As the drones approached, they released a synchronized burst of electromagnetic pulses. The flagship's engines flickered and died, its lights dimming as it drifted helplessly in space. The drones, undeterred, latched onto the colossal ship, their engines whirring as they began to tow it toward Nohir. Peter spun around to face his team, his smile broad and victorious. "Let's go and show these Hutts some real hospitality. But before that, let's give them a show." He chuckled as he put his mask back on. The group watched him, puzzled by his actions. Tapping a few buttons on the console to initiate a hail to the flagship, Peter waited patiently. Seconds later, the screen flickered and shifted to display the interior of the Hutt ship, where the creatures were packed together, their faces twisted in fear and anger. "Good evening, ladies and gents," Peter greeted cheerfully, his upbeat and excited. "Hope you're enjoying your time in Nohir." The ancient Hutt who had spoken before now appeared visibly shaken, his eyes wide with horror. "Chupa Dumpa, Dopamaski Kone!" he bellowed, his voice thick with fury, but the words were lost on Peter. "Yeah, man. Whatever that means." Peter shrugged as he tapped another button, bringing up a live feed of Jabba, who was displayed prominently in a glass box in the center of Nowhere's palace. The crime lord looked miserable and defeated, his massive body barely fitting inside the enclosure. "You see, Jabba here was supposed to be my little insurance policy," Peter explained, his tone mockingly considerate. "I wasn't sure how tough or annoying you guys would be. But, well, you've seen how easy it was to handle your fleet." The Hutts on the screen began shouting, their voices overlapping in a racket of anger and fear. Peter waited for them to quiet down before continuing, his finger hovering dramatically over his day top hat. "And now, I really don't need him anymore, do I?" he mused aloud, his finger tapping the button without breaking eye contact with the camera. The screen split to show Jabba's face just as his head exploded in a gruesome display, splattering his glass cage with blood. Silence abruptly filling the room as the image cut out, leaving only Peter's masked face on the screen. The shock was palpable even through the digital connection, with screams and curses erupting from the Hutt ship. Relatives of Jabba were the loudest, their threats and insults aimed directly at Peter, who simply listened with a bored expression. "Ah, music to my ears," Peter muttered, hardly fazed by the vitriol. "But really, you guys should save your breath. You'll need it." With a flick of his wrist, he waved cheerfully at the screen. "I'll see you all soon. Real soon." With that, he ended the transmission, cutting off the stream of Hutt curses. He turned back to his crew, who were watching him with a mix of horror and awe. "Well, that's that," he said with a shrug, his grin never fading. "Let's go welcome our guests, shall we?" After the explosive death of Jabba the Hutt, the silence of space enveloped Nohir. Amidst the drifting debris of shattered warships, the Hutt flagship, now a colossal dilapidated husk, was being towed forcefully toward the station. "All right, team, this is where we finish things off," Peter declared, clipping his mask back on. "Groot, Cosmo, Howard, gear up. We're going in hot, saving the innocents, and wiping out any soldiers or slugs we come across." Groot nodded, his wooden form creaking slightly as he prepared his limbs for combat. Cosmo, always eager, telepathically projected her readiness, while Howard, albeit less enthusiastically, loaded his Tommy gun with a smirk on his beak. Naturally, Peter could have obliterated their ship instead of docking it, but he chose not to for 3 reasons. First, he suspected there were many slaves aboard their flagship, much like Jabba's. Second, he anticipated finding valuable loot on board. And lastly, he simply relished the thrill of combat. Watching a bunch of ships explode from a distance is fun, but nothing beats the adrenaline rush of being in the thick of the action, facing enemies head-on. Soon enough, the docking bay activated as the flagship connected with a metallic clang. "Do you want to do the honors, or should I?" Peter turned to Cosmo, his tone light yet filled with the thrill of the moment. Cosmo wagged her tail excitedly, stepping forward. With a focused glare and a subtle motion of her head, she unleashed her power, ripping the doors of the ship open with a loud, wrenching noise. The metal groaned under the unseen force, bending and twisting until the entryway lay bare before them. "Good dog," Peter said, patting her head. "Hee hee." Cosmo laughed as her tail wagged back and forth. As soon as the doors clattered to the ground, blaster bolts flew out towards the group. Peter stepped forward, absorbing the energy from the bolts into his body. His team rallied behind him, ready for the onslaught. With a casual swagger, he walked into the flagship, the embodiment of confidence. Behind him, chaos ensued. Howard, with a grunt, opened fire, the sounds of his gun echoing through the metallic corridors. Each shot found its mark, putting bullets in half of the Hutt soldiers who dared to face them. Meanwhile, Cosmo, her powers surging, lifted the remaining attackers and slammed them into the metal walls with sickening crunches, their bodies undoubtedly shattered. Groot charged down the hallway, his wooden form hurtling toward the incoming soldiers. And like a child tossing around toys, Groot flung the soldiers aside, their bodies crumpling under his powerful blows. Hall by hall, the team cleared the ship. They encountered pockets of resistance, but none could withstand their coordinated assault. The deeper they ventured into the flagship, the more desperate the resistance became. Slaves and non-combat personnel, coerced into fighting, rushed at them with nothing but sheer desperation. Of course, Peter and his team incapacitated them with non-lethal force, ensuring they were merely knocked out, not harmed. Finally, they reached the imposing doors of the throne room, a trail of unconscious bodies marking their path. Peter turned to his comrades. "Continue clearing the ship. I'll handle the Hutts," he instructed with a firm nod. As Groot, Howard and Cosmo fanned out to secure the rest of the ship, Peter approached the throne room doors alone. His hand hovered over the surface, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a burst of telekinesis. Boom! The door exploded inwards, sending a huge chunk of metal flying across the room. It struck one of the unlucky Hutt leaders, bisecting him cleanly in half. Stepping into the throne room, Peter surveyed the carnage with a raised eyebrow. "Hey? Did I do that?" he muttered to himself, a playful smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at the terrified faces of the remaining Hutts. "Peach Bokuna!" one of the Hutts screamed. Instantly, Hutt guards, adorned in makeshift armor, clumsily aimed their blasters, their hands trembling. Peter laughed softly, the sound chilling to many of them. "Really, that's your best defense?" he taunted, stepping over the wreckage of the door. His voice echoed menacingly as he raised his hands, sending a wave of force across the room, knocking weapons from trembling hands and hurling guards against the walls with sickening thuds. One by one, the Hutt's defenders fell, their bodies crumpling under the invisible assault. Peter walked among them, untouched and unchallenged, his power absolute. He reached out with the force, lifting a Hutt leader into the air. The creature's eyes bulged with fear as it struggled helplessly, gasping for air. "Do you feel it?" Peter's voice was low, almost a whisper as he closed his hand into a fist. The Hutt's cries ended abruptly with a grotesque crunch, his body discarded carelessly to the side as Peter moved on to his next target. The throne room became a blur of terror and violence. Peter unleashed lightning with precise, deadly arcs, each strike finding its mark. The electrical energy crackled through the air, illuminating his face with a sinister glow as he systematically dismantled the Hutt's ranks. Each bolt left charred, twitching bodies in its wake, the smell of burnt flesh permeating the room. Amid the carnage, Peter sensed a slight hesitation in the remaining guards. Utilizing a burst of force-enhanced speed, he closed the distance in a heartbeat, his movements a blur. He appeared before a group of guards, his hands shooting out to grasp their faces. With a twist and a sharp pull, he ended their lives, their necks snapping audibly. As the last of the guards fell, Peter turned his attention to the remaining hut leaders, who cowered behind their lavish, yet now meaningless, decorations. With a cruel smile, he advanced, his hands crackling with lightning. One by one, he eliminated them, their screams echoing off the opulent walls until they, too, fell silent. Finally, as the last hut lay lifeless at his feet, Peter stood in the center of the throne room, his breathing steady in the stillness that followed the massacre. The room was a gruesome picture of destruction and death, a testament to his power. Just then, the sound of footsteps alerted him to the return of his team. Groot, Howard, and Cosmo appeared at the doorway, their expressions a mix of awe and horror at the bloodbath that greeted them. "We've cleared the ship," Howard announced, not as bothered as the others. Peter turned to face them, his adrenaline slowly fading. "Good," he replied simply, his tone light despite the carnage around him. "Let's start looting, shall we?" C60 Captain Marvel? The quiet hum of the Jedi ship's engines filled the space as it sliced through the star-strewn expanse of the galaxy. Peter sat alone in the cockpit, a contemplative expression in his face. The soft light from the console illuminated his features as he sat cross-legged, headphones clasped over his ears, drowning in the melodies that connected him to a life once lived. Behind his ship, the repaired vessel that once belonged to Cad Bane trailed at a safe distance. Inside, Groot lay sleeping, his peaceful slumber undisturbed by the silence of space. Although Peter would have liked to travel on the same ship with Groot, this arrangement was necessary. Groot couldn't stay with him on Coruscant due to the Jedi's strict regulations. That's why he planned to use Cad Bane's old ship to return to Nohir after he meets with the Jedi Council. Closing his eyes, Peter let the music from his Walkman envelop him, sinking into a deep meditation that stirred his innermost thoughts. Police Cars Revolving Light. Play Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash. Police Cars Revolving Light. Love is a burnin' thing. And it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire. I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burnin' ring of fire. I went down, down, down. And the flames went higher. And it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire, the ring of fire. As the ship neared Coruscant, the heart of the Jedi Order, Peter remained in a deep meditation. His mind replayed the recent battle, the vivid memories of the Hutt's demise flooding back in stark detail. His actions had been dark, fueled by anger and disgust for the Hutt's vile deeds. They were slave owners and oppressors, and Peter's zero tolerance for such beings had driven him to an edge he rarely visited. As each scene of the Hutt's fearful faces flashed through his mind, a part of him reveled in their terror. It was a dark revelation, one that sparked a troubling question within him. "Am I a sadist?" he whispered to the emptiness around him. The silence of the ship offered no answers, but as the stars passed by, Peter's introspection deepened. He had embraced a part of himself that found satisfaction in the fear of those he deemed evil. It was a stark contrast to the hero many were beginning to see him as, yet it felt justifiable against such malevolent foes. Moreover, while he had tapped into the dark side and harnessed its power, he had not allowed it to overwhelm or control him. He was in command, not the darkness. This realization brought a measure of peace to him, a settling of the internal storm that had been brewing since the battle. Peter acknowledged the darker threads of his personality, accepting that his sadistic tendencies could be directed towards those who deserved it, tyrants like the Hutts, or cruel figures like Yondu and his band of Ravagers. This acceptance didn't come easily, but it was necessary. It was part of who he was, and denying it would be denying a piece of his very essence. As Coruscant grew larger in the viewport, Peter's meditation drew to a close. He felt a renewed sense of purpose and clarity. He was neither solely a Jedi nor a Sith, he was a flawed man, like any other, who understood the depths of darkness yet chose to wield it against those who deserved it. Removing his headphones, Peter stood and stretched, feeling his stiff joints crack from the long, sedentary journey. He glanced back towards Groot's ship, making sure it was still there. With a resolute nod to himself, Peter prepared for his arrival. The Jedi Temple awaited, and with it, his knighthood. Meanwhile, whispers of an unprecedented upheaval began to ripple across the galaxy, spreading from its core to the farthest reaches. The news wasn't just of a battle but of a seismic shift in power and hope. The story of Nohir, and its enigmatic defender known as Star-Lord, was spreading like wildfire. In the crowded, smoky bars of Tatooine, where the gritty and downtrodden gathered, the tale took on a life of its own. A grizzled old spacer, his face weathered from years under the hot sun, held a captive audience around a flickering table. "They say that fella, Star-Lord, he ain't just another outlaw," he began, his voice a low drawl, eyes twinkling with a mix of mischief and respect. Took over no here, he did. And when those huts came knockin' not once but twice with their war fleets, he blew 'em out the sky and killed 'em all. The listeners leaned in, their drinks forgotten, as the old man wove tales of the dual invasions, highlighting the stark inferiority of the Hutt forces compared to Nowhere's defenses. Whole fleets of Hutt ships, blasted to smithereens. He exclaimed, slamming his hand down for emphasis, causing glasses to rattle. Makes ya think twice 'bout crossing Star-Lord, it does. Elsewhere, far from the desert world, in the gleaming corridors of Coruscant, the news had a different flavor. Diplomats and politicians whispered in hushed tones about No Here, a place many of them had never even known existed until now. In a sleek, high-rise office, a group of Republic officials convened in an urgent meeting. This Star-Lord's actions could destabilize the entire sector, one worried senator pointed out, his brow furrowed as he paced before a large, panoramic window overlooking the cityscape. Or, another countered, he could be a strategic asset in fighting the Hutt's influence, freeing us from their exorbitant protection fees. The woman beside him scoffed, let's just call it what it really is, extortion. As her words hung in the air, the others around the room nodded in agreement, their faces edged with sour expressions. We must consider recognizing Nowhere's autonomy if this continues. It could serve our interests, suggested a fourth, his voice steady and calculating. Back on the fringes, on planets like Relith, which has endured greater suffering than most due to the Hutts, the news stirred a different kind of discussion hope. Relith's valuable spice ryle, strategic location and Twi'lek population, whom the Hutts notoriously enslaved and sold, made it a prime target. In dimly lit basements and hidden meeting places, those who had long suffered under Hutt's tyranny saw a glimmer of a new opportunity. A Twi'lek freedom fighter, her leku wrapped tightly for battle, addressed her fellow rebels with renewed vigor. If No Here can stand up to the Hutts and offer sanctuary, then it is our duty to help spread the word. This Star-Lord has opened a door. We must ensure it stays open. Nods of agreement echoed around the room, the energy palpable as plans began to form not just for escape, but for a potential new beginning, in a place far from Hutt control. And on No Here itself, the transformation was tangible. Streams of ships from all corners of the Outer Rim began to arrive, each carrying those seeking refuge from oppression. The station, once just another lawless outpost, was quickly becoming a thriving city, each new arrival eager to contribute to this fledgling society. Aboard one of the ships, a young girl looked out the window as No Here came into view, her eyes wide with wonder and relief. "Mama, is it really safe there?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper against the hum of the engine. Her mother, weary yet smiling, nodded as she wrapped an arm around her daughter. "Yes, my love. This place, it's where we start over. Where we can be free." As the galaxy churned with tales of valor and sanctuary, the legend of Star-Lord and his impregnable haven grew, sowing seeds of freedom and revolution that would soon sprout across the stars. Across the galaxy, the streets of Hala teemed with citizens in revolt, as the winds of change carried whispers of rebellion and defiance against the supreme intelligence that had long governed with an unyielding grip. Energized by a shared desire for liberation, and an end to the losing war they've been forced into, the people of Hala were now marching on the capital, determined to overthrow the government and dismantle the supreme intelligence that had dictated their lives for too long. At the heart of this uprising stood the enigmatic Darth Sidious, his presence a mere shadow among the members of the House of Fiero. Unlike his usual commanding aura, here he moved with calculated discretion, his eyes gleaming with dark anticipation beneath his hood. The air was thick with tension as Sidious, accompanied by his formidable apprentice, Darth Maul, broke off from the group and approached the central citadel where the supreme intelligence resided. This massive structure, a labyrinth of wires and lights, pulsed with the life force of the Kree's ruling entity. Sidious felt a surge of power course through him as they neared their target, the culmination of his carefully laid plans drawing near. Inside the citadel, the supreme intelligence awaited, its myriad of screens flickering with data and images of the chaos unfolding across its world. As Sidious and Maul entered its sanctum, the entity's voice echoed through the chamber, resonant and cold. "You seek to dismantle that which safeguards our people. Why betray your own kind?" Sidious's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Betrayal implies loyalty, but I have never been loyal, particularly as I am not Kree. My allegiance is solely to myself," he replied smoothly, his voice a chilling whisper in the vast, cold space. Instantly, a moment of realization dawned as the Supreme Intelligence detected the distinct energy signatures of the Force, specifically those of the dark side. Sith. The artificial intelligence muttered, its voice tinged with a hint of disdain. Sidious's lips twisted into a sinister smirk. I see, even the mighty Supreme Intelligence hasn't forgotten my kind. Aware of the peril it faced, the Supreme Intelligence opted to negotiate. What is it that you desire? Power? Control? Perhaps we could broker a deal. A deal? Sidious interrupted, his voice laced with mockery. I'm afraid negotiation is not my purpose here. With a swift movement, Sidious raised his hands, the air around him crackling with the buildup of dark energy. Maul stepped back, his own dual-bladed lightsaber at the ready, watching as his master prepared to unleash his fury. The Supreme Intelligence, realizing the futility of further negotiation, attempted to activate its defense mechanisms. But it was too late. With a fierce cry, Sidious unleashed torrents of Sith lightning, the blue arcs of deadly energy cascading toward the core of the artificial intelligence. The chamber lit up with blinding light as the Supreme Intelligence screeched, its circuits frying and sizzling under the assault. The screens around them flickered and died, one by one, as the life force of the Kree's ruler was extinguished. The sound of the entity's demise echoed hauntingly through the citadel. As the light from the lightning faded, Sidious turned to Maul, his face a mask of dark satisfaction. The Supreme Intelligence is no more. Spread the word to our allies in the House of Fiero. Outside, the members of the House of Fiero would soon find themselves as leaders in a new regime, one forged in the darkness of Sith ambition. They had sought change and power, but at what cost? Darth Sidious stood among the citadel's ruins, his scheme a resounding success. Although not yet the leader of the House of Fiero, his ascension was inevitable. His glowing yellow eyes fixated on the horizon, anticipating his next conquest. Just as he prepared to depart, his sharp senses picked up a faint yet potent life force. Intrigued, he followed the signal to a hidden chamber deep within the citadel's depths. There, encased in a transparent pod, was a woman with blonde hair, her features serene yet formidable even in stasis. Wires and cables connected her to the pod, weaving into a complex network that linked directly to the now-dead core of the Supreme Intelligence. Insert picture of Captain Marvel here. Sidious leaned closer, an intrigued expression spreading across his face as he sensed the power emanating from her in waves. What do we have here? He murmured, his interest clearly piqued.
Thanks for listening.